Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the ESC Conference Playoffs hosted by Miami University. Today, we have an electric semifinal matchup between the third seed Northeastern Huskies and the second seed Miami University Redhawks. I'm Isaac Rhythm Arredondo, a student of Miami University, and today I'm joined by a very special guest. We have a Miami alumni, an LPL English broadcaster, and the reason we're all here today, Matt Cubby Samuelson. Cubby, how are we doing today?
I'm doing all right. Frankly, I'm here for the teams. I get to see compete. I'm excited about that one, Isaac, but appreciate the introduction. It really is a treat for me to be here as an alum working with a student. Really excited to get to cast with you, Isaac, and see what all of our students have in store on the Rift today.
Yeah, well, we're very happy to have you. And like I said, we'll be casting the matchup between Miami University and Northeastern. But alongside this matchup on the ESC channel, we also have EMU taking on NIU over at twitch.tv/Miami University. So if we could get the bracket as we see it today, these will be our matchups for today. Like I said, Ball State versus EMU will be happening over on twitch.tv/Miami University. And Miami versus NEU will be happening right here in just a little bit. But let's talk about this matchup, Cubby. We have two really strong teams playing today. What do you think of these guys?
Yeah, I'm honestly excited to see what is going to end up happening today because, of course, for Miami Esports, a new starter in the jungle. I know that you were saying Evil Lobster hasn't
Mm-hmm.
played with these guys on stage yet this year, so excited to see what he can bring going up against a Northeastern squad that when I was competing and also coaching Miami in the past, this squad gave us a real headache as they are a tough competition and a pretty hard partner conference in league. So curious to see. I know that as you highlighted earlier, Isaac, you said that earlier in the season, Miami did get the best of Northeastern, but they were one of the few teams to actually really push Miami around. So
Mm-hmm.
curious to see if that ends up being the case again today with, of course, Marcus in the starting spot in the jungle.
Yeah, like you mentioned, new jungle change, and that was one of the strong points for Miami University throughout this entire season. You know, you had HBTX, this challenger level player who just really dominated on these scaling AP style champions, playing a lot of Karthus, but could also do the AD style too with the Belveth, the Kindred, and it's kind of changes the draft philosophy for Miami now because we know Evil Lobster likes to play things like the Wukong, these AD style junglers. So they've been rethinking their draft. I've been able to sit in the scrims for a little bit, and honestly, they've been in the kitchen. They've been cooking up a storm.
Yeah, I know we don't want to give away everything off the bat, but I know that you were teasing potentially some more mages bot. I know that if you've done any sort of scouting in Miami, that's pretty obvious that could come out in the bot lane from Bonk Bonk. But yeah, we're gonna have to see what ends up happening as we do dive in, and also what Northeastern has. I know that their series yesterday against Kent State, 3-1, a gentleman's sweep, as we like to say,
Mm-hmm.
relatively one-sided from the games. Catching those, Isaac, was there anything that really stood out to you about this Northeastern squad that we might want to look out for when it comes to today?
Yeah, well, you just mentioned a possible mage bot lane for Miami University, but that's something that we saw Northeastern doing yesterday. Hiccup was on the Nami, Bliss was on the Seraphine for I think 3 games, and that was really one of their strong points. Seraphine in game one was at one point 10-0, but their mid lane, Utopian Soldier, also had some really good showings on Syndra. At one point, Utopia was at like 12-1 and was just deleting the entire team of Kent State, who were there playing yesterday.
Yeah, did you say Hiccup at support, by the way,
Yes, that
for
is Hiccup.
Northeastern? Yeah,
Yes.
I'm familiar with Hiccup. She competed NACL, OQs, Ducky Getters, yeah. An Enchantress player, and a really strong support. I know they were a fun team. I got to cover them about 6 months ago. I know you said LPL English. I worked on that earlier today, but been on NACL a little bit longer here, covering
Mm-hmm.
the Tier 2 scene for NA. Yeah, Hiccup, that was actually a really fun team. A couple of their players competing in NACL as well. I got to cast that yesterday, so that was fun. And yeah, interested to see what a Hiccup team can do because obviously she brings a lot of unique power and flair to the draft with the Enchantress pool that she can bring to the table.
Yeah, but let's go over these rosters starting for today. With the Northeastern team, they're bringing Jin Sung in the top, Bokuto Ichiha in the jungle, Utopian Soldier in the mid lane, Bliss as the AD carry, and Hiccup as the support. I know you mentioned Hiccup, but are there any other names that stand out to you here?
No, I'm gonna have to see what happens as we go throughout. As of course, whenever you find collegiate players that are competing in OQs and at a high level like that, that's pretty rare. and that's the whole college involved these days. So the fact that Hiccup was doing it, props to her. Always a player that I'm excited to see, and curious to see if she can get the best of Miami on the Rift today, or if Miami's able to step up.
Yeah, and on the side of the Redhawks, Final Boss of Ohio will be the top laner. Evil Lobster, like we mentioned, will be the jungler. Quagert in the mid lane, Lord Bonk Bonk in the bot lane, and Phantom as the support.
Yeah, and kind of fun for me. I was fortunate enough to actually, throughout COVID, I was brought back as a coach. I worked remotely. Both Evil Lobster and I believe Quagert was actually there as well, were players I tried out. Evil Lobster was, they were both kind of subs or on the squad for a bit throughout that time. So fun to see them still competing and on the team. I know a couple of seniors there, especially with Jack in the mid lane. The fact that they were able to stick with it, compete with the team now, and at a really high level, it's been fun to see. So we'll see what they're able to bring to the Rift today. As of course, that's a duo and some synergy that has been fully developed throughout the year. Evil Lobster stepping in a little bit later, as of course HBT not able to compete in the tournament this week. So we'll see what kind of curveball that throws for Miami as a team themselves, and also towards Northeastern as a little bit of a different lineup than when they face each other in the ESC regular season.
Yeah, and when they face each other in the regular season, we mentioned this earlier, but that was one of the few Miami games to go the full distance to Game 3. In Game 1, Final Boss of Ohio was really strong on a Camille pick, just split pushing, but got a really strong early lead that Eli was able to turn into a victory. Went 14-0-8 on this Camille, just completely dominated that game. But Northeastern kind of flipped it around in Game 2, where the kill differential was 23-11 for the way of Northeastern. They just had full control, but then Miami, converted to full comfort for that Game 3. It was a 30-minute long, just banger game, but I'm interested to see how this matchup will go today.
Yeah, again, Northeastern, they've been a team that has been really solid in this conference for so long. It's funny because the teams that gave us a real headache back in the day were Northeastern and Buffalo. Now it's Ball State with that new program. I actually got to work on a team with their support. Minsu's his first name, but Quaka on the Rift, right? Really talented player that's playing now at Ball State. So will be fun to see if they can actually make finals as the #1 seed in the tournament and the favorites going into that match on the other stream today. But curious to see about this one. Obviously, Miami gets the advantage of competing at home, which we can say rare that happens in the league, but does matter in a LAN being at the home setups. And we'll see if that can help them overcome things against Northeastern today.
Yeah, but we're waiting for these lobbies to get set up. But, these games are going to be coming here real quick, so don't go anywhere. The ESC Conference Championships are happening right now. They're here and on the twitch.tv/Miami University. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be right back. And we're back. We're almost getting draft underway, but we kind of mentioned Hiccup as this, really good Enchantress, really good support player. But I'm wondering, what else are you trying to see from this draft that's coming up from Northeastern University?
Yeah, well, so in the past when Hiccup played in NACL OQs, they had a style where it was a lot of tank top laners, like paired up with Enchantress supports that worked really well. But frankly, being someone that a little bit less familiar with what we have in front of us today, I'm kind of curious just to see how things go. I know that likely at this level, we're going to see a lot of target bans and some of those power picks of the Gwen, the Fury on this patch. You never know if everyone in the lobby is always able to play that when you do get these pro or tier 2 games. So kind of curious to see what ends up happening here as we do see a lot of target bans going through. I know that you said Final Boss was a big carry for Miami in their first matchup. Looks like he is the big focus in draft here against Northeastern in this match.
That is right. The Fiora and the Camille bans are going to be targets to Final Boss, but Miami's also responding with some target bans of their own. The Aurora is a ban towards Bliss, the Lulu, obviously for Hiccup, and the Seraphine, I think, is a target ban for Bliss, who really showed prowess on that champion yesterday.
Yeah, the quick pickups happen here already as Karma going to be grabbed. Likely, expecting it to be bought with Hiccup. However, ability to always flex that pick mid if they want to go for something else. Look out for Xin Zhao Kindred pairings, might open up a Karma mid. At the moment, looking out for something like an Ezreal that could come through. Of course, that Ziggs we expect to be in the hands of Lord Bonk Bonk in the bot lane. So any sort of range or ability to counter the Ziggs could be nice. Jin does fit that bill with the Deadly Flourish. The alt shooting gallery can actually outrange the Ziggs and try and trap him later on in the game. So with that and the Xin picked up, the threatening of the flexing of the Karma is still alive and well here if you are Northeastern.
Yeah, that Wukong pickup also going to go to Evil Lobster, but I don't know if you know this, Cubby.
Yep.
But Jin, one of my favorite champions in the game, and it's always a treat whenever I get to see this champion. Oh, I love Jin.
Oh, see, I always very often get to cast with Mazel. Shout out to him. He is a Jin lover as well. That and number 4.
Yeah, I just love anytime I get to see Jin. I was sick for the one regular season game that MU played Jin. But it looks like Nautilus is going to be picked up here for the side of MU. Kind of an engage button for there. I expect that to go to Phantom as well.
Yeah, likely to be in the bot lane is paired up with the Nautilus. So at the moment, bans looks like a little bit of target on mid. So definitely thinking that Karma is going to be in the hands of Hiccup at the bot lane. And that Anivia ban, definitely a target ban towards Quagert. It has always been a champion he has played a lot of in every season that he has played the game. So funny to see him drawing that target ban as a lot of mids being taken away. And
Yeah,
curious, I mean, expected mid to be grabbed here on 4 with saving that counter pick for top lane later on. So curious to see what Quaggard ends up going with.
Yeah, a lot of mid bans here. The Galio also being banned, which is a favorite for Quaker, but we do see Hui getting picked up. We know that Lord Bonk Bonk loves this champion. So maybe I think they're going to go for a Ziggs mid and try to really accelerate this game here. Because we know that Lord Bonk Bonk, game 3 in the regular season, went 15-0 on this champion, just completely took over the game and dominated. And we see the Ari being hovered by Northeastern.
Yeah, if it is the Ari, again, that choice of the Ziggs and Hui, the double flex, good of you on you to bring that up. Definitely potential for each player on Miami to play both champs. But with the Ari showing, I think the Hui matchup is better. That said, Nami was actually locked in, so that does put the Karma mid. With Ambessa being locked in for the top lane. Final boss option for counter pick. Of course, you could go for something like Renekton or Poppies, something that can shut Ambessa down, but mobility might be the name of the game, and Jax would get some extra mileage with the counter-strike going up against the Xin, so looks like that's going to be the pickup for final boss.
Yeah, Jackson, another one of Final Boss's really strong champions. You mentioned the Poppy. I don't know if I'll ever see Eli play a tank in my time here. But what do you think of these two drafts? You know, the Nami, just one of those staple supports for Jin. I remember, 2016, 2017, honestly, those were like a really strong duo in the ball lane. Really helps Jin, a very immobile champion, have a little bit of extra speed and a little bit more agency in that bot lane.
Yeah, it's interesting because you have a Karma mid. This is a pick that it's really strong, like pre-6, 1 item at 2 items, but after that it does fall off in value. But you still have that Jin, the true marksman, being picked up for Northeastern with none on the side of Miami. So gonna have to see what ends up happening here. I think that the big thing for me, the Karma needs to be strong enough where the Ambessa and Xin Zhao can throw themselves in the fight and be okay. If that ever doesn't happen, or Miami's strong enough to really defend against that and use their mages to really punish the Northeastern dive that we expect to be coming out, that's where they can be favored in the draft. But should be some back and forth, and frankly, again, with this level of games, just who can play better on that game, that draft on the day. So we'll see what team that ends up being here in game 1.
Yeah, we also see a lot of AD coming through for Northeastern. You have the Ambessa, the Xin Zhao, and the Jin. So, I mean, if Phantom just builds full tank, that Nautilus is going to be a huge problem that if that's a front line for Miami University, that's going to be really difficult to get through.
Potentially, I think that's a decent call out too, because Karma, again, this is a pick, a lot of magic damage early on in the game, will fall off, potential for supportive items maybe even later on. So, really important that this Northeastern squad does get off to the races early, and my eyes very much going to be on this Xin Karma mid jungle duo.
Yeah, but here we are on the Rift for game 1 between Miami University and Northeastern University in the semifinals for the chance to play in the championships happening tomorrow.
A big match, of course. The top 6 seeds from ESC going to be involved in this tournament at Miami. The top 4 seeds are the ones that are still standing, and 2 best of 5s going on. Shout out to the other one, Ball State, playing up against Eastern Michigan on twitch.tv/Miami University. So if you're a fan of those 2 teams, feel free to tune in there to that stream. But excited to be on a hometown regional broadcast, Isaac. I never get to be slightly biased on cast. It is a treat for me to be a little bit biased towards Miami, but hoping we get a good series here against Northeastern, a team that, again, the team that has historically won to be feared. If you are a Miami fan, it's definitely given us headaches in the past.
Yeah, I'm taking a little bit of a look at the runes here. Final boss opting for, Grasp of the Undying instead of Conqueror, another rune that Jax can build. But there's some early trading happening here in the mid lane. Nice little bomb from Quaggart to even it up.
Yeah, again, the Karma, she has access to that mantra to empower her abilities early on. Might be tricky for Quaggart to deal with. Just going to have to pick up his farm and try and scale into the game as the Ziggs. But a Ziggs does get farm. Ziggs can do a lot of damage in this one. Gonna have to see if he's able to sync up. I think with Phantom and Evil Lobster, the Wukong Nautilus is going to be a really good setup for this double mage comp that Miami's running. So we'll see if the carries in Miami can sync up with the people that are going to be making the space for them and do some good things.
Yeah, Jin and Nami hitting level 2 before the Hui and the Nautilus. And Bliss holding that 4-shot too was just able to zone off Lord Bonk Bonk and Phantom from all the CS. So they're going to be, it's an early lead for NU if they can hold it in this position. I'm taking a look at the jungles here. Evil Lobster working on his Raptors. They're both going to be pathing up towards that top lane. So I wonder if we'll see like a little bit of a scuffle around the scuttle or maybe a counter gank in the top lane.
Yeah, potentially. Wukong ahead on the clear at the moment, but Xin should be catching up as a nice double bubble connects with Hiccup. Chained up by Bliss. On the Jhin is the Nami, very strong laner. Should be able to ensure push early on for the Ziggs Nautilus, or Ziggs Hui, or Hui Nautilus. We got there eventually, Isaac. But really that lane, not much action going to happen unless Phantom starts fishing and decides to go for some of these hooks. And good play so far by Northeastern, playing this lane out pretty well.
Yeah, and that bubble with the Deadly Flourish kind of just shows the power that this bot lane duo has. Phantom looking for a hook, doesn't find it. Bliss still holding the fourth shot, forced to walk up. But Lord Bonk Bonk getting a lot of damage down into Hiccup and will dodge the bubble. Great trade from Miami University. Hiccup down to half health as well as Lord Bonk Bonk. But we'll see if Phantom, the hook coming off cooldown soon, will try to go fishing here. But first blood we see happening
action
in
the top side. Yeah, curious what's going on up there as final boss went down. The fight's still going. Evil Lobster low against the Xin Zhao.
Quaggart getting caught out here by Utopian Soldier, will be rooted up, but has so much damage on the bumps. Utopian Soldier just providing a little bit of autos, but Quaggart will get the satchel over the wall, wondering if he has to flash this Q, but he will hold it, and he will be taken down by Northeastern University. They will claim the feats of warfare very early on in this game.
Yeah, 3 kills on the top side and 2 on that Xin Zhao. Definitely something that we're looking at as you have the support of the Karma. Talked about Ambessa and Xin being able to walk up and be empowered by those shields. A potential that has been much more opened up in this game with Xin being ahead. Really nice first base, able to pick up the Thunder, and a lot of camps available for Xin Zhao. So definitely going to have to look out for Bakuda Uchichi. Or we'll go with that. As the Xin could be big this game.
Yeah, I'm wondering why Quaggart didn't flash there. I think maybe he thought he was out of range of the empowered Q.
Yeah, or not enough damage. It was close.
That was just a lot of surprise. I think Quaggart was a little caught off guard there. I didn't think he would be taken down. But that is 3 early kills, like you said, for Northeastern, and 2 of them crucially on the jungle. So Bokuto will just have so much presence in this game here now.
Yeah, real chance to throw your weight around as Xin Zhao, and likely going to happen at the upcoming Grubs, which will be spawning here shortly. And with all those kills over on the top side, you have an early lost chapter on Karma. Just saw Quaggart taking a pretty big Mantra Q. Again, Karma really strong early on. I'd say a Grubs fight head-on, pretty scary for Miami. Northeastern, much stronger composition at this point of the game. So curious to see if Evil Lobster maybe gets away from the Grubs and tries to go for the trade, or if Miami thinks they can win this fight.
Yeah, you mentioned the items. Xin Zhao already having a tunneler too, which will provide a lot of damage.
Yep.
Hiccup really low. Actually, I think there might have been a scuffle in the bot lane as Hiccup expended both summoners, the heal and the flash, and is forced to back. But Wukong having the Sheen, that's going to help empower a lot of his abilities, especially on that Q2. But we see Northeastern just pathing towards the Grub, and Bokuto is going to start him up, trying to take an early 3.
Yeah, and I mean, unfortunately for Miami, I think this is just the call. You have to drop this with how strong Xin is at the moment. That said, Evil Lobster just wrapped up his second clear, full clear, but is late to the Dragon. So this can't be a straight-up objective trade. Going to have to be taken on the retake here. As meanwhile, top lane, looks like we missed a solo kill. Final boss takes down Jisung.
Yeah, and it looks like Xin Zhao is funneling up to Final Boss. Final Boss really low, forced to flash, but will get under tower safely. Meanwhile, Quaggart's taking a heavy trade here in that mid lane, getting real low by the hands of Utopia Soldier. Bliss is going to find a really good Deadly Flourish onto that Hui, but there's no more follow-up as we see Evil Lobster and Phantom getting ready to take down this Dragon.
Dragon to be picked up a little bit later than the Grubs, but I mean, honestly, really big. It looks like the wave was frozen top up against Final Boss, but the fact that he picked up that solo kill still should be small item advantage for the Ambessa, as Jack's still catching up, but that was a big kill from Final Boss to at least try and turn things around on the top side, which, again, early on after that first skirmish, Northeastern ones that picked up a lot of the kills and should have been stronger, but Final Boss able to find a big play.
Yeah, Final Boss, a really high-level player, you know, just in the game of League of Legends. But we see Evil Lobster is
Oh,
here
hold
on
on.
the bottom. Phantom's going to go fishing. Will find it onto the Nami. She's going to be bursted down real fast. And Lord Bongbong is picking up a kill. Bliss chasing down, seeing if he wants more. But we'll just back on out of that one. A great play from Evil Lobster and a great hook by Phantom to find the kill onto Hiccup.
Yeah, of course, Evil Lobster, access to 6. Phantom, proactive flash, finds the Nami and turns that fish into some sashimi. So, well done for Evil Lobster. And Bonk Bonk going to be able to keep the wave pretty close. Looks like he denied the cannon creep if he stepped forward to block the deadly flourish. And able to stop Jin from picking up that gold. And Miami, a couple good steps for them in terms of stabilizing this game, Rhythm.
Yeah, like I said, Final Boss, one of these strong points for Miami University, but being able to solo kill the top laner of Northeastern when the wave's in a bad state, when you're down, when you've been killed already in this game, that's a good sign of things if you're Final Boss on this Jax here.
Yeah, and again, Jack's real potential to take off in this game. I spent some time talking about some of the positives of the Northeastern comp as this one scales, goes later on. I think Jack's going to be really strong this game. That magic damage from the Karma shouldn't be too relevant. And, you know, when you have that Counter-Strike going up against a Xin, a Jin, and an Ambessa, which you've already managed to set behind a little bit, real potential for Final Boss to try and take over this one later on as Jax always scales really hard. And again, important that Northeastern able to keep this game pace moving quickly and moving in their favor, because as time goes on, the scaling of this game a little bit questionable. Of course, we have a few curveballs being thrown out in terms of the double mage lane and also a Karma mid. Not always used to seeing that one, so we'll see what ends up happening. But do think that some of the scaling elements, it kind of depends on who gets some gold, but at least for the Jax, for sure can be in his favor.
Yeah, I just want to shout out Phantom here too. Did a great job at denying and clearing some vision in the tri-brush down in the bot lane before that fight happened. But also, as we just saw, asserting some of his dominance near the Raptors of NU and was able to get some crucial vision and clear some. We see Final Boss of Ohio jumping onto Jisung. Won't get the Counter-Strike stun, but Bokuto is here. Evil Lobster, we have a 2v2. Evil Lobster going to start battling Bokuto a little bit. Will have to flash.
Ooh.
Bokuto diving in.
Karma's here.
Utopia Soldier has paths up as well. Nice bomb from Quaker, but the ultimate from Bokuto will block some of that damage. Final Boss will get the tower kill onto Jisung, but both of them are going to go down by the hands of Bokuto Uchiha. That is a double kill for the Xin. That is now 4-0.
Yeah, nice move from Utopia Soldier. Had push, was able to make something happen on the bot side. Meanwhile, Tidal Wave thrown out by Hiccup, trying to defend maybe a potential engage from the Miami bot lane. Not able to connect with the Dredge line onto the support. And yeah, as you called out, Rhythm, that's a Sundered Sky now completed on the 4-0s in Zhao, as Kodo's pretty big in this game.
Yeah, that is a very strong jungler that, honestly, I wouldn't want to be messing with at all. But I just want to give props to Final Boss. Might be a little bit biased here, but in that situation, being able to pick up a kill onto the Ambessa. It's a little bit unfortunate that the Crescent Strike or the Crescent Sweep from Bokuto was up, whatever the ultimate is called, and that Quaker wasn't able to pick up the kill with that Inferno Bomb. Just really unfortunate, but Final Boss trading more with Jisung here in the top lane.
Yeah, we'll say a nice play from Northeastern as we see the wave state even, but Jisung up about a half a level against the Jax. That is quite nice. So well done here as Northeastern kind of able to flip that top side matchup and make sure that it's back in Ambessa's favor. Big if they are able to keep down the Jax. And meanwhile, bot side, Northeastern, their bot lane able to get that wave in. Gonna get a nice reset. Evil Lobster doing a good job getting some counter jungling in. But Miami, they have a double Trinity Force topside, and I think they really need to stall out this game and wait until both those items come in until they can start looking for more fights.
Yeah, and Northeastern in that time was able to pick up the second set of grubs, so they are sitting on 6 grubs, which will just provide so much pressure in this game in taking those towers. But I do want to point out, Lord Bongbong completed the Blackfire Torch. That is a, you know, once a wave gets going, there is no stopping, especially if it's in the hands of Lord Bongbong. So I'm curious to see if, you know, Miami with Phantom and Lord Bongbong are going to try to accelerate things here a little bit, you know, as this dragon is spawning here shortly in like 5 seconds.
At the moment, it is control for Northeastern over the bot side river, as they have both Nami and Xin here, and Phantom taking a reset. Looking to pick up some more wards, maybe a item off the reset, but it's coming in a little bit late, and it's just going to give full control over to Northeastern. Looks like they're going to see this one. So again, Miami really committing to the scaling. I think this is the right call. They don't have items completed yet, and fighting into the Northeastern team and what they have at the moment is pretty scary. So dropping the 6 grubs, dropping the second dragon is Northeastern about to even the score. It's expensive, but it has to be the right decision from Miami, just given what happened earlier on. It's a lead for Northeastern on the map and in the inventories, and Miami going to respect that.
Yeah, and during that dragon take, there was a little scuffle on the top side of the map. Flash is being used by Final Boss, and Evil Lobster was taken really low, but Jising was able to get under tower quickly enough and will be taken aback as Utopia Soldier, pathed up to provide a little bit of support, which leaves Quaggart some time to just free farm on this this mid tower. But we see Bokuto pathing over. Doesn't look like they're going to commit to it, but I mean, if this tower gets low enough, this 6 can just delete it once he sees fit.
Yeah, of course, after charge, able to find those deletions pretty easy. At the moment, though, Quaggart has to run for the hills mid. I think he's in trouble. See if we can get a peek. He's low mana, just flashed away from Xin Zhao. A fight bot too.
Phantom getting a hook onto Hiccup, turning her into Sushi one more time, and Quaggart was able to get out of there. We see a continued fight. Lord Bonk Bonk taking really low. Phantom missing the hook, crucially forced to flash. Bliss is following up, getting feared, but he can't escape. That is going to be another kill for Lord Bonk Bonk. Bokuto is here, but I don't think he can dive in. 3-man strong for Miami University, and that's going to be a positive trade for Miami.
Yeah, big play from the bot side. Of course, kept on talking about how Fan, the Xin, and the Karma are important, that Miami has some other members step up. Phantom doing just that. Big dredge line connects onto the Nami, and Bonk Bonk, credit to him, played the back half of that fight really well. Stepped into the brush so that Jin didn't have vision, and then once Jin was able to get in there, burned the flash, found the ult, found the fear, able to get out with his life and the kill.
Yeah, and crucially, Quaggart, when pushing up that mid lane, wasn't punished, and his life wasn't taken.
Yeah.
But still having that presence on the map, the Mega Inferno Bomb that could come in at any second, I mean, that's just a looming threat for Northeastern, but we do see a little bit of a trade. Utopian Soldier trying to root up Quaggart, will mix the Empowered Q, and Quaggart will satchel out. He is throwing the Mega Inferno Bomb, but Hiccup is here, to dissuade Quaggart from going in any further. Evil Lobster, though, lurking in that top bush of the river, will dive in onto Utopia Soldier and will ult. I don't know, he will
Big
pick up the kill onto Utopia Soldier, which will give Quaggart even more agency. The fight is still going. Bokuto Uchiha is here, getting an attack onto Evil Lobster, will dash forward, but I don't know if Quaggart has the sustained damage to do so. That Xin Zhao is so strong right now and has double buffs, but that is going to be a kill for the Northeastern jungler.
Yeah, Quaggart gonna intelligently respect that. Still, it's a 1-for-1, but a shutdown went over onto the shoulders of Evil Lobsters, so that Trinity Force is already completed. Was able to pick up a Thunder off that shutdown too. Definitely gonna help him catch back up to the Xin Zhao again. Talked a lot about scaling this game. Wukong, another really good scaling champion for Miami. So this 1.5K gold leader really hasn't grown for Northeastern. Important that Miami has been able to stabilize this game, especially we talked about, can't fight until the Trinity Forces get in. That's something that they've been able to hit now, and we'll see if Miami feels more comfortable taking more plays. There's a lot of flashes down on the map, and definitely something that, Phantom playing this Nautilus can look to punish with a flashless Karma and a flashless Jin sitting in his lane too.
There are no flashes for the side of Miami University. Meanwhile, Jisung on the Mbessa and Bokuto both have, that really powerful summoner for these fights. So I'm wondering if they'll try to assert their advantage. And really, I want to see Bokuto right now assert that flash advantage onto the members of Miami University. But we do see him taking the Rift Herald right now. And I don't know if Miami can really contest this.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to seed it again. As Miami, they've been very patient in terms of choosing what objectives they can contest. Again, Northeastern, credit to them that they have a stronger early game comp. They did a nice job of executing it, making sure that they have a fed Xin. Zin's way ahead of the curve at this point, but have also done a very nice job in terms of making sure that they are using their strength to secure these early neutral objectives. Getting the 6 grubs, that Herald with 6 grubs is going to pretty much be a guaranteed turret whenever they want to drop that. And with that Dragon spawning in 50 seconds, we'll have to see if Northeastern decides to drop it to sync that up. Drop it mid and try and utilize that for pressure to help with the Dragon as well, or if they try and save it and find a double crash in the side lane later on.
Yeah, every member in this game does have their first item complete. Crucially, it is the collector for the Jin. So those 4th shots, if a member of Miami is low,
Oh
Just going
yeah.
to deal so much damage. But, I mean, Phantom did complete the locket, so that's going to be a giant shield whenever there's a fight or a skirmish breaking out here in this game. But yeah, you mentioned that Xin, 5-0, really ahead of the curve, has the Sundered Sky completed, has a Tunneler, and has a pickaxe ready to be built into something else. Meanwhile, Evil Lobster sitting on his Trinity Force and Tabbies.
Yeah, the collector, we like to call the pop, it's a dopamine pop for sure, you know? When you find that execute, as of course someone, I believe it's below 10% threshold. Or no, it's less than that. Anyway, auto pop at the end of collector, which can help net you some kills, some bonus gold. So Jin getting some lethality from that item too, very happy as the lethality helps the abilities. Meanwhile, we have a fight mid. Karma went down and Bessa went in.
Final boss going to dive onto Hiccup. Hiccup forced to use the ult, but meanwhile, Jisung is doing so much damage to Evil Lobster. It's a little bit disjointed. We have two members. Jisung getting taken really low. That is going to be a kill for Quaker. Meanwhile, Hiccup and Bokuto are forced to back off, and Miami University is going to turn this into a dragon. Final boss of Ohio going to TP to match the Jin. Maybe he's going to flash and try to get some damage. I think he has the ability to. I see Blizz being taken down really low on the side of the screen, and Final boss will pick up the kill. That is 2 kills. That is 3 kills for Miami University alongside a dragon as well. Miami University set really far back in the beginning stages of this game, but they are clawing their way back.
I mean, I don't know how that fight started mid. I'm going to assume it was Evil Lobster finding a big cyclone, but Miami found Northeastern a little bit split at a couple different moments across the map rhythm, and were able to stay in rhythm as a team and actually pick up those kills. That TP from Final Boss, a big cross map to find the Jin too. And we kind of talked about, hey, what objective are Miami actually going to choose to contest? They were able to take that third dragon because they found kills before that set up and was able to spawn. And now we'll see if they feel more comfortable taking fights across the map, as Phantom going to find the Xin Zhao and going to try and sneak his way through the brush. I will say, the funny part about that last fight, the flash locket from Phantom to save Evil Lobster, I haven't seen a play like that in a while, but hey, I think it worked in that scenario there.
Yeah, Phantom, you know, he's an interesting player, makes some really great moves, though. I remember he played Blitzcrank for one of these games and used his ultimate to silence the second form of the ultimate from Ornn, preventing all the knockups. But it looks like Miami and Northeastern were posturing for a little bit of a Otacon angle there, but it looks like Bokuto and Jisung will just team up to take down the first turret. And we missed this earlier, we didn't gloss over it yet, but Northeastern does have the feats of strength, so they do have the upgraded tier 2 boots and have the option to upgrade to tier 3 as they see fit.
Yeah, likely won't see that for a while. Those tier 3 boots kind of bait. I will say, if anyone's going to upgrade it, can be very much worth it on the Karma Nami, as even just getting the empowered boots of Lucidity, it's a little bit bonus move speed when you connect with any of your abilities, which is really nice. So we'll see if there's any use of that as another turret falls top. Of course, 6 grubs for Northeastern, able to melt through these turrets. Last outer to go through is mid. They're grouped up here, but...
Yeah, it's 3v4 here in the mid lane, but I think Jisung was maybe looking for a seasoned assist angle, but, you know, not really there, so forced to back up. And yeah, they took the top tower. Utopia Soldier did that top outer. So, Northeastern, excuse me, just has a nice grasp of this game so far.
Yeah, going to be, I mean, it's nice for Northeastern to pick up some of those turrets. The mid one's going to be really tough to knock down. We'll see if they use Herald to do so, because going up against Ziggs Hui, it's tough to take turrets away from either of those champs. The fact they're on the same team together it makes the turret taking potential pretty tough here for Northeastern. But the fact they grabbed those 2 outers in the side lane, really nice. And now you can see Xin Zhao rotating mid. Looks like Herald being dropped. Expect that crash to come mid, and we'll see if Miami's down to defend.
Yeah, and these grubs are helping so much with taking those towers, but I'm interested to see when Miami has the chance of how they can utilize this Ziggs, move it around the map to maybe take some more towers. But Rift Herald getting popped mid. Going to get a charge, but no one taking it. Phantom getting a nice dredge line onto Hiccup. Hiccup's just going to get bursted down after using the ultimate. Evil Lobster trying to look for more, but won't. They're just going to take that one kill, take the Rift, and go about their day.
Good find from Phantom, though. Those dredge lines continue to be big as Hiccup falls. And Northeastern, again, like the siege mid, without the Herald didn't take the turret. They weren't able to hop in and find the charge, and it's so hard to, again, remove turrets from the Hui, from the Ziggs. I just don't think a play that's available for Northeastern. So, again, curious what they set their sights on. I think the winning formula for them, empower the Xin. He's still really far ahead in this game. Xin and Karma should sync up and go see what they can find across the map at the moment. But for me, with Miami buying time at the moment, it's decent for them. Again, it's still a little bit behind in this game, but we like their scaling with the champs like Jax, like Wukong. So any more time they can buy and try and scale in, also pay at 2 items, that's quite nice.
Flash from Evil Lobster
G-Sung.
using the ultimate to knock up G-Sung. It is 3-man strong. You have Final Boss Phantom and Evil Lobster here. The season assist will come out to maybe dash out, but Final Boss gets a critical stun from the counter-strike. G-Sung is just dashing all over the place. Meanwhile, the curtain call comes out from Blitz. It's laying down those huge shots onto Final Boss. The 4th shot, Phantom will block, but Hiccup using the ultimate, trying to find something. Final Boss going to leap out to safety. They don't have a turret here, though, and you can chase it if you want. But Lord Bonk Bonk using the teleport to dissuade Northeastern from following up any further.
Yeah, Bonk Bonk did TP down here with the Hui. Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. If Miami is able to control vision and kind of sit here, it's going to be really tough for Northeastern to walk into them. If they do keep the setup with the Hui, that said, Hui kind of walking closer to the mid lane to try and support that turret. Utopia Soldier was able to take that down. Quagert will clear the next wave. I don't love Miami resetting here. I think if they control the vision, it would be a pretty nice Dragon for them. But the fact they go for a reset gives Northeastern an angle to try and take it here.
Yeah, I think it's a little hard for Miami to... They expended so much in that fight in the bot lane that it's kind of hard to, you know, really get going and engage onto that Xin Zhao, who is so strong. But it looks like we have a 5v3 or 4 here at the Dragon Pit. And you posturing, they are going to start it up. Phantom on the top side of your screen looking in. Final Boss going to dash in. He's going to flash, get the 2-man stun. Meanwhile, there's so much going on. Bokuto Uchiha does have to pop the Crescent Guard, is taking less damage, but we know Evil Lobster onto Blitz will eliminate him. On the bottom of your screen, you see Ji-Sung taking down Final Boss Ovohao, who got so deep in, but Quager's going to pick up a kill in response. That is going to be a 1-for-2 for the side of Miami University right now, and they're going to start up this Ocean Drake, which should be theirs.
Yeah, a big difference in the fight for me. I know Final Boss went down, but that engage and just how much time he bought, how tanky the Jax was. It was so much that once the Jin was who was kind of separated, was assassinated by Evil Lobster, it didn't feel like there was enough damage for Northeastern to really get through the rest of the fight. So a little bit of a split fight from them. Again, I think they need to have the Jin grouped up with the team, with the Nami, so they can use the double Enchantress to peel for him, but can see some of the scaling starting to kick in for Miami as they win out of the fight, take the Dragon, and find themselves in a much better spot in this game.
Yeah, Hui sitting on 2 items. Final Boss and Evil Lobster both have the Sundered Sky completed as well. So that top side, that top side characters for Miami University are sitting really strong right now. But this Hui isn't going unnoticed. Liandry's and the Blackfire Torch and a needlessly large rod. That's just going to be so much damage, especially with a spiraling despair, where you do see Utopia Soldier picking up the Horizon Focus, 3 items. That's going to be, really hard-hitting empowered Qs from that Karma.
Yeah, it is worth noting, of course, Karma, you have the option to go with some supportive items later on, right? Synergize really well with your kit. Not the case right now for Utopia Soldier. That is a lot of damage that's going to be packed into these mantra Qs if they do connect. So we'll see if that ends up being big for Northeastern. Again, I think Northeastern, they played the map really well. They did a great job of taking objectives. They have more CS as a team. It's just that when Miami's grouped up, Northeastern has not responded too well to it. And it's made for a quite entertaining game 1 that we have here, Isaac.
Yeah, Miami University getting, these Dragon objectives off the back end of these fights, but they haven't converted any of these kills or any of these objectives into turrets themselves. Northeastern still has all outers taken, but Miami hasn't taken a single tower yet, and none of them really look too low right now. What they really want to do is have a nice team fight win. Oh, excuse me, Final Boss just proving me wrong, takes one at the back. Meanwhile, Evil Lobster diving in onto Hiccup. Phantom is here to support. I don't know if he's going fishing just yet, but the curtain call will come up. So much damage onto Evil Lobster, but Phantom and Lord Bonk Bonk are just forced to retreat. I think that's going to be a Baron or an Otacon look by Northeastern University. Final Boss does have the teleport, but is going to push in bot lane a little bit more. We'll see what happens here.
This is a really dangerous start. Baron debuffs your MR, so more magic damage going to be dealt by Bonk Bonk and the Ziggs. Good position, but Ambassa goes in.
Yeah, Season Desist landing onto Lord Bongbong, taking incredibly low, force to flash, but the Spiraling Despair onto the Ambessa does so much damage. Meanwhile, Xin Zhao is in the middle of the fight. The final boss of Ohio during this entire fight is just pushing in that bot lane. He got the outer turret and the second tier. Meanwhile, Quagger is dissuading Northeastern from taking anything further. They can't start this Baron up right now. They are all so low, and they have to match this Jax, which is just pushing in the base.
I gotta say, I mean, mixed feeds Frozen Isaac, so you're gonna take this one.
Oh yeah, it is incredible here. The sights are insane. Miami University really didn't have a great fight on their end, but were able to turn it into 2 towers from the split push of Final Boss. All the members of NU forced to back and reset. So MU has done the same. It looks like they're going to posture up for a Baron or for an Otacon right now that are on the map right now. We're 28 minutes into this game. It is an absolute thriller.
Yep.
Hiccup, I think fat fingering the ultimate there a little bit. That is a crucial ability down for the side of NU.
Yeah, a little bit of an oopsie there from Hiccup. Still potential to set up from Northeastern. They have mid-wave, so we'll see what ends up happening here. Miami's still kind of forced to catch. They are down 2k gold. The big thing is, I know that Baron and Otacon are on the top side of the map, but in 1 minute, Ocean Dragon is on the rifts, and it's a potential soul for Miami.
Yeah, MU on soul point. If they can pick up this Ocean Dragon, that will be such a beneficial, especially for a poke comp like this, which just wants to sustain on their end, but, you know, just chunk out the side of Northeastern. So I think both teams are going to look at this Dragon as the next objective that both teams really want to take off this map.
No, I think that's a good call, because Ocean Drake, the soul, it can sometimes be game dependent how powerful it is. This game really good as Evil Lobster walks in. He's going to get tagged. He's in trouble.
Quagger teleporting into the river, but there is so much going on. Miami University, the members are taking really low. Evil Lobster popping the R2. Utopia Soldier getting really low on the back end. Won't be taken down, but Phantom also going to get taken down by the 4-shot from the gym. Jisung using the Season Desist and pops the Blast Gun as well, putting Quagger in a really tough position, but does pick up a kill onto Utopia Soldier. NU has 4 men strong. They do spot Evil Lobster in that bush, but he is just forced to back off. I don't know if Evil Lobster can contest this. Will get tagged by one of the curtain call shots, gets slowed, and will be taken down. That is an ace for Northeastern University, and they're going to take this Dragon, keeping Miami University from getting the soul.
Big fight from Northeastern with 4 living. They can take more after, as final boss on the Jax kind of got stuck, went down early as it ended up being a split fight the back half. And with how big this Xin Zhao is in the game, that was really the first fight for Northeastern where they're able to find a way where they're just empowering Xin, allowing for Bakuda to really be the one that pushes forward in the fights and makes the difference. So that's a big Dragon as Soul is denied, and now sight set on Baron, final boss, cleaning up the top wave. I don't know if he's going to be able to get to this one fast enough, and there's no spite for Miami.
Yeah, TP is coming in from Miami University, trying to dissuade Northeastern from this Baron, but it is getting really low, and there is no jungler for Miami University. There is no smite steal happening here. Northeastern University will pick up the Baron. No fight is going to ensue. Phantom looking for a dredge line. Will find it onto Jisung, but there are only 3 members of Miami here. Meanwhile, Northeastern is 5 men strong. They will just back out and reset. That is a crucial pickup for the side of Northeastern University. Yeah,
big win for Northeastern as they end up securing the Baron. We'll see what they can get with all the inners still standing on the map. Goal with Baron always to, knock those down and try and take an inhibitor. See Northeastern able to hit those checks, but a couple good fights from them and really started to see some of the strength too. We mentioned the fact that there is a Jhin in the game, the traditional marksman, right? It really does favor Northeastern later on. Also, Ambessa, I know that Jisung has been set behind at points in this game. It was a really nice public execution to get the back line of that fight and made a big difference for Northeastern. Oh my, that Karma Q did a lot.
Taking down Lord Bongbong to almost no health at all, but Evil Lobster getting caught out again.
Oh, he's in stock.
Bokuto Uchiha getting really deep in, will get taken down low, but the members of NU are trying to burst down this turret. Mega Inferno Bomb coming in, taking Jisung down really low. Bliss as well. Northeastern is on the back foot. Miami University does have the health bar advantage, and they are 5-man strong. I don't know if they have one of those really good engage tools, but it looks like both teams are just going to back off. But I just want to point out, Bokuto on the Xin Zhao, level 17, a higher level than anyone else in this game except for Quagger, who's been split pushing this entire game. But Miami University still can't just find these advantages where they can push towers or any of these objectives right now.
Yeah, I mean, forced to respond to Baron on the map. The fact that they got Northeastern to reset, though, with Baron up is a win for them, right? You're stalling out the Baron where you can empower these waves. We talked about taking turrets. The goal is to take down an inhibitor. They've yet to take an inner, and that's because Miami was able to stall them out there. So Zin, I think, went a little bit too far forward in that fight, did end up getting stuck, and as they return mid, you can still see the Hui Ziggs. It's so tough to take structures against them. Even with Baron, Northeastern still struggling to pressure the center turret.
Yeah, Miami University has so much wave clear, and we can see the Baron lead for Miami University. It really hasn't done, or sorry, for Northeastern, really hasn't done anything. In 3 minutes, they're down they're down almost 1,000 gold that they could have gone from utilizing this Baron, but they are going to be able to siege and push up on this second tier turret in the mid lane. Meanwhile, we see Ji-Sung split pushing on the top lane against final boss of Ohio.
Yeah, so Northeastern going to Baron up 2 waves again. Points went out all right. And No Hiccup, always very highly ranked player on the Challenger ladder. So assume that her and the rest of Northeastern being on the same page, good to see. As they're going to take over that top side jungle and might set their sights on this top inner turret. Again, just trying to continue to knock down the inners.
So
I got to say, that Karma was pretty far up. I would have liked if Phantom maybe dropped the dredge line. I think that it's still playable here.
I don't know if Phantom had the angle there with the terrain.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would have also liked to see the same thing here. But it looks like Northeastern is just going to put some pressure on this tower and back up. Only objective on the map right now is the Otacon. The sole point, Drake, for Miami University is coming up here in a minute. But I think maybe Miami University will just start up this Otacon. There's not really... Northeastern doesn't have the numbers. They're all resetting right now, and they will start it up. Utopia, I believe, does spot them. Pings are coming out, and Bokuto does look like he's pathing up towards.
Yeah,
but I don't know if he'll get here in time.
No, this is definitely down, and it's going to spawn the flowers. That's big. They grant extra experience from behind, which Miami definitely is. So the fact that they get a clean Otacon, actually a really nice win for them. Now let's see if they can get out.
In addition to that, the Otacon does empower the effects of all the Drakes that they have been stacking in this game so far. Soul spawning in 30 seconds. I believe Miami's just probably going to reset here and path their way towards here. Cubby, I'm spelling a big team fight right now.
I gotta say, I still think that Ocean Soul can really break this game. Miami, they don't have to contest this one if they don't want to, and that looks to be the call at the moment as Final Boss has continued to split push. Evil Lobster's hovering on the top side, so Miami likely just to drop this Dragon as Northeastern. They see 2, they want to go. Quager gonna be forced to flash.
Quaker getting caught out, will be forced to flash, but gets so much CC onto him by NU and will be taken down. Meanwhile, Evil Lobster and Final Boss of Ohio are pushing in the base.
Oh, they're keeping back.
The only way there to match them, but the Karma does so as well. Final Boss of Ohio in the picture-in-picture is forced to back up, but they're doing so much damage onto Ji-Sung. Meanwhile, over here, Phantom is getting stunned up by the Jin and the Nami.
Oh, and Bessa lived!
Soldier will find the kill onto Jax, as well as the kill onto Final Boss, or for Evil Lobster. That is 3 kills for Northeastern University and a stop of the base push. Meanwhile, Bliss and Hiccup are still here pushing in this base for Miami University, and I don't know how Phantom and Lord Bonk Bonk can match this. Phantom doesn't really have an angle.
And Bonk Bonk just has to do his best to clear the waves, which is all right there. That play on the bot side was actually quite close, as it was a clutch TP from Utopia Soldier. Those shields from Karma, important to keep the Ambessa alive. A nice turn from Ji-Sung on that one. Able to not only get the kills, but also stay alive. That's really big for Northeastern as their power play continues. Top side of Miami down for 20 more seconds. Is Jin going to catch the R, but should be okay.
Oh my gosh, that is so much damage going on to Bliss. Does get away from the Mega Inferno bar. But during all of that action, Northeastern, Bokuto was able to pick up that 3rd Ocean Drake. So both teams sitting on Soul Point. But I don't know if we'll see another Dragon spawn in this game, as Northeastern will take out the bot lane inhibitor turret. Bases are kind of even right now, both of them with 1 inhibitor exposed, no inhibitors taken down. But Northeastern does have the advantage with this really low inhibitor turret here in the mid lane.
Final Boss just spotted Zin on the reset, so Miami's spending time to try and retake the bot side jungle. I will say that if they fully committed to the top side, maybe there was a look to take control over Baron early on. Again, Ziggs Sway, you mentioned all the poke earlier, Isaac, which Miami, that's what this comp wants to do. You got to take vision and then sit in it. So the fact that Miami has mid control and are able to take full control over the Baron side, now it's going to be really tough for Northeastern to actually walk in and check these brushes. You got to walk through Ziggs, walk through Hui, and yeah, that Ziggs is hitting pretty hard at this point of the game.
Yeah, one Q from Ziggs poking out Bliss for almost a third of the HP bar, but we do see Final Boss of Ohio does have the TP advantage over that Mbessa and will push in the bot lane as MU is posturing to defend this Baron. But meanwhile, Bokuto will go in, gets CC'd by Phantom. Hiccup, a great ult coming out through, but there's like Phantom's just soaking up all the damage. Lord Bonk Bonk just assassinates Hiccup in the back end of the fight, but Utopia Soldier is dealing so much damage to Quaker. Bokuto is going to get low.
Down.
He is going to be taken down by Evil Lobster. That can be a Baron for the side of Miami University if they want, but it looks like they want more kills. Utopia Soldier being the target here now. Mbessa going to public execution in. Bliss getting a huge pop onto Lord Bonk Bonk, but I don't know if MU really wanted to look at that. Final Boss of Ohio is here now, forced to use the Zanyas, but doesn't get a stun from anywhere. Jisung is here. Final Boss Phantom forced to retreat, but I don't know if they can really get out of here. Jisung on the prowl, dodging the Deadly Flourish crucially from Final Boss, but they're just going to continue chasing. Final Boss popping the Counter-Strike, but Phantom with the hook will get Jisung. Evil Lobster is here to support, but that is going to be a fight for NU versus MU, and that's going to be a 2-for-2, I believe, on the back end overall.
I mean, in the end, that's what we like to call a forever fight, and that's kind of why we think Ocean Soul is so valuable this game, because no one really has real damage to actually get through the enemy teams, as both teams in their own way took very defensive comps. I will say we talked a lot about scaling and some of the scaling the top side that Miami has. Didn't mention the Ambessa scaling, and I know that Jisung has had been focused early on, has had a couple of nice bounce backs later on with Ambessa at 18. Really starting to see what happens when you get the Beyblades rolling, as Ambessa is doing a lot of damage in these fights. Was the big difference maker when Jisung was able to join that one. We'll see if that ends up being the case later on. Again, if these public executions connect, that is a free ticket into the back line, one that is really tough for Miami to deal with.
Yeah, and folks, we are 40 minutes into this game, and this is just
game
one of at least 3. So this is a really exciting series as we see Miami posturing some pressure into the mid lane, maybe looking for a Baron, while Final Boss of Ohio put some pressure on the bot lane. Meanwhile, Utopia Soldier in the picture, taking Final Boss really low. I think he might actually go down here. There is so much damage. He will use the Counter-Strike and Leap Strike into there, but Utopia Soldier being taken really low. Oh my gosh, Final Boss of Ohio being able to pick up a kill onto Utopia Soldier. That is so crucial. Miami University going to turn this into a Baron if they can.
Yeah, he has TP. A huge dodge from Final Boss on one of the Qs from Karma was the difference maker in that 1v1. Is Miami going to buy time to try and get the Jax there? The Final Boss going to keep on pushing as they have Northeastern stuck between two plays. Control ward for Phantom if he wants to drop it on the Baron that would spot a ward. Yeah, they just spotted it from Northeastern, so they know what's going on. 35 seconds till Soul. This is a bit of a risky one, but they have it low.
Yeah, but Northeastern did reset their jungler
TP from behind.
Their top laner. But there's not much damage coming through from Miami onto this Baron. Meanwhile, they will find Hiccup. I think Hiccup's just dead to rights here by Phantom and Final Boss. And will, I think, flash away and escape. But Miami does pick up the Baron, and I think we'll try to turn this into a Cloud Soul, or sorry, in an Ocean Soul if they can after they push some waves out.
Quagert has TP. Karma will also have TP when she spawns here in a couple seconds. Says it's coming down to a Soul. Soul on the table for both teams. It could be a valuable one this game with how much poke is in the game and how defensive both comps are. So really important objective coming up here.
It is 5v5 here, posturing around this Drake pit. Jisung on the back end could look for a public execution angle, but meanwhile, Bokuto is just going to walk in. He is so tanky and so strong right now.
It's a big root.
Miami University trying to poke out a little bit. Does get a huge chunk onto Utopia Soldier. A Deadly Flourish will find the clone of Evil Lobster, but Miami University are using their poke comp to the full advantage. Oh my gosh, a huge Mega Inferno Bomb by Quagert. Meanwhile, Bokuto will go in along with Jisung, and Jisung will find the execution onto Lord Bonk Bonk. Jisung with a crazy play there, finding a crucial kill. That means Final Boss of Ohio is also down. Evil Lobster trying to find something onto Jisung, but that
oh my gosh, Mbessa
is so tanky. Phantom finding a hook onto Bokuto, but Miami, they don't have their way or their Jax here right now. Evil Lobster on the back end behind the pit, could look for a steal, will flash in. He is going to find the steal. Evil Lobster with the great flash in will find the steal onto the Ocean Soul. That'll be Ocean Soul for Miami University. It doesn't matter if they die here. Quagert can just back and reset.
I don't know.
That is 4 members down from Miami University. Northeastern is just going to find and try to stop this Ziggs from backing, but will pull it off.
I mean, it's at least an inhibitor that's going to fall here as everyone's up. Quagert's going to do his best. The wave clear has to live, though. It's going to be 6 seconds on Lord Bonk Bonk. As, it actually picks up the Karma in the back half.
That Mega Inferno Bomb was massive, picking up Utopia Soldier. That means once the members of MU are here, they have so much more agency to just really get in. Lord Bonk Bonk is up now. That is so much AP from Quaker on that Ziggs and from Lord Bonk Bonk on that Hui. Bliss getting really low, and Hiccup and Jisung are forced to retreat from now.
Oh, I mean, what a banging game. Frankly, I gotta say, 2 inhibitors down. If anyone can survive it, it's gotta be a team with Ziggs Hui and now with Ocean Soul to boot. That's gonna make a big difference later on. Oh, Jin actually had the base stop. Jack's not gonna be able to chase, but could have been a big play. I gotta say, if Miami can survive this, I think that they're gonna be in an okay spot. It's just as this game goes on, Jisung is a massive problem on the Mbessa. Has been really big in these late fights.
Yeah, the public execution angle onto Hui at the very beginning of that fight, keeping MU from doing so much damage, was so critical. But I mean, Evil Lobster, what a great way to just clear out some vision, hide in the back end of that pit, and dash in and steal the soul for the side of the Redhawks.
Yeah. No, it's funny because Jisung used that to get on the Hui and into the back line first off, and then Evil Lobsters used the same trick and was able to win the flip on the Ocean Dragon. So significant. He was able to pick that up again. Advantage for the rest of the game, as no massive monster objective spawning here for a couple seconds. Miami doing their best to fix their lanes. Of course, 2 inhibs down means extra pressure heading their way every single wave that Northeastern spawns, but it does really feel like at this point of the game, it still could be a flip. It's whatever team kind of plays these fights better.
Yeah, Evil Lobster looking like NIU Fury out there. If you missed the game yesterday, NIU Game 3 versus EMU had 2 amazing steals onto the Rift Herald and Otacon with the Ivern, and that was just, the play by Evil Lobster was just so reminiscent of that. But like you mentioned, Cubby, this game is really on a knife's edge. Both teams could feasibly win or lose this game.
Yeah.
It just depends, like you said, who plays these fight better. And what I want to see the Redhawks do is use this soul, use the poke that they have, and really try to get Hiccup or Bliss out of one of these early fights. And then once Bokuto goes in, try to just blow him up.
I think that's a good call. If I had to pick one target that Miami could delete, I think Karma is actually the one. Like these shields, the ability for Karma to stall, it's been really significant in some of these fights. I mean, that or I will say deleting Ambessa from the map, but I don't think that's an option. I think they're just going to have to try and deal with Jisung the best they can. Again, Miami doesn't really have a traditional marksman this game, and we have seen with these public executions, Ambessa just eating up and feasting in the backline. So definitely a unique challenge for Miami to overcome this game, given that oftentimes Ambessa dealt with by those traditional marksmen. Not an option this game for Miami.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Jisung won't be getting exploded anytime soon. Excuse me. Does have the Death Stance, does have the Maw of Malmortius, will not be deleted, especially by this magic damage that we see from the side of Miami University.
Yep.
Meanwhile, they are posturing towards the Baron, which is spawning in around 50 seconds. The final boss of Ohio just doing what he does best, and is trying to split push more and get some pressure in this boss side for this Elder that is spawning in 2 minutes.
Yeah, he doesn't see everyone right now, so doing a nice job of being really careful. And at the moment, they don't have full info, but Jisung not showing on bot wave has actually made his way into that bot side embankment rush to mid. So again, might be looking to fish for a public execution. Will be spotted by Miami
will get
there.
Spotted out, yeah.
Yeah.
That is a crucial spot out for the side of MU, knowing where Jisung is, just hanging around this mid lane, which gives Final Boss, who has the TP right now, to just put some pressure on the bot side. I think we may have a base race here, Cubby, as Final Boss is just going to push this in. If MU can really stop and poke out NU, this might get really down to the wire here.
Baron has spawned. It's going to take a long time for Final Boss to get here. Again, there are no grubs, and he has to get through Super Waves. So it is late game. Jax can do it. He's got a Hull Breaker in his inventory, but Elder Dragon is going to reign supreme. Whoever picks up Elder, of course, the ability to breathe fire and take away the last 15 to 20% of HP bars is rather significant. So also worth noting, Miami, if they were going to pick that up, they do have the Otacons, so that Dragon buff also more powerful, as at the moment the Lamppost is what is quite powerful for Jax on the bot side. Final Boss does pick that up as Bliss has to flash from the dredge line. Good setup there from Phantom and a big cooldown taken away.
That is a crucial flash for the side of NU. But Miami University just, putting pressure. Final Boss taking the inhibitor on the boss side as soon as the Baron comes up. It is a 4v4 here in the mid lane. There is no Ambessa in this fight. So there is no soloing one of these members of MU. They're just going to try to poke them down a little bit, but I don't know if we'll see a fight just yet. But Elder is spawning up in 20 minutes, and like you said, I think whoever picks up this Elder Drake will honestly just pick up this game as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a banger game one, but it's going to all come down to this as things kind of on a nice edge here. Again, feels like whoever plays this one better can win, as Quagert blocks out the choke, but Northeastern able to enter through the river.
Phantom and Final Boss on the bottom of the scene are just going to go onto Utopia Soldier. They do find a look. Evil Lobster's taken really low, though. Utopia Soldier forced to use the Zonius. Hiccup getting taken down real low. Utopia Soldier on the back end getting low. Bokuto diving in. Meanwhile, the health bars of MU are just being deleted. Blitz will find the kill. Phantom getting stunned up by the Deadly Flourish. This Jhin is going crazy right now. That's going to be 3 kills picked up for Northeastern University. It was a great look by Miami, but they just didn't have the damage or the looks to take them down. Curtain Call on the back end will look for Quagger and Lord Bonk Bonk. NU knows where they are at this moment, but they could look for a kill onto Bokuto or Jisung, but they are going to try to stop the backs of Miami University while Hiccup puts some pressure in that mid wave.
They have TPs available. Bonk Bonk's trying to live. Bliss is going to sneak in here.
Bonk Bonk's stepping a little too far up, and Bliss just does so much damage. Quagger will get his back off and will get in the base, and will try to contest Utopia Soldier and Hiccup.
He can clear.
Bursting through these waves.
They can't end the game against Ziggs. Ziggs can wave clear. Going to ult the wave. That's going to be another one deleted. Needs to get rid of the cannon. As long as the creeps aren't here, the backdoor bonus will be up. I thought Northeastern there actually just should have melted the Elder Dragon. Now they're in a spot where they can't end against the Ziggs, and there are creeps in their base. They still should get the Elder for free. But
Super Minions
Northeastern could have played that one a little bit cleaner if they were able to manage. There's now a backdoor attempt coming in.
Quagger going to TP onto the Super Minions, getting so far in. I wonder if he saw something on the Nexus turrets where they were so low that he could just satchel in.
One.
And he does get a satchel. Meanwhile, Bokuto and Bliss are going to stop both Nexus turrets are gone. Miami University is trying to use the TPs. Lord Final Boss of Ohio just getting in there.
No way.
Trying to auto down the Nexus.
Way.
And Miami University will take game 1 in 50 minutes. What a game.
In the last 24 hours, I have casted 5 games of LPL and 6 games of NACL. This is better. This is a better end than all of them. I cannot believe that Miami actually got that one. Elder was ticking at the end. If that goes off, Jax dies. It is Northeastern's game. Last second, double TP. The satchel charge must have knocked down both turrets because I only saw one notification.
Right.
There is a way where you can satchel both. Was able to find it. Actually, somehow heist that game away as Ziggs does so much structure damage later on, and Quagert just said, hey, this game's looking bad. I'm going to TP in and see what I can do. Was able to actually help buy the space for Final Boss to find that game.
That was by far one of the best games that I've had the opportunity to cast. And the way that it ended, oh my gosh, Quagger with the intelligent TP, with the double satchel to take down the towers. I didn't know if Final Boss had it there or not.
I can only imagine the LAN pop-off that proceeded after that. That's a fun one to play in person, as, of course, all these guys in the same spot, the same place. And, I mean, what a way to kick off the series, the best of 5, the semis today on Saturday. That was quite the game, man.
I am out of breath. I need to get some water during our break that's coming up. I heard the pop-up. They're playing in the room next door. As soon as the Nexus exploded, the members of Miami University were up and screaming. The scenes are wild here. The scenes are absolutely wild.
Yeah, I mean, again, that was crazy. I could not believe they actually were able to heist that game away. Felt like Northeastern had that game won. Shout out to them. It was a huge bounce back from Jisung throughout that game, but of course was focused early on. Bliss on the gym was pumping out the damage and the utility by the end of it, but Miami get a little bit creative, able to find the backdoor win, and managed to heist away game 1.
Yeah, Miami University really was digging into the toolbox, trying to find anything that they could do to win that game. But that is only game 1 of at least 3 that we will see here today. We're going to go to a quick break. The players are going to talk about, some changes up for the next game, but we'll get game 2 between Northeastern and Miami University here to you shortly. Don't go anywhere. The ESC championships are happening right now. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the ESC League of Legends Conference playoffs between Northeastern University and Miami University. We just had an absolute banger of a game one, 50 minutes going the full distance, ended by a crazy satchel TP by Quegert on the Ziggs, getting both Nexus towers, and then final boss just TPing in there to follow up and take the Nexus.
Yeah,
Let's break it down,
I
Cubby.
I mean, I thought that Elder would end the game, but it was actually just a Ziggs Jax double backdoor, last chance, last ditch effort from Miami that, that Hail Mary actually hit. So that was kind of a miracle. In what was a back and forth game one, I feel like Northeastern, they were in a more winning position towards the end. It was a bit of a criminal ending, the fact that Miami actually got the win there, but it was a pretty back and forth game. Like both teams had winning plays and winning angles throughout. So looks like we might be in for a close series, much of what we expected coming into the day, Isaac.
Yeah, who really stood out to you? Because I mean, we've talked about this a lot, but Jisung really set back really far in the beginning
Yeah.
stages of this game, but by the end was getting crucial public executions onto Lord Bonk Bonk, onto Quigger, which helped Northeastern win a lot of those late game fights.
I think that was a big one for me. I was actually pleasantly surprised at how well the Karma played. That sometimes can be a difficult one to pilot in the mid lane, but I felt like Utopia Soldier did a nice job. In the back half, though, Evil Lobster, shout out to him. Really clutch secure on the Ocean Soul. That was also a. Like, if it wasn't for Ocean Soul and it wasn't for the back door, it would have been a double L, right? But
Absolutely.
yeah, respect to that. Then I felt like Phantom was really the one that got Miami into the game and got them some of those early wins. So I felt like the supportive pieces from Miami had a pretty nice game. The carries were able to play around it nicely and did some decent work themselves. And we'll see what ends up happening for the next one, because I gotta imagine a Karma first pick is something that you can run double mage into, but I don't think that we're gonna see the double mage be the answer for the entirety of the series from Miami. Gotta imagine that's gonna be some changes and adaptations being made from most squads.
Right, you mentioned Phantom finding he was just doing a lot for this Miami University team. In the early game, he got some really good hooks onto Hiccup, which helped Lord Bonk Bonk get a little bit more accelerated. But we also have to shout out Final Boss of Ohio. Constant pressure in the side lanes, which gives
Yep.
Miami so much agency around the Baron, the dragons that were spawning. I think he was one of the key reasons that Miami won this game.
He took that inhibitor that opened up the backdoor opportunity, so I think that's a nice shout. Was able to find a couple positive plays around him early on. So again, when a game goes that long, sometimes you just get good plays and good looks from everyone on the Rift. Definitely what it felt like from that game, and excited to hopefully see more. As did tease, of course, draft adaptations coming out. I gotta say, first time in a long time I haven't casted a Fearless game. So we're going to see what kind of, small tweaks and adaptations these teams can make. And it looks like we're opening with, instead of that Fiora band to open, it's going to be a Hwei band to open for Northeastern on the blue side.
Yeah, Northeastern does not like this way. We've mentioned this time and time again. 15-0 Lord Bonk Bonk against Northeastern when they first played. But NU has selected to go blue side for this next game. I think we might have had to back out of draft there for a second, but we'll get back into it here in a little bit. But yeah, some changes already being seen with that first ban of the Hwei.
Yeah, and I got to say, something that Bonk Bonk does play a lot in solo queue. I know I got the privilege to sit in with this team for a practice and kind of see how they operate and what's up. Shout out to Zach and the team for letting me do that. And I talked to Bonk Bonk and Phantom for a bit, and he's like, yeah, I play a lot of Way. Like, we've been trying to find ways to incorporate it into our matches. I think the next match they played it and they won a game in there. So kind of fun to see these guys cook up something that's a little bit unique to them, but definitely something that Bonk Bonk is good enough to execute. And saw some glimpses of it there as well.
Yeah, I think Miami has some really unique picks when you look at the entirety of the ESC. I don't know if I saw any other teams playing a mid lane Galio or playing this way in the bot lane, but we do see some of the same bands coming out from Northeastern. The Fiora and the Camille going to be targeted towards Final Boss. Meanwhile, the Seraphine, Lulu, and Aurora, same bands from Miami University in this game.
Yeah, last time around, we did see the Wukong plus Ziggs going into the Karma, so we'll see if that ends up being the case again. Of course, that Ziggs can be flexed between bot and mid if Miami wants to go for the same opener. Gotta imagine, I would like the Xin Zhao again for Northeastern. I feel like that sets up fine in the what's showing, but I think from there is where we might start to see some adaptations.
Yeah, Xin Zhao, I think, is going to be locked in here. Bokuto is just, I mean, I've seen his solo queue games, and he is he has a good time on this champion. Very strong,
Yep.
very skilled player, and that's going to be the Xin Zhao locked in. or sorry, we're hovering it right now. But it looks like we're just getting kind of a run back of our game one draft. We know we will see a little bit of a difference now that Hue is taken down, but so far, same picks.
Yeah, I'm kind of blanking what was grabbed next. I believe it was the Jin that was picked up at this point of the draft
Hmm.
into the Ziggs, but that's where they pulled the shift. I think Jin here is fine yet again. Really supportive, can play off well from both the Karma and the Zen, benefits from the shields, the move speed, and any sort of setup that you can get. But no, you teased a potential double mage bot lane, not from just one team, potentially two. Looks like they're at least going to threaten that here as Syndra locked in, something that, to my understanding, can be played by either Bliss or Utopia Soldier mid.
Yeah, Utopia had a really good showing on the Syndra yesterday against Kent State. At one
Okay.
point, 12-1, just a really strong player on a really strong champion right now. But it looks like Miami's going to hover over that Nautilus, which was honestly a really great pick for the Red Hawk team in that last game.
Yeah, it was nice for Phantom. Opportunity to engage, go in there from him on this Nautilus yet again. We'll say that with the Syndra, it was a double mage setup last game for Miami. They were a little bit magic damage heavy. Syndra, if you do want to play an AD mid at all, which is definitely not Quigert's forte, really tough to play picks like Lucian or Tristan into that. Syndra with a scatter has really positive interactions against those types of
Hmm.
champions. So for me, more likely to see the Ziggs mid, which frankly is quite vulnerable to Syndra, because every scatter that fishes on the Ziggs, that is a real chance for a kill threat. If you're able to close the gap, that is just the challenge for Syndra. So see if that ends up being the matchup we end up getting. That said, bans being thrown out. I'm curious if we see any respect paid towards the Jisung Ambessa. And yep, there it is. I feel like that was well deserved with how Jisung was able to play that last game.
Yeah, absolutely. And Northeastern throwing out two more target bans for the side of Final Boss. That is four bans of champions that Final Boss really loves to play, taking out all of that. But is Zareth getting picked up
Yo!
by the Redhawks? That is a pick that we have not seen yet this year.
It just got some buffs, a little bit of extra AP on the ratios, so scales harder with AP being built. But God, yeah, again, Xerath, this is a risky pick. You're playing into Karma's in. You make any mistakes, can be tough, but it is one of the few picks where you can actually outrange the Syndra with that Q. So we'll see if that can be something where they take advantage of. Also, have to see if it's going to be in the hands of Bonk Bonk or Quagert, as curious to see where that Xerath ends up going.
Yeah, and Bliss going to pick up, or sorry, this isn't going to be Bliss, but Bliss is going to lock it in. It is the Jace that I assume will be for Jisung up in the top lane.
Yep.
Miami, once again, giving the counter pick to Final Boss of Ohio as Northeastern locks in the Lux. So I assume Hiccup will be on the Karma, Bliss on the Lux with the Syndra in the mid lane. But it looks like Northeastern, a lot of their damage dealers are really magic heavy. Aatrox being
They
hovered
are.
here.
It would set up well for an Aatrox. I mean, stuff like Mob, like Visage synergizes really well with Aatrox's kit if that wants to be the pick for Final Boss. It's not the easiest lane into the Jace, and did see Jisung have a pretty good game that last one, or could go for the Mundo. This pick, there's no marksman. That this outscales the game. I will say, like with no marksman in this game, going up against Syndra, Lux, Karma, nothing kills Mundo later on. So Final Boss, like that's kind of the ticking time bomb in favor of Miami. If this Mundo gets rolling, gets going, again, you beat this pick through marksman, and there is no marksman that exists in this game. So a very peculiar draft yet again. I feel like the Mundo's a nice game breaking pick there on 5. We'll see if Final Boss can execute.
Yeah, the draft philosophy coming from the Redhawks is completely different from what we've seen before. Final Boss on a tankier matchup here in the top side is really out of character for him. But yesterday NIU played a lot of this Mundo and really to great success.
I mean, look, if I'm on Final Boss's team and I look at their team and my top laner says pick me Mundo, I'm insta locking that thing. He can play Mundo into this team, whatever he wants. I don't care what we're used to playing. I really feel like Mundo is that game breaking going into this draft, and we'll see if Final Boss is able to make it happen.
Yeah, and as we all know, Mundo goes where he pleases. So we'll see what Final Boss can do on this pick as we get into game 2 here soon. But I mean, yeah, this draft, I really like it from the Red Hawks. I'm interested to see how this Xerath performs, especially going into the Syndra. I don't know if I've seen Quegert play this before, but it kind of fits into his style of play, really.
Yeah, again, Quager, he likes the control mages, likes the artillery mages too, is going from Ziggs to Zerath, those skill shots were nice and warmed up in the first game. Now, going from bouncing bombs to hitting those Qs, going to be really big. Also, like, always important, you hit the skill shots on Zerath, and did have the choice of counter against Zerath, did see some buffs, so want to see a lot of AP built. I think that's going to be the major key here, as those AP ratios did get buffed up for Zerath, and he is a bit of a solo queue menace, because if you don't go to his lane and interact with him, he can be a massive problem later on. And that's going to be really where my eyes go. I want to see that Syndra Xin Zhao really try to attack this Zerath mid, because he is immobile and can be punished.
But here we are loading onto the Rift for Game 2 between Northeastern against Miami University in the semifinals of the ESC Conference Playoffs. Quager taking the first strike along with Lord Bonk Bonk, trying to get some early and aggressive trades, trying to build up some gold. What else do you see, Cubby?
Yeah, I mean, double first strike for sure. A little bit interesting, I will say. Grasp on the Mundo, standard, but not the easiest to proc into the Jace. Again, final boss, it's going to take him a little bit of time to get going in this game and in this matchup, but once Mundo gets that Visage, he does become a problem. And again, I really, really, really like the Mundo pick in this game. Also, like the skin pick as well. Shout out to Corporate Mundo. Final boss is here to take care of business.
I do love the corporate Mundo up in the top lane, but we do see a nice early trade in the bot lane. Phantom was hiding in the bush, but Lord Bonk Bonk on the back end was able to get some first strike procs, was able to get some early gold. But Quager taking a lot of damage while trying to clear this wave here. Utopia Soldier getting a nice health lead early on in this mid lane.
Yeah, looks like he was trying to delete the wave, maybe drop a protective ward, trying to help out his jungler. Of course, we do have matched clears, as we like to say, with both junglers moving their way up towards the top side again this game.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to get that same scuffle up near the scuttle like we experienced in the first game, where we saw really the catalyst for Bokuto taking over the game for NU early on.
Yeah, I think that's a good shout, and definitely one of the different textures of this game. Of course, it's Xin Karma, but this time it is the Karma support, so Xin, a big benefactor out of getting those shields and having that supportive mid laner. We did see a big win on the top side of the map early on for Northeastern, if you can rack your brains back all the way back after that 45-minute banging game we had in game 1. But it was the Xin Karma that did get off to a hot start, with Xin being 4-0 early on. So again, still have that ability to have that interaction in this game. Just gonna not happen with the mid jungle duo early on. Gonna have to wait for support and jungle to find themselves later on and team up to make that happen.
Yeah, Bliss and Hiccup getting some really nice poke onto Lord Bonk Bonk here in the beginning stages of the game. But everything's it's really even so far, except for that bot lane. I mean, Lord Bonk Bonk's taking these heavy trades, getting poked out like we just see, already down 10 CS, but everything seems to be level here everywhere else. But we do see a little scuffle near the scuttle, like I mentioned. Final boss, honestly, like on a quarter health right now, getting low, and Evil Lobster just forced to back off while Bokuto takes the crab.
Yeah, and I mean, this is going to be definitely some of the difficulties in the Mundo early on. Good job by Jisung to actually freeze that wave, putting a lot of pressure on the final boss. And because of that match clear, losing lanes at the moment for Miami, it does look like it's going to be a double crab for Bokuto on the Xin. So not the same start in terms of kills as we saw last game, but still able to find some positives for his team by going towards a winning lane and managing to win out on that skirmish, which is very winning for the Jace early into the Mundo. So I feel like it was good pathing from Bokuto to go towards the lane that he feels like he can get the crab, and because they won that skirmish and Evil Lobster was there too, ended up getting both.
Yeah, not too much action happening on the map here. We saw Phantom looking for a little bit of a hook onto the members of Northeastern, but wasn't able to find it. But I think Miami University, I think if they play this slow, it'll be to their benefit. Because you've mentioned this before the game. If that Mundo starts stacking this health, starts stacking that MR, it'll be one of those unkillable tanks that, the Syndra, the Lux, the Karma will have such a hard time getting through, and will provide a great opportunity for Quager and Lord Bonk Bonk to just lay down some damage. But we do see Hiccup roaming up to the mid lane to see Quager, but I think Quager's just going to chill under tower for a little bit here.
And Quaker doing his best to pick up some farm. Does look like it's going to be the tier option on the Xerath, so opting for some defense against the Syndra to try and defend against getting popped, something that he will have to be worried about if the Syndra's able to find him. And Utopia Soldier, as you highlighted, was a big Syndra game yesterday against Kent State. Good sidestep there by Quaker. Yeah, that scatter, if it hits, would have been a kill. But yeah, it was a big Syndra game, and so yet again, early lead here for Utopia Soldier. Going to get Quaker to base early post TP, so that's very nice.
Yeah, I think this tier is a really good purchase from Quaker. Xerath, one of those champions that utilizes a lot of mana and eats it up really quickly. But meanwhile, Phantom going to try to find a hook. Doesn't see it, but the autos of Nautilus will root up Bliss. Bliss being taken up really low. Will find the root onto Lord Bonk Bonk, forced to flash while the Ignite is ticking. It will just get to safety under turret. But that is a lot of summoners, crucially for Northeastern down right now. And not Lord Bonk Bonk, but Miami University can posture towards this first dragon of the game.
Yeah, good take from Miami. Hiccup was roaming to ensure the Grubs go to the way of Northeastern, which looks to be the case. Evil Lobster going to trade out the first dragon. So some of the things from the first game that took place ending up being the same here in the second game. As we did see the 3 Grubs traded for the first dragon. Looks to be the plan for both teams yet again.
Yeah, and lanes are pretty still even. Not much like breaking action of this game yet. But like you mentioned, Northeastern will claim the first 3 Grubs of the game, while the Redhawks will pick up the Chemtech Drake with the Hextech on deck in 5. I wonder what kind of soul we'll get in this game, because honestly, what I was thinking is that the Redhawks lack a lot of mobility too, especially on this Xerath in the Mundo. So if there's a Cloud Soul in this game, I could see the Redhawks playing towards that. But they are setting up for a dive onto that Mundo.
Top.
Xin Zhao is there with Ji-Sung, and they will pick up a kill onto the Mundo, but the turret trade will get back on Bokuto. So that is a crucial pickup for Final Boss of Ohio, but Ji-Sung is now able to just take 2 turret plates and almost get a 3rd one as well.
Yeah, Jace going to get something, but still Final Boss, the fact that he traded that kill back, that's about the best that he could have done, as he was stuck under that turret. Do like the fact we're diving the Mundo. Again, this is a pick that Northeastern, they have to slow down in this game. Mundo going to be way too big and way too big of a problem later on. Just the comp that we have, again, with the mage-centric games that we've been getting, it's so tough for them to play this one out later on.
Evil Lobster
game matters a lot. As Evil Lobster, that's
forced to flash away from the Binding Light from the Lux. I'm not too sure what Evil Lobster was doing there, but did get spotted out on that ward where Hiccup and Bliss were able to provide some damage. But Lord Bonk Bonk still here, just clearing the wave, poking out Phantom, looking like he wants to get some sort of a hook here onto Hiccup. Meanwhile, on the top side, Final Boss is pushing up that top tower. Does have the double Giant's Belt. Warmogs will be completed here soon.
If Final Boss has the choice between the Warmogs and the Heartsteel first, of course, Heartsteel gives you those stacks. Can be nice. Meanwhile, miskill mid. Utopia Soldier must have found that big combo on the Cinder as Quaker falls.
Yeah, and Utopia Soldier still has half a health bar yet, but meanwhile, Ji-Sung is going in onto Final Boss of Ohio, but that Mundo is just so tanky. It's going to be so hard to kill it by yourself. But that is a huge pickup for Utopia.
Yeah.
The flash was expended by both mid laners, but with the kill, the Syndra is able to pick up the Blackfire Torch, which will help accelerate that mid laner in this game for Northeastern.
On those TPs coming back, Quaker actually might be under threat too. That early scatter could connect in the lane, then chunk out the Xerath. I gotta say, flashless mids should be a target for both teams now, as...
Phantom finds a good hook onto Hiccup. Lord Bonk Bonk did get hit by the Lux Binding Light and by the ultimate, but Hiccup is taking incredibly low. I wonder if Phantom can get this, but a bomb coming in from Lord Bonk Bonk, supplemented by the Dredge line by Phantom, will pick up the kill. That is crucial for that bot lane of Miami University.
Yeah, nice synergy from these two. Happy for them, as I gotta say, when I sat in with Miami's team in practice, I was actually really impressed with how well their bot lane talked together. That's a role where early on, you got to teamwork in the lane. A lot of times comms just to plan, what you're doing and how. I was really impressed with, again, these two guys, about mid to high diamond players trying to climb higher. The fact that they had that down as a team, that showed their work was going good early on. And oh boy, looks like Xerath got involved in that kill. Quaker able to chip in. Nice, he's going to get that assist gold.
Yeah, that is a big pickup for the Redhawks because that gets them the feat of warfare, denying that from Northeastern University. Northeastern did get the feats of strength in that first game, still lost. So I think if the Redhawks can get this feat of strength early on in this game, that'll maybe create a little bit of a shorter game and a more convincing win for the Redhawks. But I mean, this NU Husky team is so strong that you can never count either of these teams really out until the end.
If you caught game one, that definitely rings true in the end. That definitely felt like game one in the nutshell, what you just said, Isaac. That said, that's what the Mundo pick is so interesting to me, because it feels like, after that very close back and forth game one, where we really did see, regardless of what I think as an analyst about the game, the scaling, just the team that played better in the end won, as Miami kind of heisted that one away from Northeastern. So maybe that fact wasn't true for game one. Regardless, in a close series, I think that no matter what happens to this game, no matter who's better or how good the teams are, Mundo breaks the game in the end. So we'll see if Final Boss is able to really hit that mantle later on, as, again, 6 drubs were given over to Northeastern. And I think that's important because they have to speed up this game.
Yeah, the Redhawks were hiding in that tri-brush, trying to find a pick onto Bliss or Hiccup, as the Dragon is spawning here in 20 seconds. They won't find it, but it looks like we have a huge fight spawning in the mid lane as Quaker is taking kind of half health, but I believe that it was a Mega Inferno Bomb from Lord Bonk Bonk, picking up the kill onto Utopia Soldier. So that is 2 kills for the Ziggs that is really enjoying his time in this game right now.
Yeah, I mean, Bonk Bonk, he got the tip assist from Quager with the ult and says, oh, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours too, right? Throws a Super Mega Inferno Bomb mid and was gifted with the kill. So feels good for the Ziggs, as the double mage, again, is trying their best to scale into the game here for Miami. Still going to be a game of dodge skill shots with these squishies, as the Lux Syndra, the reach that they can have, they have a lot of CC. Whereas Miami, with their double mage, is going to need the combo with the CC of their team. As Hiccup.
Lord Bonk Bonk finding a great hook onto Hiccup. Lord Bonk Bonk putting in so much damage, doesn't have the Mega Inferno Bomb. The Ignite isn't going to bring Hiccup down just yet. Is at single-digit health. Is at 14 right now. Lord Bonk Bonk just trying to pick up a kill before Bokuto gets here. Phantom trying to just provide some CC for Lord Bonk Bonk. Great satchel to knock away. Missing the strike from Bokuto. Won't have the dash available to get in there. And that was great play from Phantom and Lord Bonk Bonk to dissuade Bokuto from getting further in. Lord Bonk Bonk taking incredibly low by the ultimate from Lux. But this bot lane this is crazy things happening here in the bot lane.
Yeah, I do think that Bokuto dropped that E a little bit early, because you can use it to play around with a satchel charge. Of course, it was an ice satchel from Bonk Bonk to knock the Xin away, but if you save the E, sometimes you could use it to get on the other side of a satchel charge if it's thrown out poorly. I think using it immediately guaranteed the fact that the Ziggs could kite it out. While all that was going on, we did have some questions answered on the top side. It was I should say we returned to live. Dragon yoinked here by Evil Lobster, so two dragons secured, and Xin stuck. Gonna have to maybe flash out, but Evil Lobster.
Turret plating will soon fall.
Evil Lobster getting a great steal onto that Drake, but I don't know if he knew that Hiccup and Bliss were there. Was trying to find trying to find more onto Bokuto Uchiha. But even though he gets killed, that is the second Drake going for the Redhawks, and it looks like we're going to have an Infernal Soul this game. That will be huge for both of these teams, especially on these mages that just want to pump out so much damage. That'll just enhance it so much more.
Yeah, one-shot potential for sure going to be there. If you get a Syndra or a Lux picking up 4 Infernal Dragons, could be significant. Meanwhile,
Final Boss of Ohio taking incredibly low. Bokuto is here. Will get safety under tower, but it is too little too late. Jisung and Bokuto will pick up the kill and the first tower on to Final Boss of Ohio on the Mundo. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Quaker was forced to flash and back as Hiccup roamed up along with Utopia Soldier just to provide a little bit of pressure. But yeah, first turret going over to the side of Northeastern University.
Yeah, nice play. Final Boss, he got that ult back up in the gray screens. Wasn't able to use that there. Good flash from Bliss. Gets out of the combo. But a nice hook from Phantom gets the Summoner Spell.
Yeah, good hook from Phantom. The ult as well expended, but Bliss no longer has that flash. Will use the ultimate just to clear some wave. But I think the bot laner of the Redhawks can just chill out here for a little bit, clear some waves, maybe put some pressure on the turret, because we do see that Evil Lobster is roaming around here. Will get spotted out on the ward, but Jisung's here too. We could have a 3v3, but it looks like Evil Lobster is just going to back up while Final Boss of Ohio remains in the top lane, just trying to get a little bit more farm, a little bit more experience in this game.
And this is just going to be a wave clear war. I like the idea of Jisung actually. Oh!
Whoa! Mega Inferno Bomb being used by Lord Bongbong, trying to find the kill onto Bliss. Will just barely survive. Phantom is here. Hiccup is also as well, but Evil Lobster has left, opted to go to the mid lane. They don't know that Jisung is here right now. I don't know if they're going to look for more here. They do know Jisung is here now. Phantom going to get rooted up by Hiccup, but I don't know if Phantom can really do anything here. Flashes out, avoided the ult. Uses the Dreadline to escape, but Jisung will pick up the kill on to Phantom. Evil Lobster is here, supplemented by the artillery from Quaker.
Nice.
Will find one onto Hiccup, will find two onto Bliss. Will he find three onto Bokuto? I don't know if he will. Bokuto with the Sundered Sky is healing up a little bit. Evil Lobster under tower, teleport coming in from Lord Bongbong, but Utopia is here. A little bit of an extended fight, but that is going to be a 2-for-2 trade between the two teams.
Good TP from Bonk Bonk, and really like to see Quager saving those ult charges to sync up with the Cyclone of Evil Lobster. That's good teamwork coming out of the mid-jungle duo of Miami. The new jungler at that with Evil Lobster. Meanwhile, topside, Mundo dinged 11. He has the Wormogs, and with Jace leaving the lane for a bit, that was enough free time for Final Boss to get the entirety of the top lane turret. It's a lot of economy going over to Final Boss, and again, that Mundo is a doomsday clock for Northeastern. I just don't know how their draft deals with that Mundo that was taken on 5-pick. But it was a great pick from Miami, and Final Boss kind of off to the races now, taking that first turret in his game.
Yeah, Rift Herald getting started up here by the Redhawks. But yeah, this Mundo is just such a dominating presence in this game, especially with Jisung leaving lane for as long as they did. Gave so much time for this Mundo to pick up plates, get that tower, and now when Final Boss finally backs, that's going to be a massive purchase, I believe. But, you know, this Drake is spawning in a minute, so we could see a little bit of a skirmish and a little bit of a brawl come here, as that would give Miami their third Drake of the game alongside their Chemtech and Hextech Drakes so far.
Yeah, surprisingly enough, Final Boss actually got granted access to the Herald. As you're going to see Final Boss tipping into Fog, and those green numbers popping up around him quite a bit. Looks like he is going to go for the Mogs into the Heartsteel. Heartsteel, nice for Mundo. It does give you that stacking factor, that extra health. There's a lot of Mundo's abilities actually do scale off of how much max HP you have. So, you're going to synergize both the Wormogs and the Heartsteel together. And actually, I look to take down Jace, who is flashless, and Evil Lobster here.
Evil Lobster's here, dashing in, will use the ultimate to knock up Jisung, and there is nothing that Jisung can do.
Ooh.
It is two members of Miami that are by themselves. There are no members of Northeastern anywhere near this top tower. They're going to pop the Herald, I believe, and try to take this second tier tower, excuse me. Syndra did use the TP, but meanwhile, Northeastern is taking this outer mid lane turret by Miami. Rift Herald does get the charge off, and I don't know if Utopia can really do much to stop this. That's going to be the second tower for the Redhawks. This game's going a lot faster than it did in game one.
Oh, they got
and
it.
Mundo's going where he pleases, trying to run down Utopia, but we'll just back up. NU starting up that Drake as well.
Yeah, I'd say that taking both turrets in the elongated play for Miami to drop this Dragon, kind of worth it. Again, on our screen, we are missing a Hextech Dragon that was secured by Miami, so they're sitting at 2 Drakes. This is the first Drake secured by Bakudo and Northeastern. So we'll put one on the board. But really big, the fact that Miami was able to get that gold injection into the Mundo again. He is going to be such a problem this game. As into the Jace, when he has the Mogs, that's enough to pretty much survive Jace, so he just gets the spec MR. And when that Spirit Visage comes in, again, Visage gives you the bonus percentage on your healing, which Mundo does a lot of. I know most League fans know this, but for anyone that is not a League fan, once Mundo gets that Visage, that's a really big item for him and his kit, and I think that's about the time where he's going to look to take over this game. He doesn't even give a crap about that turret. He's going in. That's going to fall.
Mundo doing whatever he wants, trying to take this tower, but the members of Miami are getting incredibly low. Quaker will get taken out by Bokuto. It is 3v2 here. Bliss also going to be taken down, and that is 3 members of Miami just chasing down this Xin Zhao. This game is going a lot faster and is in more dominant fashion for the side of MU, and they're going to pick up another kill onto this Xin Zhao. They're going to try to look for this inner bottom tower as well, but Miami just really great macro play here, and this Mundo pick is coming up huge right now.
Again, highlighted in draft that Mundo could be a game breaker, and Final Boss, he's breaking the game already. As you can see, the briefcase getting whipped around. He's going to finish off that inner turret with the Warmogs ticking him back up to full HP. 4 kills now to his name, and at least the Spectre's Cowl, you got to imagine, going to be completed when he goes to base. Going to take another wave. See if he gets a Kindle Gem on top of that for the Visage. As Mundo at level 14, I mean, again, 16 is when he dings that rank 3 ultimate, and that's where Mundo, again, I cannot emphasize enough how big of a problem he is. I don't even know if they can kill him here. How long is it going to take for them to actually get through this pick?
Final Boss getting caught out by 4 members of the Northeastern University team, but I don't know if there's much he can do. Healing up, trying to get some Heartsteel attacks, taking Jisung incredibly low, but that gives Miami so much ability to put pressure elsewhere on the map. It is so hard for these mages to take down the Mundo.
He got a few. Final Boss definitely overstayed for 1, if not 2 waves, so it enabled Northeastern to have the time to actually rotate 5. They don't really lose anything for it on the map, so bit of an oopsie from the Mundo. Big shutdown went over. I didn't see who got it on the side of Northeastern, but still a lot of gold granted over them, which is much needed as they do find themselves down 4K gold in a game where, again, Northeastern, they don't want to go down 0-2 in the series. It was a very close game, one that they could have had, but the back door saved Miami and granted them that game 1 win, and now Mundo with a Spirit Visage. I just really do not know how Northeastern can deal with this pick.
I was just about to say, I think Final Boss overstayed just a little bit to pick up some waves to maybe get the gold to complete the Spirit Visage.
Yeah.
And honestly, that's the kind of death you want, because Northeastern hasn't really gotten anything off the map off of that death, but Final Boss now has this item that's just going to keep him from really, I don't see him maybe dying at any point in this game, because he is just so strong now with the AP coming through from Northeastern, and he's just going to start MR stacking for the rest of this game.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at Final Boss as Northeastern, I mean, he truly does look like a Final Boss, and thanks to the skin he has from Toontown with the corporate Mundo skin, right? I don't know if that reference goes over your head, Isaac. You're too young for that one, and I just dated myself, but I feel like, corporate Mundo, I think of Toontown. The evil bosses, the cogs in that.
I don't know what year Toontown was. I'm 2003. So
oh no, I'm old. Oh
that
god.
That might be a little bit
not
before
good.
me. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's not good. I'm old. Don't worry about it. Final Boss, wrap it around. Red buff skirmish coming out.
Final Boss getting caught out a little bit. He maybe went a little too deep, but there are 4 members of the Red Hawks here as well. Meanwhile, Quagger is just pushing in that top tower, but they're trying to set up for a Drake. A huge stun coming in on Lord Bonk Bonk by the Syndra, forced to satchel out, but they're just going to escape. The Red Hawks escape. Meanwhile, Quagger getting a lot of pressure on the top side.
And no turret to take up there, though, as both side lanes, the inners have been taken, so not a lot of ground for Miami to get there. Going to be a while until they can crack those inhibitor turrets. Might need a Baron in order to do that one. But that one is spawning pretty soon. Of course, Final Boss at this point, he has so much max health, he kind of deletes the waves with that E, of course, that goes through creeps if you do kill the first one. So using that to maybe take away some of the grubs and some more economy, not just from the opposing laner, but the enemy jungler. As Final Boss going to continue to be a massive problem in this game.
Skirmish here in the mid lane, ult being used by the Lux, hitting Phantom, isn't going to be taken really low, but Final Boss is right here, ready to get some business done. We will see as Qs from Quagger are getting popped, trying to find any sort of damage that they can get. They have full control of the vision around this Infernal Drake. Northeastern is going into this blind, and if Miami plays through this bush, they might be able to just assassinate the members of the Huskies. Utopia Soldier already at below half health, while Evil Lobster starts up this Infernal Drake. Northeastern just going to say goodbye to the team fight and see what they can do onto this tower. But it looks like a Mega Inferno Bomb will be used to clear the wave. That's the power of the Ziggs. But Final Boss doing business here in the mid lane, trying to find anything. Quagger popping the ultimate, getting Utopia Soldier even lower. The clone going to get rooted up by Evil Lobster. Doesn't really have an engage right now. Final Boss just soaking up so much damage for this Red Hawk team. Meanwhile, on the back end, Lord Bonk Bonk and Quagger are just laying down so much AP that the Northeastern Huskies are just taking to the face. Quagger forced to flash out for a little bit, but the Northeastern health bars are so low right now, and I think Miami's just going to posture towards the Baron right now.
It is important that they did take away the flash from the Xerath. It is something that you can punish if you are Northeastern, but still in those fights, you can see, A, how big the Mundo can be, and B, some of that poke from Miami, too. Talked a lot about in the last game, that double mage setup. If you find control over River first, the other team has to walk in and go through it. Northeastern weren't able to approach the river thanks to the poke from Miami. Were relegated to trying to pressure that inner turret, which was cleared from range with the Super Mega Inferno Bomb. Good use of the ult from Bonk Bonk prevented the trade from Northeastern, and Miami just finds the win with that Dragon, which is a soul point. So next Dragon for them, and that will be soul secured for Miami.
Yeah, the Redhawks are here looking at the Baron. Meanwhile, Evil Lobster forced to
TPs.
just get out of there of the break. Jisung TP in
cut him
the
off.
pit. It is a
They should cut him off.
5 here. Yeah, great TP from Jisung, moving the Redhawks away from the Baron, but they're just going to look at this outer mid turret, and a huge Q from Quaker taking Hiccup to half health. That is so much damage from the Xerath, and they can just continue poking. The Redhawks love these poke comms, and I don't know if Northeastern really has anything to answer this, because there is so much range from the Redhawks, and they outrange the mages from the Huskies.
I mean, you've got that going on with the Xerath, again, sitting in the vision that they control, and then also you have to combine that with the fact that we haven't seen Mundo be killed since the Visage, and it took 5 to kill him before that. So Final Boss going to continue to walk up and just be a nuisance.
Yeah, Mundo popping the ult, regenning so much health. There are 3 members of Miami University. A great gun from Utopia Soldier, followed up by the ult from Lux. We'll get so many of the health bars from MULO, but the Mega Inferno Bomb from Lord Bonk Bonk brings so many members of NU low. That is going to be 3 kills for the side of Miami University. Great play from Lord Bonk Bonk throwing in that ult, and they're going to look for a Baron here.
Yeah, also from Quaker, managed to find a kill in the back half on the Xerath from range, but the real problem in the game, and I mean, where this game got out of control was really just when Mundo was locked in draft. Final Boss, it didn't really matter how that lane went. He survived it even after the dive. The fact that he scaled. Evil Lobster made 1 visit. They took the tower, used the rift to get a second up top, and since then, Final Boss has just taken over this game on the Mundo pick. Was a great use of 5 pick. Is Miami looking to push this series to 2-0?
Sun Tzu once said, the best way to win a war is before it even begins. And I believe that is what the Redhawks have done with this Mundo pick. It is coming up huge in this game right now. Since the Spirit Visage was bought, I don't think Eli has gotten down, and he just regens so much health in and out of these fights with the ult and the Warmog's armor right now. It is really tough if you're a Husky fan right now to really cheer for the team. Well, I mean, it's great to cheer for the team, but it's hard to be positive when this Mundo is just doing whatever he wants to do in this game. Bokuto fighting
around him. No TP on Mundo.
Phantom. It is a huge fight here. Phantom's just going to get popped. He is not tanky enough, but the health bars again of NU are getting really low. Evil Lobster popping the ult, trying to get out. Bokuto just
Here comes
on
Mundo.
a breath. Here we go. Quaker finding the ult, finding 2 with the artillery. Mundo walking in, finds a 3rd onto Hiccup. Oh my gosh, this Final Boss of Ohio guy is so good at League of Legends. He is running wherever he goes, and he is slowing Utopia Soldier. Heart Steel Stack going to chunk out Utopia so much, and that is a 4 for 1, excuse me, for the side of the Redhawks.
Yeah, some nice accuracy from Quaker there with the ults. Of course, with Xerath now at rank 3, you get 5 casts of your ultimate, and those bolts were ringing true on the back line of Northeastern as this double mage setup not quite as good as Miami's in this game, with that Mundo being that true game-breaking pick on 5. I think everything combined going to be enough to, again, push Miami to this 2-game lead, which crazy to think about after how close that game 1 was, and the opportunities for Northeastern to maybe won again. It was a heroic backdoor from Quaker and Final Boss to find that game 1 win, and now this game 2 firmly in control. A couple bases did come in. TP from Ziggs, Final Boss getting chased.
Mundo getting taken a little bit low, but Lord Bonk Bonk is here along with Evil Lobster.
He wins!
Bokuto is going to dive in, but that Mundo is unkillable. Meanwhile, a huge Mega Inferno Bomb deletes the health bars of the Huskies, and they are just forced to back off of this. That Mundo, like we've been saying, is incredibly tanky and just bought a Force of Nature. That guy is not dying anytime soon.
Yeah, no chance to deal with him again without a marksman in the game, and while all that space was bought by Miami and the Mundo, it's Soul on the table. They should pop this, get Infernal Soul again. We missed a Hex Tech being taken. Yep, that's Soul. You can see the rings of power around him with that red buff too on their shoulders, and Miami, the world's their oyster on the Rift right now.
Yeah, these first cues coming out from Lord Bonk Bonk and Quegger when the teams are poking around are just going to do so much damage. And now we're going to do even more with the AoE buff from the Infernal Soul, like you were saying. But it looks like they're posturing again. They like this 1-3-1. They like this split pushing lane. Final boss of Ohio just going to try to put some pressure on this inhibitor here while Quegger is clearing the mid and the other members of the Redhawks are clearing top right now.
Yeah, no Baron empowered push available, but you gotta imagine you can just kind of leave Mundo to, again, do whatever he wants, and he's just gonna win out on the map. The big key is, I think Northeastern have to try and fight around the Mundo, and that's exactly what's happening right now is Nautilus caught.
Quegger popping the ult, trying to provide a little bit of damage here. Ooh. Huge Mega Inferno Bomb onto Bliss, almost deleting them off the map. But here comes Mundo. Bokuto a little bit in over his head. Final boss of Ohio, proccing those Heartsteel stacks, just doing so much damage. But Miami has the health bar advantage right now, and they have almost 3 inhibitors taken. The top one still remains, but they don't even care. They're going to try to take down these Nexus towers. Final boss of Ohio doing so much with the Demolished procs. He just walks in, takes no damage, and does whatever he wants. The Redhawks are flying high in Game 2 as they win over Northeastern.
I don't know what else to say besides that's a great Mundo pick. I don't want to take away from the Miami members who did play well in that game, but you could really see how dominant that Mundo pick was in that ticking time bomb that we teased in draft. When it did come to fruition, Isaac, it really felt like no matter what Northeastern did on the map, no matter how well they played or what catches they had against Miami, that team comp they had ran out of gas, and it could not compete against the Mundo later on.
Yeah, once the Mundo bought that Spirit Visage, it was kind of GG's from there. I mean, so much healing, not only from the Warmogs, but the enhanced healing from the Spirit Visage, and then also the MR that it provides. There was no way for the 3 mages for the Huskies to really do anything to the split-pushing Mundo.
That was just a dream Mundo game. You get to play Mundo against a magic damage heavy team with no marksman that can take you out. That's pretty significant. So I gotta say, Miami, they're up 2-0, and I will say that like this is a tournament where wins do matter for Miami. At-large bids for C-Law 2025 do matter in this tournament, are on the table. Miami up 2-0, going to need to find another game to close this one out. And hopefully we can see Northeastern make this game a series. Really competitive game 1 between both teams. Northeastern has played well. I think no matter what they played like in that game 2, Mundo was going to end up winning the game in the end. So want to see if they can bounce back and put together a better game 3. And maybe after that, we'll have ourselves a series where Miami win. We'll have to see.
Yeah, and to give some credit to that Husky team, Utopia Soldier and Bokuto on the Syndra and the Xin Zhao picks respectively, they're doing a lot really with what they can. I mean, the Syndra couldn't really do much later on in the game with that Mundo just running over the map, but in lane phase, Utopia Soldier is hard winning, honestly. They are doing so much in getting an early lead there, which provides Bokuto a lot of agency to roam top and help Jisung, or roam bot lane and help Hiccup and Bliss down there. But yeah, I mean, Evil Lobster playing great on this Wukong. That's 2 steals in the series, and that honestly helped them seal the game because that gave them the Drake advantage for setting up for that soul.
Yeah, and gotta say, we saw some adaptations, of course, some changes in the draft from game 1 to game 2. Might be time for Northeastern to maybe try Red Side. I know that there are a couple champs that people feel like they have to ban on Red Side on this patch, with one of them being the Gwen. So you do lose bans, but we saw how useful that 5 pick was for Miami in that game. Might be something that Northeastern tries with their next adaptation coming up here as they got their backs up against the wall, and we're going to have to see what they do with that being the case.
Yeah, and we'll find out in this next game, Game 3 between Northeastern and Miami University in the ESC Collegiate Playoffs for League of Legends. We'll be right back after this. Don't go anywhere. This is a great series. And we're back. This is game 3 between Northeastern University, and Miami University in the semifinals of the ESC Conference Playoffs for League of Legends. We're coming off of game 2. The Redhawks seem to have full control of that game, but if you're here for game 1, you know that this is anyone's series still.
Yeah, I really feel like that game too. Mundo was locked in. The odds for Miami winning that game like just skyrocketed through the roof with the drafts that we have. So, game 1 in a little bit more of a standard draft was very close. I mean, frankly, it should be a 1-1 series right now, but it was some heroics from Quagert and Final Boss that got a backdoor victory while Elder was being taken by Northeastern that has us in the 2-0 scenario with Miami being up, and now Northeastern backs up against the wall. I know that we talked about what side that we're going to pick is maybe switching that up. Been blue side the first 2 games. Did get word from our producer. Going to be red side coming up here for Northeastern. So change of draft, maybe an R5 for them, and we'll see if they're able to make as much use of it as Miami did with the Mundo on 5. That's a challenge that might be pretty tough to beat.
Yeah, Final Boss of Ohio being the key to victory in these first 2 games, but also had the last 2 picks in the draft in both games. So we'll see how this shakes up, because now will Final Boss blind pick, or will they? I mean, I believe it would be my assumption that Northeastern would hold that last red side pick for a counter pick in the top lane to match Final Boss of Ohio, because that guy has been running over this game, especially on that Mundo, who is just soaking up so much magic damage from the side of Northeastern.
Yeah, and I gotta say, like Jisung has played pretty well in the first two games. I know that we spent a lot of time talking about final bosses. It's been a nice back and forth between the top laners. Again, I feel like that last game, whatever Jisung does is pretty much null and void against a Mundo later on, and Mundo null and voided the entire game and entire draft for Northeastern. So again, just kind of curious to see what shifts we have because we did see that second game it followed like the way was banned, so we knew the draft was going to be different, but it was at least similar for the first few picks of the game before Northeastern really swapped it up. Now with the side switch, we could see an entirely different draft and two different identities coming out from both of our teams. So really curious to see what where this draft takes us, Isaac, as Miami makes the way over to the blue side with the 2-0 lead, and we'll see if Northeastern can make good use out of red side those counter picks to find or make a difference in this game.
Yeah, and we've seen the Red Hawks in these last two games. They've had something hidden in the back, something on the secret menu, if you will. So I wonder if they have another surprise pick for this game because that Mundo was something that we had never seen alongside that Xerath too. So those are just two really strong champions in that last game that we haven't seen. So are there more picks that the Red Hawks have that we don't like? Not even I know about because I've been casting and I've been sitting in scrims with them. So they might be doing some secret tech here.
Hey, I respect it, man. Again, I was sitting there. It was like, if anyone on my team is like, I'm going to first time Mundo into that comp, if they're a decent player, I'm saying yes. It was too good of a pick that game, and we really saw that shine throughout. But more shifts going to be made up here as, I got to say, Gwen making it this far in the draft, that is a real premier power pick. But I think it just really speaks to the series and the teams that we have that Hui is going to be the priority pick here. Can be flexed between both Quagert and Bonk Bonk. I know Bonk Bonk, one of his most played champs in solo queue, is Hui Bot. So options for Miami to be flexible yet again.
Yeah, Miami sticking with their three standard bans of the Aurora, Lulu, and Seraphine, but Northeastern opting to ban out the Ziggs this game, sticking with the Fiora and the Camille towards final boss, but the Ziggs, a little bit of a shakeup, and NU is going to lock in the Karma that we've seen in the two games before, and I would assume to see the Zin again as well.
All right, likely going to start and go from here. We'll see if Miami wants to change anything up. As, yep, here comes the Wukong, so we're okay with this handshake, this matchup. And I gotta imagine that we're going to see a support pick. I mean, is it just going to be the Nautilus for Phantom yet again? Yep.
Yeah.
Likely.
Yeah, Nautilus, one of Phantom's most played champions, and it's been a great engage button, a great go button for the side of the Red Hawks. He's found some really nice hooks in really pivotal moments that gets Miami University the wins in these team fights. But I'm interested to see what Northeastern are going to pick up here. It is going to be the Syndra again. I'd assume that could be flexed to Bliss as well. That could be in the hands of Utopia or Bliss, and that Karma could also be flexed to Bliss or Hiccup as well.
Kind of assuming that it's going to be the Syndra mid for Utopia Soldier is that I again can be flexible, but that has been where the Syndra's been for the majority of the day, or the majority of the tournament with the Utopia Soldier, as that's a Xerath ban. So yeah, maybe looking to protect that Syndra mid a little bit more. Quager definitely caught us on the desk and Northeastern off guard with that pick against Xerath. Did find some recent buffs, so a higher AP ratio, I believe, on his QW and maybe even the R2. He actually had a pretty significant buff, so good to see Quager paying attention to the patch notes and wanted to pull that one out, and did so to much success in the last game.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what this second ban coming in from Northeastern is going to be here. Because if it is going to be the Mundo or something like that, then I could see them positioning themselves for, another three ability power champion setup. I don't know if we missed any of the bans here. Nar going to be banned out by the side of the Red Hawks, paying respect to Jisung, who played it to great extent in their match against Kent State, and paying even more respect with the Mbessa ban.
Yeah, my guess is that they failed to lock something in and might have just yelled it across the room. So we might have to guess about what that ban could be here on the desk, but we'll get word from production if anything was dropped in a chat or anything said across the room where we might be able to see. Of course, both these teams don't have a camera in, but hopefully we get some photos up on socials later on competing in the arena, to my understanding. Correct, Isaac?
Yes, the arena and the lounge. They are playing in two separate facilities for reasons that they don't hear each other's comms, but
Yeah.
they are playing in. Actually, no, they're playing in the same space while Ball State and EMU are right behind me. So they are playing in the same facility right now.
Yeah, so of course, ability to Okay, looks like Northeastern just didn't ban, as we're gonna have a quick, snappy 2 champs locked in. Did I see an Ivern on my screen? I did, and an Aatrox being blinded for final boss. So, some shielding and a lot of sustainability here. And wait, is this Wukong top, or is that not
No,
Aatrox being
this
locked
is
in?
an Ivern mid, my friend. This is one of
Oh, it's the
Quagert's
Quaker
most
special.
played. Yep.
It
Quagert's
is.
been
You're
cooking up.
correct. How dare I missed that one out? As I gotta say, Gwen is extremely strong on this patch. Has made it all the way through this draft. This will be a scary pick for Northeastern. As this is really the first game where scaling wise, I'm gonna give the nod over the Northeastern. Gwen late in this game can really break things. So gonna be on Miami to be sound. They have the chance to have some big engages with the Ivern, that Q, that root that was buffed on this patch. Of course, if you're in range, you can right click on that and get within auto range. So can be really big for Nautilus, just getting him in the midst of a fight to drop a big depth charge, or especially Evil Lobster looking for those cyclones. But Gwen's going to be a problem. Gwen is really, really strong on this patch, and Miami has a team where they have to move forward in order to get on top of Northeastern and go from there. Potential for Gwen to shred while Miami is trying to move up and take that champ down.
Yeah, like you're saying, I really like the draft from the side of the Huskies. Of course, we see Jin again, one of my favorite picks, but I think also does pretty well into this comp, especially paired with the
Mm-hmm.
Karma. I mean, the Karma can Q, and then the Jin can follow up with the Deadly Flourish, which is honestly, you can't escape the slow from the Q followed up. But I really like this Ivern pick. I know Quagert played it at least once before in ESC regular season, and honest, the mastery that he has over this champion is it's really a treat to watch. So I'm very excited to see it come out in this game. But yeah, that Gwen, it's powerful early game, but it's even more powerful in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, someone ping LS, right? If we're playing the Ivern mid, I know Quagert definitely has taken a lot of inspiration from him with playing this pick, and excited to see what it can do on the Rift here as he's pulling it out for Game 3.
Yes, game 3, we are back on the Rift between Miami University and the Northeastern University Huskies in the semifinal matchup of the ESC League of Legends Conference Playoffs. The winner of this series will get a chance to secure the championship tomorrow in our grand finals between the winner of EMU and Ball State. That is happening over on twitch.tv/Miami University. But it is game 3. Miami, if they can wrap this one up, we'll take the series and we'll get to play again tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, a real opportunity to actually catch some more games here. As you know, the semifinals were supposed to be synced up, played together on 2 streams back to back, but I understand a Tech Delay actually has them just wrapping up game 1 recently. So with the pace that this series is at, again, I do like Northeastern's draft. I feel like they probably should have won game 1. A lot of similar elements to that. I thought Bliss's Jin was really big, a potential game breaker in that game, and could be here yet again. But again, with that pace of the first series, some opportunity to maybe catch some more League of Legends across the board.
Yeah, I'm just excited to see this Ivern mid being brought out by Quagert. But I'm interested to see how Final Boss does with this Aatrox going into that Gwen, because we keep mentioning Gwen, one of the premier power picks in League of Legends right now. And Final Boss, you know, he usually plays like the Jax or the Camille and the Fiora. He's had some games on Aatrox, but it's not his Camille by any means.
No, against Gwen, very scary champion. This is in pro play right now. At least on the last patch, we just got to this new patch right as it hit Wednesday. Gwen did see a couple nerfs, but I don't think it was enough to really push her completely out of the meta. But on the last patch, Gwen was just consensus red side ban, right? You have to get rid of this champion, or else at pro games, like, you're not going to be good enough to win. So, of course, these games, not as high of a level as pro games still. I'd say the average of this lobby is probably in between Masters and GM, which is well, better than what I was ever able to do at home. So these guys able to play at a pretty high level, and but do see some of the flair and some of the unique picks coming out. Not always what is exactly meta, including this Ivern mid, as Quagert looking to maybe set up Evil Lobster. Good pit stop, though.
Quagert looking for a route, didn't have it available, but we are going to go to a little bit of a pause. We'll get word to you of what that is when we know. But the early stages of the game, we already saw Evil Lobster, you know, making an appearance mid to try to accelerate this Ivern, who was getting really shoved in by the Syndra. Ivern lacks a lot of that wave clear early on in the game. But we're getting right back into the game, and here we
That's
are
how I like
again.
my pauses. Yeah, nice and short. Stay in the action. Again, Ivern mid, gonna need some help and gonna need to play off his jungler quite well. So we will see if Quagert is able to sync up with Evil Lobster, of course. The new jungler here for Miami, really making his stage debut with the team for this tournament.
Yeah, final boss being taken really low in the top side too. Jisung putting a lot of damage, and Bokuto was there to provide some support. Final boss forced to back and TP in. But yeah, we are having match jungle clears again, so I wonder if the scuttle will be contested by either team. But like we keep mentioning, Ivern getting chunked out, half health, and is shoved under tower by Utopia soldier Syndra.
We'll say this is somewhat expected in the matchup. Again, Ivern needs to be defensive, and I think what they're really looking to do, or the big difference maker here, just the fact that they need to sync up. Evil Lobster and Ivern, again, you connect with those Qs, can be really big going up against the Syndra. Wukong able to follow up, able to at least try and make some plays. I know that first visit was answered and countered really nicely by Northeastern. Props to them, but not going to be the only visit that we see from Evil Lobster going mid for sure. I expect him to spend a lot of time there.
Yeah, a little bit of a trade in the bot side. Phantom just able to soak up so much damage on this Nautilus. Wasn't really under any threat, but we did see Evil Lobster just kind of lurking around the top side. I don't know if, yeah, Jisung didn't know he was there, but, you know, final boss just pushed up a little too far that nothing could happen there. Northeastern looking like they want to set up for this Drake. Perhaps they want to, yeah, I think they're going to try to take this Drake and then transition it into a grub take.
Yeah,
they have so much bot priority right now.
They do. And Xin making his way down. Of course, Drake spawning here in 10 seconds. We'll expect Xin to at least take the Gromp. We'll see if after that he decides to take a pit stop for the Dragon, as that priority going to continue. Phantom taking a lot of damage in round 2 of this lane. Of course, we did see this one in game 1. Now being ran back again in game 3. Gotta say, this time around going a lot better for Northeastern. I guess it was the Nami instead of the Karma, so that does make a bit of a difference, but still, Bliss, Hiccup doing a nice job in this one.
Yeah, Phantom unable to land any of his early hooks, was forced to use one to get to safety. But we do see Evil Lobster here just lurking around the mid lane, maybe trying to set something up for Quagert, but he's just going to go get some vision onto that Dragon as the members of the Huskies are there and spot him out. Forced to dash out of the pit.
Gonna be able to W over the wall, so we'll be okay, as has camps to take and grubs that could be spawning soon, which you can look at. And yeah, that bot lane priority, as you properly called out, Rhythm. Gonna make sure that Zin's able to take this Drake within Rhythm, and we'll see if he's able to hit the grubs later on. Again, see if Hiccup shifts up with the Zin. Have seen Hiccup do this in the past few lobbies. This is the first game where it's gonna be the first Drake going over to Northeastern. Have seen the grubs for the Drake trade being made. And at the moment, Evil Lobster not making his way over to the grubs, so it might be a little bit late to trade.
Yeah, Miami doesn't have any vision on this Dragon right now, but they did see the members of Northeastern when Evil Lobster was pathing down. And it looks like Evil Lobster is going to try to start stacking up these grubs, which is honestly a great takeaway, because you don't want to go against the scaling Gwen that has 6 grubs, because she will just delete any tower that's in her path.
Yeah, we'll take a little bit of time for Jisung to get going, but so far, even in lane is very nice for the Gwen. Again, real opportunity for Jisung to make their mark in this game and in this draft with a pick that's very, very strong on this patch. Now, Evil Lobster does have a smite. We'll take that one away, but they're going to have to run for the hills.
Evil Lobster is spotted out, uses the flash, and kind of fakes them out with the clone. But Jisung was right there. Aatrox trying to get in. Final boss won't be able to find any of the knockups onto Jisung, and that is going to be first blood going over to the Gwen. But the Redhawks did pick up all 3 grubs in this first rotation.
Yeah, couldn't heist his way out. I think the game plan there from Evil Lobster was to flash close to the wall, then W over, but the W, that portion of the wall was a little bit too thick to fit the monkey, and Evil Lobster going to fall.
Yeah, just a little bit unfortunate there with the range of the dash of the abilities here. But honestly, we're 8 minutes into this game, and it looks kind of like a game, too, where things are a lot slower paced. I think both teams really want to let their picks scale, but I would prefer to see Evil Lobster try to make a little bit more happen, especially here in that bot lane. Meanwhile, Final Boss going to get a great trade onto Jisung. Doesn't have, or hasn't popped the World Ender just yet, but Jisung does so much damage with that Gwen. Final Boss forced to just back out of things, but we do see Phantom really deep in the bot lane. Pings are coming out. Lord Bonk Bonk is getting traded.
Yeah,
Hiccup getting really low. Hiccup getting really
Hiccup
low.
did catch the slow. Phantom has flash.
Bliss trying to use the Deadly Flourish to stun up Lord Bonk Bonk, but doesn't find it. But there's so much healing going into that. Karma doesn't find it. Doesn't find the kill just yet. Excuse me. Evil Lobster trying to get out. Went a little bit too deep. Didn't have Phantom to support him back up. Lord Bonk Bonk is there. Curtain Call will come out. Trying to find the kill with the 4th shot. Will find it. Will claim the feat of warfare. Ivern just came a little bit too late. Lord Bonk Bonk forced the flash, but there are 3 members strong. Daisy comes out. Will try to find the knockups. Lord Bonk Bonk incredibly low. Probably only has single-digit HP left. But Quaker and Daisy are trying to do whatever they can to take out Utopia Soldier and Bliss. They are forced to retreat, and that is going to be a 2-for-1, I believe, for Northeastern, and feats of warfare going their way.
Yeah, nice hover that ended up coming out from Bokuto on the Zen. Managed to find Evil Lobster in the back half, and I was really surprised with how much healing Hiccup was able to get between the heal and the empowered W. That tether was working overtime. Did a nice job of at least buying time so that the Zen and everyone else from Northeastern could rotate.
Yeah, I think that healing really caught Lord Bonk Bonk and Phantom off guard, because it
Caught
kind
me
of
off
seemed like
guard.
they knew that they had the kill right there, but they had to spend a little bit more time and a little bit more resources really securing that. But Bliss on this Jhin, 2-0 now, with the 2 longswords and the pickaxe. This is a really strong Jhin at this point in this game, and I think Miami's going to have to pay a little bit more respect in that bot lane trade.
Yeah, I really like the Jhin Karma duo a lot better than Jhin Nami too. Karma just synergizes really well with this champion. Again, the slows and the ability to proc the Deadly Flourish off that, quite nice. So it seems like Bliss and Hiccup making good use of that so far in the bot lane is Phantom.
Phantom getting caught out again. Won't land the Deadly Flourish from Bliss, and will just walk away from that one. I do want to point out this Ivern too. When it roamed down in that bot lane scuffle, the shielding that Quaker can provide with this champion is just so much, and really delayed the death of Evil Lobster there. It was incredible.
It was nice, and again, very supportive build coming out from Quaker, but this Ivern pick, if you aren't able to use it to kind of, make plays around the mid lane, it's awkward, right? Because the damage is going to come from the Ivern. He needs to support his teammates. They're going to be doing the damage, and we haven't seen him and Evil Lobster kind of on our checklist of stuff that Miami wants to do, needs to do to be competitive in this game. The looks that they've had together haven't hit yet, so definitely something to look out for Miami, is it's really important that those two are able to play together if you want to make this Ivern mid work.
Yeah, Bokuto also starting up the second set of grubs. They will even things up 3-3 as Evil Lobster isn't anywhere near. Final Boss with the World Ender active, just can't even look to trade with Jisung, while Utopia Soldier picked up a kill onto Quaker in the mid lane. Meanwhile, Lord Bonk Bonk finds the return kill onto Bliss. I believe it might have been a solo. No, Evil Lobster was there, so it wasn't a solo kill, but Bokuto and Jisung are here. They're going to dive onto Final Boss of Ohio. Bokuto does a great job of aggroing the tower first, which protects Jisung from any danger, and the Redhawks are going to try to turn this into the first Mountain Drake of the game.
Yeah, it was a lot of action on the map. Hiccup roamed mid. They picked up the kill onto the Ivern, and then Evil Lobster ganked bot, was able to pick up the kill there, and then, of course, we did see the dive top as that Maw being rushed by the Aatrox. When all said and done, it will be the Dragon being secured by Miami, but a 2.5k goal lead for Northeastern at this point of the game is significant.
Yeah, Phantom finding a great hook onto Bliss and the knockup alongside with Evil Lobster. Unfortunately, the damage isn't there. No Lord Bonk Bonk to help out, but they do find the stun onto Evil Lobster. The curtain call is coming out. Phantom doing his best to block the shots, but Hiccup is there. Will flash forward with the empowered Q to take down Evil Lobster, but now Lord Bonk Bonk on his way has arrived. Is going to try to look for some damage into Bliss. Meanwhile, so many shields going onto Phantom, keeping him alive for the time. Lord Bonk Bonk doing whatever he can to dissuade this Husky team from taking down Phantom, but he is just dead to rights with this Karma, who's doing so much damage with these empowered Qs. Lord Bonk Bonk trying
Nice
to return
combo
whatever
here.
he can, doing so much damage to Hiccup. Bliss and Hiccup are getting incredibly low, but no other members from the Redhawks are here to try to find any cleanup kills on the back end of that fight.
Yes, I mean, ends up being calculated, and I think the big difference maker in this game, too, with all this action going on, again, Northeastern, they have some nice scaling elements. It's not like they're going up against a Mundo that's going to break the game. This time, they have the game breaker in the Gwen if things go really, really late. Again, it's going to be really hard to get through this Gwen. Looks like mid, we missed out on the trade. Evil Lobster, 1-4, does pick up the shutdown onto the Syndra, so gets a lot of much-needed gold over on his shoulders and doesn't give Syndra back quite as much.
I believe that was a solo kill as well, and that's a great sign if you're 0-4 or 0-3 at the time. Jungler is taking out a 2-0 mid laner under tower by themselves. Evil Lobster,
yeah, Flash is traded too.
Just yet. Yeah, Flash is
I
both
know
gone.
that happened off screen, but Evil Lobster, no Flash. Utopia Soldier, also no Flash. Think that they traded, so a Flash trade up too for Miami. Well played by Evil Lobster to pick that one up.
MU in their jungle, the top side with the blue, but so are the Huskies. It is a 4v3. Lord Bonk Bonk's on the bottom, on the way.
Ooh.
Ivern getting stunned up by Utopia Soldier. The Scatter of the Weak just providing so much CC onto Ivern. And NU is just, there's no objectives on the map for them to take right now, but that is a crucial flash from the side of the Redhawks that they were able to snag.
Yeah, a little unlucky. The Scatter caught Quager mid blast cone. And did stymie him, did force the Flash in the end. Well played by the Utopia Soldier, who again put up a really big game against Kent State yesterday on this Syndra, and I thought played okay in that game too on the pick. So this time around, game 3 is even have a bigger impact, and so far so good for Northeastern.
Yeah, I just worry about this top lane matchup as the game progresses, because we can already see that Final Boss is really struggling to take any trade with this Gwen. And there's not really, when I look at the side of the Redhawks, there's not really a lot of damage when we get later into the game. Wukong will provide a little bit of AD, but Final Boss really has to get going to provide some supplemental damage along with Lord Bonk Bonk, because that Ivern is just going to be mostly util with shielding and CC with Daisy.
I think that's a good call too, and the fact that Wukong is 1-4 again, that's going to be the big benefactor off of the Ivern. So with this Wukong being so far behind, that's going to be more time where the Ivern ends up being big, as it looks like Evil Lobster going for that Sundered Sky in the end. Still sitting on the Sheen. Usually you see Trinity Force into Sundered Sky. Looks like he kind of went with a little bit of a different build path, ended up finding the Sheen into Sundered Sky in the end. But, yeah, I think that you're right. That's, the fact that we're a little bit worried about Miami's damage with this Ivern mid, and also very warranted to worry about it going up against a Gwen, who, again, just a problem pick on this patch, will be a problem in this draft later on.
Yeah, and if you're a Husky fan, you are really happy right now, because this Syndra really hasn't gotten any pressure, because the Ivern isn't really able to create much, and Evil Lobster hasn't been paying much mind to the mid lane, and Utopia Soldier's just free farming, getting some kills, and is honestly going to have a commanding presence later in this game. But Evil Lobster starting up the Rift Herald, but will be spotted out by Utopia Soldier and Bokuto. Little fight here, Evil Lobster being taken low, but the ultimate from the Syndra will come through. Redemption just a little bit too late, and now it's going to be a 3-man dive onto Final Boss. Pops the World Ender, is trying to heal him. Bokuto does have the turret aggro on him. Jisung doesn't have it just yet, but all 3 members will be taken down by Final Boss of Ohio. Great play under tower, picking up 3 kills for the Redhawks.
Much needed for Miami too, as they find themselves behind in this game, but a good pickup from Final Boss. Again, ideal with this Aatrox, that the only burst damage is really going to come off of Syndra, and if you're able to hit those sweet spots and find those interrupts, can live. This time around, it can heal if you have the World Ender going. Exactly what Final Boss was able to do, as he takes down 3 with him.
Yeah, that World Ender coming up huge. You saw how much HP Final Boss was able to heal and how much longer he was able to stay alive in that little skirmish. But, I mean, the turret aggro there, I mean, Syndra was already a little bit low. I think Bokuto didn't realize how low he was getting. But then, Final Boss was focusing down Jisung, so when the tower took out the previous 2, Jisung just got deleted by 1 shot.
Yeah, that thing heated up and was hitting pretty hard by the end. Turn into the game we got in front of us now. Going to be a trade of objectives. Second dragon for Northeastern secured. This is the third on the map. We do have the Hex Soul that spawned on the Rift. Very, very powerful. If that ends up getting picked up, can be a game decider, especially if you have the likes of the range of, a Hui or a Jin Karma on your team. Be a very oppressive dragon if Soul is picked up. Rift Herald taken for Miami. We'll see if they can use this to maybe knock down an Otter turret, something they failed to do so far on this one.
Yeah, and that Hextech Drake will also bring out the Hextech Gates, so some shenanigans will be happening with resetting a little bit faster, but I mean, I've seen some crazy plays when escaping some fights, but it will be the Rift Herald being used top to match the pressure that is being created in bot lane, but I don't think there is a member. Jisung is here to try to prevent, but the Herald will get 2 charges off. 3 members of the Redhawks are strong, trying to burn down this tower and provide some pressure for Final Boss of Ohio. They are going to find the hook onto Jisung, and Jisung is just gone. Final Boss of Ohio, after that turret dive on him with the 3-man, he is now in this game and is so strong. Quagger using the redemption on himself, trading a little bit with Utopia Soldier, but they are just going to back off each other. But Final Boss just got really accelerated in the last couple of minutes of this game.
Yeah, I want to credit Miami with how they dropped that Herald. They threw it down early, but it didn't charge that first turret. So they got the big charge onto the inner, helped them take that one down. And a nice lockup coming out of Phantom and Evil Lobster in order to pick that up. Meanwhile, Quaker is going to try and hold down the fort mid, fishing with the root, not able to find it. Did have some teammates rotating on over as Miami... again, doing a couple of nice plays here, Isaac, to stabilize this game. A game that was looking like it was very much in Northeastern's control early.
You're exactly right, Cubby. And while they were on that top side with the Herald, Lord Bonk Bonk was able to get a lot of push in that bot lane, bringing that bot lane turret incredibly low. So when this dragon comes in 3 minutes, they might be able, the Redhawks might be able to threaten that tower, then the Drake. But it looks like we're setting up for another look onto Jisung. The Redhawks are doing whatever they can to get this Gwen out of the game, but Bokuto is here alongside with Hiccup and Bliss. I think the Redhawks just have to run away from this one.
They do. They can run to their tower, though, so not much can be taken here by Northeastern. As 4 people stuck top. That tower is low, so should fall on the next wave. The only wave clear really in the hands of Lord Bonk Bonk, and he's busy dealing with the Cinder mid.
Yeah, 3 members of the Redhawks are trying to prevent this tower from falling. Syndra did pick up the one in the mid tower, but they do get the top. They are finally going to engage onto the Redhawk team, but Final Boss popping the World Ender, preventing or dissuading a little bit of the action from happening. Quagger wrapping around the back with Lord Bonk Bonk coming up from the mid lane. It looks like they're going to try to 5v5 and contest this Otacon.
Yeah, I think that they should like stall out the bases here for Northeastern and then actually just try and play mid. So Bonk Bonk tanking this route. I would have preferred if he just went directly into the lane. If you're going to join a fight, can always pop the TPs later on. So a little bit of waste of time, but they actually might find Jin in the end. Jin's going to get picked here. Yeah, Jin forced the flash. He's still going down.
Out. Phantom was sweeping some vision around. Bliss had no idea what was happening, and they're going to pick up a kill onto that Jin, which will also allow the Redhawks to put some pressure on this mid-outer tower. That was
they got the flash off Jin,
by
too.
The side of the Redhawks.
Yeah, the flash into death, that hurts a lot for Northeastern. Of course, Otacon on the map. We're at 20 minutes. Miami going to start this one. They're going to take some damage from the Otacon, but Ivern, I think the idea is that have Ivern in the redemption, keep everyone healthy, but Miami get some cold feet and back off as Northeastern match the rotation.
Northeastern doesn't have vision of this jungle, does have it in that brush, but it was only Evil Lobster and Quagger on the Ivern starting up that Otacon, so there wasn't really a lot of damage coming through. I mean, the 2 people who are able to do damage were on the mid and the bot side of the map respectively, but full resets coming out from the side of the Redhawks. Lord Bonk Bonk sitting on 2 items. Phantom does have the locket to provide a lot of shielding for these fights, and the Sundered Sky completed for Final Boss as well.
Yeah, some nice bonus healing there. I'm still concerned about Gwen once she's able to get through some of these items. Did go for the Nashers before the Riftmaker. Once Riftmaker comes in, that's where Gwen's really, really going to start to become a problem.
Yeah, Northeastern positioning themselves for a potential Hextech Drake take, but they got to clear some waves first. They're putting some pressure on the mid and the bot lane, while Gwen is just free farming that top lane, the wave and the tower, honestly, at this point. Final Boss is forced to match. Both top laners do have TP, but the Redhawks have to make something happen here. Utopia Soldier isn't part of the team just yet, but they don't have any vision here. Setting up, Daisy is going to come out here, is going to chase down one of the members, but Utopia Soldier is just going to pick it up and throw it back at the Redhawks. Again, the Redhawks have no vision. They're scared to engage here. Daisy acting as the frontline take right now, but a huge Scatter the Weak is going to find 3 for the Redhawks. Curtain Call going to come out too, providing so much damage on the back end of the fight. Wait, doing whatever they can. The redemption from the Ivern going to be popped. Phantom looking for a hook, won't find anything. Evil Lobster going in, trying to find, but a TP from the Gwen is going to come
final
in.
boss.
That is the Aatrox, excuse me, he's on the backline of the Husky team. Phantom also engaged onto Bokuto. Bokuto will be down, but that Gwen is cutting up every member of the Redhawks. Meanwhile, final boss of Ohio, still on the top lane, top area of your screen.
Gwen
will take down some members of the Husky team. Quadra kill for Jisung. That is going to be a 4 for 2 for the Huskies. This Gwen is out of control.
Hiccup was able to kite out the Aatrox, and again, Gwen talked about how big it could be in this game, in this draft. Jisung goes huge in that fight, finds the quadra kill, and shuts down what was almost a very split fight for Northeastern. If Gwen doesn't carry the bot side of the fight, Final Boss was doing work on the top side of it. Could have been a Miami favored play, but Jisung prevents all of that, making good use of the fed Gwen.
Yeah, almost all flashes on the field are down. Phantom and Bokuto, the only ones that can use that in the next fight if we see something happen in the next 5 minutes. But yeah, this Gwen is honestly out of control. And if I'm on the Redhawks right now, I'm on comm saying anti-heal, anti-heal, anti-heal. We need it right now.
Yeah, gotta find that one now, that especially the Rift Maker's in on the Gwen. But again, this is one where we've seen Miami opt for a lot of comps where they don't have a marksman. A marksman, that DPS, so important in making sure that you have the damage to actually take down Gwen. So they don't have the damage in this game. It has to be, stalling out with the Ivern, the Hui, the Wukong, the Aatrox to make sure that Gwen can't run through a fight the way that she just did. And, well, we just saw Jisung run through a fight the way that he just did on the Gwen, and that's going to be a problem later on.
Yeah, Jisung really strong on this Gwen, but also Ivern Quaker was just a little bit disjointed from that fight. You saw the redemption come down, but he was going into the mid lane, blocked by the wall, and really couldn't get over to provide shielding for the people that Gwen was cutting up. It was kind of a unfortunate situation for the Redhawks, but I think really to shut this Gwen down, they just need a 5-man. I mean, Phantom needs to find a really good hook here, but they have to have the damage to back it up too. And that's kind of something we talked about earlier, because now the Redhawks don't have a lot of damage coming through, but they also don't have the anti-heal for Gwen healing up off of the ultimate that she has.
Yeah, and I mean, that is something they can pick up pretty easily later on. Just curious to see who ends up grabbing it. I feel like it should be Final Boss in the top side, at least get some. But yeah, I mean, again, this is a series and a game, like a lot on the line. I know we should get back to the game here quickly. We did have a player step out real quick. Should not be too long of a pause. But Miami being up 2-0, of course, trying to fight for grand finals and win this on their home turf on campus. That'd be great for the team. But also the C-Law, there are invite at large bids to make that top 32. And I know that some of the people voting really have their eyes on this tournament and this event to help see if Northeastern or Miami are going to get one of those at-large bids. It feels like the likelihood of 2 teams getting the bids from the ESC conference, pretty unlikely. So probably going to be one or the other, if either. So this is a really big series to determine who can actually make that at-large bid and make it to the tournament.
And we are here back in game. Thankfully, we had a short little pause. Thankfully, it was at a time where nothing was really going on. But, I mean, we do see the Xin Zhao has picked up a Serpent's Fang as well. I didn't notice that earlier. But that's going to cut a lot of the shielding down from Hui and that Ivern right there. That is a smart shopper right there if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, that Ivern in particular, I gotta say, Xin not a champion that abuses that item the best, but when you're going up against the shields that Ivern can bring to a team, a Serpent's Fang, nice to bring onto the table. Executioner's Calling has been secured by Aatrox. Frankly, I wouldn't mind a Serpent's Fang from Miami either, given they are into a Karma. But Atakan... Oh, wait. Well, we got to pause. Syndra caught.
Utopia Soldier was caught out here in the bottom, the Spiraling Despair doing so much damage, but Final Boss of Ohio was also able to pick up that bot lane tower. Meanwhile, NU has started up this Drake, and they do, sorry, the Otacon, they are able to secure it. Meanwhile, 5 members of the Redhawks are here now, ready to go, and that is 4, excuse me. They find the knockup onto one of the members of Northeastern. Bokuto is caught out. Bokuto will be taken down. Lord Bongbong doing so much damage, but Hiccup providing some shielding. Aatrox is coming in. They need to turn their sights onto Jisung, and that's exactly what they do once Eli gets here. That Aatrox is doing so much damage. Blitz able to pick up a kill onto Phantom with the last shot of the curtain call, but Jisung is so low. I don't know if Jisung has a way back into this fight. Final Boss of Ohio just, using his health advantage to get in there, doing so much damage onto Bliss, and the AD carry of the Huskies is going to be taken down. That was a great fight from the Redhawks and great macro play, but unfortunately they weren't able to secure the Otacon in that situation.
Yeah, the vast majority of those flowers went over to Northeastern as well. They also got the 3rd dragon in the last set of plays. They're one away from a Hextech Soul that will be empowered by that Otacon that has been secured. So even if the fights do seem kind of close, Northeastern still getting a little bit more mileage out of the skirmishes being taken.
Yeah, I think this Baron is going to be a large point of contention, but also that Hextech Drake spawning in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Miami University cannot let the Huskies team have this Drake, because that would just be so much damage from the side of the Huskies. I mean, Hextech Drake,
I agree. I think
it's just such a great soul to have.
Yeah, if Hextech Soul goes over to the side of Northeastern, gotta believe that is game set, not match, as we still have a series to play, but that would be map 3 going over to Northeastern. Gotta believe that's too much for Miami to overcome.
But we have seen Final Boss just does a great job at split pushing and has put so much damage into Jisung's Gwen. Does have the healing reduction now, Final Boss does, as well as Lord Bongbong. So that'll help them a little bit in these full-on team fights. But yeah, Eli is just gonna really just be stuck to split pushing duty, and he is 1v1ing this Gwen. Ivern is going to miss the engage, but Phantom is here too. Lord Bongbong caught on the back end of things. Jisung is just walking away. Utopia Soldier brought to half health. Meanwhile, Bokuto got engaged upon by Evil Lobster. He is really low, but this is really disjointed. It's 2v3 for the side of the Redhawks. Quaker really doesn't have a lot of damage, but Evil Lobster just so tricky, able to get out of there, sneaking like a snake. Meanwhile, Hiccup does pick up the kill onto Ivern. The rest of Miami is trying to get a kill onto Jisung, which I think they are going to be able to pick it up here. Lord Bongbong does find the kill. Evil Lobster is taken down by Bokuto Uchiha, but the sides of Miami University have turned. They might try to find an engage onto the Huskies, or the Huskies might try to find an engage on these Redhawks. But it looks like both teams are just going to back out. Bliss getting a little bit of a route onto Final Boss of Ohio, but we'll see if the Redhawks want to chase these dogs any longer.
I don't know if they can. They have to fight through Karma and Powered Qs and the Scatter. We have seen Hiccup yet again on this pretty damage-heavy Karma build start to do some work in the back half. As I thought the initial idea from Miami to find Jisung was quite good, but the Gwen bought so much time and space away from the rest of the team that they actually were able to pick off Evil Lobster and Quaker that were kind of stuck on the top side. So ended up being a win at the end for Northeastern. And, well, I think we got to fight again pretty soon here, Isaac, because we're 25 seconds away from that Hextech Soul. And, again, we've deemed this as a win condition for Northeastern. If they get this Hextech Soul, the game's probably doomed.
Final Boss finding some damage onto Bokuto will pop the World Ender. Meanwhile, Bokuto popping the Crescent Guard. Final Boss of Ohio just is, oh my gosh, that's so much damage. With the Qs, he's just going to eliminate the Husky team. Final Boss of Ohio is doing whatever he can. A quadra kill for the top laner of the Red Hawks.
A quadra kill for Final Boss, matching the quadra kill from Jisung earlier, who was the only member left from Northeastern, and Final Boss took over that team fight, and are going to continue the game for Miami. Again, if it was a Hextech Soul for Northeastern, certainly would have been the doom of Miami. They will have to survive that timer the next time it spawns, but a good pickup from Miami, and a huge fight from Final Boss.
Yeah, Miami on the back end able to take away the Dragon Soul, but they can also turn their sides onto Baron now. I mean, I don't know what happened, but this Aatrox started doing so much damage so quickly in this game.
It hit 16 and just went Super Saiyan. Of course, being empowered by Quaker, that's going to help a bit too. They're going to take the inner turret, respawns in for Northeastern. You got to believe it's not going to be a Baron look. Is Miami going to stay disciplined? They'll kill this wave, catch it high, as we like to say, and force Northeastern to respond to the map.
That was a huge play for the Red Hawks. man, you cannot count this team out. We've seen them before get kicked on the back foot.
Oh,
but
they just saw Vern base.
Time and time again. Yeah, Iron base. But we've seen this Red Hawks team make some comebacks. But it looks like Baron is going to be the play here from the Huskies. But Evil Lobster, Phantom, and Final Boss all are here. They don't have vision in that bush where all the Husky members
do not
are.
check, do not
they
check.
See a huge scatter the week from
They got him.
Utopian coming out soon and will just burst down Final Boss of Ohio. That is a lot of damage from the Red Hawks, not in this fight anymore. And with the jungler and the damage from Miami down, NU is going to turn that into a Baron potentially. Quaker, Lord
Yeah,
Bonfog,
that was
and
an oops
Phantom.
from Evil Lobster and Miami. Again, they saw Baron being tickled. They didn't have control, though, over that portion of the map. Nice trap from Northeastern. Utilized a scatter of Syndra to eventually pick up 2, and that will be Baron for Northeastern.
I'm smelling a little bit of a game 1 situation that we had in this series happening again. But Final Boss, I mean, the MU team having no vision in that bush was really costly. I mean, Final Boss and Evil Lobster getting absolutely deleted. Meanwhile, the Spiraling Despair onto Hiccup will just delete the Karma off of the map. Phantom getting engaged upon by Bokuto. Will be stunned up by Bliss too. But Gwen is on the top lane taking that turret. Miami has to match this. Ivern is trying to dissuade Gwen from going any further with Daisy. But they're just going to back off. A TP coming in from the backline from Final Boss of Ohio. But Phantom is just going to be bursted down by Utopia Soldier. Final Boss of Ohio popping the World Ender, getting some movement speed, trying to do whatever he can against Utopia Soldier. Syndra forced to flash. Okuto Uchiha is a little bit in over his head, deep in Red Hawks territory, and will be bursted down by the team. That is a 1-for-2 for the Red Hawks.
Yeah, nice TP from Final Boss, but they did get the carries out for Northeastern. That flash, though, from Syndra, that should be timed by Miami, and a big circle should be on that summoner spell being down. That needs to be the focus for them in these upcoming fights.
Flashes for Lord Bonk Bonk, Ivern, and the Wukong all here right now. Meanwhile, like you said, a crucial flash on Utopia Soldier is no longer there, and that's a lot of CC and damage for the side of that Husky team. So if like you were saying, if the Red Hawk team can engage upon this Syndra and, get a really nice pick, I think they can do well in this game. But meanwhile, Jisung is going to spot out Evil Lobster, but Final Boss is here. Going to pop the World Ender again, trying to do so much damage, but Jisung is healing up with that ultimate. So much Final Boss of Ohio is going to go down here. There is nothing that Evil Lobster could have done to provide some help.
That's a big
Meanwhile,
kill.
Lord Bongbong doing so much damage to Bliss. Bliss might be picked down here.
Ooh.
He will go down to the Ignite by Phantom. It is a 3v3 here. Meanwhile, Bokuto is using the Hexagate to get himself into this little skirmish, but I don't know if it will continue any longer.
I mean, 2 priority members taken off the board, but I think we're going to have resets come in from Northeastern because that Hextech Soul is spawning in a $115. And again, they net this objective that's going to be game against Miami. I don't really see a way they can overcome a Hex Soul. And importantly for Miami, you can see the fights where Jisung is involved. Again, the big fight when they had the quadra kill for Aatrox, there was no Gwen in the fight. So if Gwen's in the fight, it's hard running for Miami as a team. Gonna have to find an angle where they can, fight around or fight without Jisung, or have those numbers have the overload to deal with Gwen early on in the fight.
I believe the fight where Final Boss was able to get a quadra kill was a fight that Jisung was not a part of. The Red Hawks are going to have to find an angle where the Gwen's not there and just hard engage, honestly, onto the Syndra or the Xin Zhao, maybe even the Jin. But they really have to do something without this Gwen here. Meanwhile, a Curtain Call going to be used, trying to take down Evil Lobster, but Final Boss of Ohio knows that Gwen isn't there. Gwen TP on the bottom of the screen, but Final Boss of Ohio is doing whatever he can. Meanwhile, Gwen TP's in, is using the ultimate, and is just dicing up the Red Hawks. The Gwen is clipping the wings of the Red Hawks, and Final Boss of Ohio is doing whatever he can. Evil Lobster trying to pick up some kills on the back end, will get Bliss, but NU gets a 5-for-1 fight, and they're just going to run it down the mid lane.
I think that's going to be the game. This Gwen should shred all the objectives, and what was a valiant effort from Final Boss and Miami. Once that Gwen was grouped up with the team, this 5-stack was way too much for Miami to get through, and Northeastern get a foothold in the series.
Yeah, we have a series on our hands. NU being able to wrap up Game 3. They are going to push the series to 2-1. NU takes Game 3.
I mean, so far, red side looking pretty good as that 5 pick on the Gwen. I don't think it was as game-breaking as the Mundo, but hey, Jisung was able to play it to break Miami regardless and put a win on the board for Northeastern. So Nice swap up of strats for them. I like the fact that we're still seeing from both teams some things that they want to stick with and are working and are changing up some of the game plans around that. The Jin Karma lane, I think, had a much, much bigger impact than that Jin Nami lane, and ended up being a difference maker in that one. Is a lot of pressure was down bot early and opened up some other plays for Northeastern as a squad.
Yeah, that last pick, Gwen, was really the defining factor of this game. But now that the Redhawks have side selection, I'd assume that they'd go back to the red side where they can give Final Boss of Ohio that top lane counter pick so he can do what he did in game 1 and 2 and just take it over. But I'm interested to see if Miami will opt to give NU the Gwen and to have a counter pick into it, or if they're just going to flat out ban it in the first round or the second, just to pay some respect to what a power pick that is.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, it could be the case. Also, we just saw Gwen not be picked until 5. So if Miami wants red side, there might be a scenario where they are comfortable letting the Gwen through because they'll have a counter into it. So we'll see what ends up being the case in that next draft.
Yeah, the Ivern too. It was kind of iffy that game, especially into the Syndra. By the end of the
Yeah,
game, there was a 5K gold lead in favor of that Syndra, and the Serpent's Fang from Bokuto was cutting down a lot of the shielding power that Ivern is really known for. So I'm interested to see if Miami's going back to the drawing board with an Ivern comp, or they're just going to go back to the control or the artillery mages that got them success in games 1 and 2.
yeah. Again, the Ziggs and Hui a problem, and they don't. Northeastern doesn't seem willing to drop the Fiora or the Camille bans, so they can only take away one.
Yeah, but we'll find out what both teams decide to do in the draft as we go to a little break before Game 4, the ESC semifinal matchup between Northeastern University, yes, and Miami University is happening right now. They're going to Game 4, but we're going to a quick little break. Don't go anywhere. We are back. Welcome back to the ESC conference playoffs. We have the semifinals match between Northeastern University and Miami University, happening right now. The series is currently 2-1 in the favor of the Redhawks, but the Huskies coming off of a dominant game 3 with that Gwen in the top lane.
I mean, making that game one result, that backdoor for Miami, pulling out that win from really the bottom of the hat, look all the more important. This could easily be a Northeastern 2-1 lead right now, but Miami 2-1. They get side select for this game and the next if they do drop. So for the rest of the series, their side select this game did put themselves on the red side. And we'll see if the Karma gets first picked yet again for Northeastern. I don't know if that one's going to change or not. I feel like both teams are pretty stagnant with the bans. That said, Miami has switched it up just a wee bit. As the other champ they were banning it. Are we going to donate one to the Karma now? I actually don't remember exactly what they were using the ban besides the Lulu Seraphine here. And yeah, they're going to use it on the Gwen.
They leave open Utopia's Aurora, which is one of Utopia's strongest
Okay.
champions too. So the Lulu, Seraphine, Gwen being the bans, Northeastern hovering this Karma. We've seen it time and time again. It looks like they are going to flex that around a little bit, with the Hui being the lock-in for, I mean, it could be
Okay.
Quagers or Lord Bongbongs. But Miami University taking away the Xin Zhao, kind of a pseudo ban towards Bokuto.
All right, Evil Lobster, he's done playing the Wukong into this matchup. Going to take the Xin for himself. Of course, that way of a flex pick, but we expect that to be in the hands of Lord Bonk Bonk, who has been piloting it for the majority of the series. And now that switch of the jungle matchups coming through. Skarner, Aurora locked in. That's a pretty strong duo. Skarner going to be really tanky. And I got to say, if Miami don't pull out a traditional marksman here, Skarner going to run rampant in this game. They're going to need a tank buster top to wrap up 5-pick in some way, shape, or form.
Absolutely. And I think Miami was maybe expecting the Aurora pick to come through
Mm-hmm.
once they left it open, because we all know here in the ESC that Utopia is just a phenomenal Aurora player. Pulled it out in one of the games yesterday against Kent State, and honestly was just deleting people off the map over and over and over. So I wonder if Quegert has the confidence to be playing up against this in this last matchup, but it is going to be the Nautilus for Phantom again, 4 for 4 on the day. But we do see the Gnar being the first ban of the second round from the Redhawks.
I mean, if he does end up going for the Hui and the Aurora, at least you outrange it. But it looks like they still expect that Hui to be bought, and Quager going to try and find his champion later on. Into the Aurora, I got to say Control Mage is quite nice. We have seen Talia to try and match the push, but again, if you don't have any sort of traditional marksman here, I think it's really tough to actually, get through that Skarner later on. So I think that's really where the crux of the draft is lying for me with Miami, because we have seen them run double mage all day, and we'll see if that continues today. As again, Way is what's been picked, and we know that Bonk Bonk likes his champion.
Yeah, and Yone being the second ban from Miami University, with Jax and you playing respect to Final Boss of Ohio, but we'll pick up the Ambessa. That is another like pseudo ban towards the
Okay,
side of Jisung. I think Miami's just trying to
it
get as
is.
many counter picks slash pseudo bans as possible, but we do know that Final Boss does have some prowess on this champion.
Yeah, Renekton is something that has a positive lane matchup against Ambessa, but Ambessa overtakes the matchup again later on, as Ambessa scales really well. Did see how scary Jisung was on that champion earlier in the series today.
Yeah, and
As
Jisung was
maybe,
0-7 at one point before the Ambessa really came online.
yeah,
But the Renekton looks like the lock for the Husky team.
really beefy front line for them between the Skarner and the Renekton. Percentage HP damage, gonna get a little bit of extra mileage here if Miami decides to find any of that later on. And yeah, I think it's just gonna be the Jin or the MF. Okay, so very supportive backline to still help support the rest of this Northeastern comp. And I will say Anivia has been let through. It does outrange the Aurora. You can get quite tanky on it. If Quagert wants to go for comfort, this is going to be the pick, and that's going to end up being the grab here for Quagert.
This is giving me a lot of memories to Game 3 during the regular season. Quegert was on the Anivia. Lord Bonk Bonk was on the Hui. I am nervous to see how the Red Hawk team can deal with the Skarner and the Renekton, though. There's not a... They don't have a traditional marksman, like you've been mentioning. So it's a lot of bursty AP damage that's coming through from the Redhawks. Not really a lot of like the sustained AD that we see on the side of NU with the Renekton and the Misfortune.
Yeah, honestly, those are games where a champ like Renekton can really thrive without that marksman to just shred him down. Again, in his kit, more dashes, more Qs, his abilities can get really strong. So if you aren't able to take him out of the fight early on, could be a bit of a problem. I do really favor the front line of Northeastern in this one. And again, marksman for Northeastern, not for Miami. We'll see if Bliss is able to get these big setups on the Misfortune for the bullet times, as I think that's going to be a real a point of contention in this game. Can they get onto Misfortune and prevent her from having successful bullet times and take her out of fights? Or will MF, as the one traditional marksman in the game, be able to actually cruise through this one?
Yeah, and I think for the Redhawks, vision is the name of the game for this next match. You have the Mbessa who can honestly execute somebody from a really far range using her ultimate. Alongside, you want Evil Lobster to be doing what he can in terms of ganks. So I think if the Redhawks can get a lot of vision control on this map, they'll be able to find these picks onto the Aurora or the Misfortune, which will allow them to have a little bit more agency in this game. But Jisung going to be caught out by 3 members of Miami. Phantom just barely missing the hook.
Actually got the E skill from Renekton too, so that's actually a small win for a final boss in the top lane. As we'll be trying to survive this matchup as Mbessa into Renekton early on. And again, a lot of different looks, different texture in this game. I will say the damage for Northeastern, it does run out a little bit. I feel like that's the one real concern that I have. I feel like Aurora at times can really carry damage in a game, but the games that I see Aurora carrying the damage are not games where she's outranged. She is pretty heavily outranged by a Hui and Anivia, so not able to find those QEs, which can still pop people later in the game, as Aurora does have pretty solid AP ratios. So just really curious to see how this one plays out. Again, these drafts have been kind of creative for Miami. We've been just committing to running 2 mages for the entirety of the day, and has led to a lot of different looks and different texture into the games that not always used to.
Yeah, and Misfortune being the first, well, they played Jin earlier, but being the first Misfortune pick of the day. So I'm interested to see how this champion fits within their comp. But the Skarner, I mean, if Skarner can get a nice suppress onto 3-man, 2-man, I mean, you can just stack a bullet time on top of that. Renekton can just slice and dice his way through the team. It's going to be a hard team fight if that Skarner is able to provide such a huge ultimate like that.
Yeah, again, definitely concerned about that, like for Miami, and again, like the damage thing that we're talking about in terms of Northeastern, like being lower damage, it's kind of like you're going up against mages, so it's going to be longer fights anyway. So if you get more spell rotations, it's good, and it might be something where a lot of it's going to be about, can Miami stay disciplined enough to actually play with 2 mages and not overcommit into the only marksman of the game in Misfortune, right? Because MF sometimes can run out of damage against those tankier picks. I think that Miami does have some of those. Also, Xin R, the Crescent card, able to protect against any damage outside. Could be really nice defense against the bullet time, but Mbessa is going to be going in at some point, so I think that if Northeastern's ability to peel for the MF can be big when Mbessa jumps into the fight, that could be a difference maker for Northeastern in this game.
Yeah, and to your point too, I think Evil Lobster, not being on the Wukong now, is on the Xin Zhao, a little bit different of a pick. We'll see how he is able to perform in this game, but it sounds like some of our players are having a little bit of an audio issue, but we'll look to resolve that as we go to a little bit of a break. Don't go anywhere. It's game 4 of NU versus MU in the ESC conference playoffs. And here we are in game. It seems like we got that issue fixed pretty handily. So now we get to go back to our regularly scheduled League of Legends action.
Yeah, we'll say both junglers, again, starting on the bot side, working their way up towards the top side. Let's see if that top lane matchup can be explosive yet again. I will say that's been a pretty tightly contested matchup throughout the best of 5. Different looks, different champs for each of our players here in this game 4. And with both junglers heading up there, could be the difference of the game. In terms of what we've seen so far in this series, it really does feel like that winning top lane has had a major impact on who actually ends up winning the games.
Yeah, it looks like it's hard for Lord Bonk Bonk to really step up and start CSing with the power of the Karma and the double tap from Misfortune. But Phantom finding a good hook onto Hiccup. Not much damage as they're both level 1 at the moment, but Lord Bonk Bonk taking a lot of damage in return from an empowered Q and the double tap from Misfortune.
Does not a pop. Of course, Bonk Bonk will have a TP advantage over Bliss, who did opt for the barrier this game. Importantly, I gotta say, Final Boss got off to a decent start in this lane. Of course, that level 1 Phantom through the Dredge line at the Renekton. He did skill Slice and Dice, so the E, in order to escape that one. That did decrease some of the power of Renekton level 1. Again, Renekton kind of needs level 3 to start being Renekton. Once you get access to all 3 abilities, starts to be a menace in the lane, and that's exactly where Jisung's at. And look at that, Jisung trying to trade.
Yeah, Final Boss of Ohio trying to assert some dominance over Jisung right now. But Jisung is going to start going in a little bit deep as we see Bokuto Uchiha has pathed up here. Final Boss of Ohio doesn't spot him out. We'll see him now. Gets stunned up into the wall. Final Boss of Ohio trying to dash out with the Embessa passive and will be able to do so. No flash expended by the top laner for Miami.
Yeah, honestly, really big that Final Boss got out without burning a flash. Again, really nothing lost, soaked all the XP. This wave will crash, but he's going to be safe. It ends up being a priority crab for the Skarner. That's it. Miami can very much live with that.
Yeah, and if you look at the side of your screen, Quaker was taken down really low in this 1v1 against Utopia Soldier. Didn't have to use the flash, but that's a bird that's almost getting its wings clipped here in the mid lane.
Skirmish up top as the junglers have found each other. The Skarner's down low. He's only level 3.
Yeah, Evil Lobster has so much more health than Bokuto Uchiha, but the Skarner is forced to just back out. I'm curious to see if Evil Lobster will try to find more here. Tries to fake a little bit that he cleared the ward and backed out, but Jisung does not see Evil Lobster. Evil Lobster going in. The Renekton forced to flash out of that situation, and Evil Lobster is able to clear this ward. Meanwhile, Final Boss of Ohio trying to find the re-engage. Both top laners taken pretty low, but another member of the Redhawks is here. Jisung, without that flash, will be pretty vulnerable for the next 5 minutes of this game.
Yeah, still, this wave's really scary. I think Evil Lobster had to stay for this wave because you should just come back up top again, and the fact the Final Boss has access to flash could be big. Yeah, gonna have to burn it there.
here again tries to find the stun onto Final Boss, but Final Boss uses the flash to get out to safety. No ward here for the Red Hawk team, which kind of leaves Final Boss a little bit susceptible to these ganks. Meanwhile, good dredge line from Phantom, finding damage onto Hiccup. Evil Lobster is coming around, wrapping around the sign. Lord Bonk Bonk putting some damage into Bliss.
Ooh.
Bliss forced to flash out of there, but that is a good summoner trade for the side of the Red Hawks.
Yeah, it is. I don't think that the Xin needed the flash there to get the flash out of MF. The flash was to avoid the root coming down from the Hui, so a bit of a missed opportunity there from Evil Lobster, but gonna set his sights on the Dragon, which he's on right now. I will say, potential to get pushed off here by the Karma MF. I like this walk a lot from Northeastern as, yeah, he's gonna be forced off that Dragon. Hui does have access to TP, so can TP back, and will be a strong opportunity for Miami, but Hui has to clean up the wave first, so Northeastern able to push Evil Lobster off the Dragon, burn some of his time, and save the neutral.
Yeah, I did miss the Xin Zhao flash there, so not as ideal of a summoner trade as I thought back here in the booth, but Hiccup in this Tri-Brush just trying to find anything right now, preventing MU from stepping up a little bit if Evil Lobster decides to path down for a regank. But it does look that Aurora and Skarner are going to head towards that mid lane looking for Anivia. But things are pretty easy going right now, as Quaggart now has the ultimate and is just able to ult, clear the wave, and move on with his life.
Yeah, he's going to be just A-okay. Of course, we are on 15 or 25.07 now, which means that Roa actually going to give back a little bit extra mana when you lose health. That should be where Quaggart's going, as I gotta say, he has double Ruby Crystal. Is there a build that Quagert likes to go on the Anivia I may not be aware of, Isaac?
Honestly, I have not seen a lot of Anivia from Quagert
Okay.
this season. We only got to see it one game. I will try to see if I can
He's
find
setting
that
up for
on my end.
Fimbulwinter. Yeah. So the double
Oh,
Ruby
yeah, it's
Crystal
going
is
to a little bit of a
interesting.
tank Anivia.
Yeah, potentially.
But we see that final boss of Ohio is able to get a lot of pressure up here in this top lane and is getting really ideal backs for himself and is building up, or is at least trying to build up a bit of a lead, as we see he has the Warhammer in comparison to the pickaxe from Renekton. Meanwhile, Miami University positioning for a little bit of a play on the bot lane, maybe trying to turn this into a dragon. Hiccup doesn't know that Phantom's here. Phantom getting a good route. Then the hook onto Hiccup. Hiccup forced to flash. That is the flashes for both bot laners of Northeastern gone, and I believe that they'll try to turn that into the Cloud Trade.
Yeah, I think you believe correctly here, as no flashes for the MF and the Karma. Hui, few points in the kit now, able to deal with these waves a little bit more effectively. That's going to be enough pressure for Miami to safely take this dragon. I say safely, but Aurora has dropped mid-wave to actually make her way to check out the dragon and does push Evil Lobster off of it. So Utopia Soldier loses some CS under the turret there, but forcing Evil Lobster off the dragon yet again. And meanwhile, up top, Renekton, he got first blood.
Yeah, Renekton slowing down final boss of Ohio in that top lane. That is going to be a huge swing of momentum for the Husky team, as well as this Drake. Evil Lobster getting pushed off twice in a row by this bot lane duo. This is not what you want to see if you're a fan of the Redhawks.
All right, I lied. The catalyst, the recipe got changed this patch. So they threw in an extra Ruby Crystal and made it cost 400 less. Combined, same total. I was thrown off by the patch, Isaac. It wasn't going to be a Fimbulwinter Anivia. Still going to be the
I was
Roa
thrown
and
off
Seraph.
too, don't worry.
Oh boy.
Jisung trying to get
Okay.
an execution and will find it, so no gold going over to final boss of Ohio. A little bit of a proxy play from Jisung right now, but final boss of Ohio gonna try to take the time where his opposing laner's not here to, you know, create a little bit of an advantage for himself, but it's already almost an 800 gold lead for the side of that Crocodile.
Yeah, it's a nice gold lead, but I don't think that was worth it in terms of the death, because the experience went over towards the Ambessa, and final boss should be able to get this wave in, and at least get a plate for himself, which could be nice for trying to even up the gold and the score of that top lane matchup.
Yeah, things are pretty steady here in the first 10 minutes of the game. Some trades here and there. First blood obviously going over to the Crocodile in the top lane. But we haven't seen a lot of jungle pressure really for the side of the Huskies. Skarner's really just been showing up to dissuade Evil Lobster from doing any objectives. Meanwhile, Evil Lobster is doing whatever he can to build up some pressure for Lord Bonk Bonk and Nautilus in the bot lane. But meanwhile, Quagert and both Utopia Soldier taken pretty low, but both supports are here. They're just going to back off of that one.
And Quagert is going to have to pop the egg, as able to tank his way through that. Meanwhile, worth noting, final boss does have that Volve TP. I thought he was going to recall, ends up canceling it. So big item advantage for the Renekton right now. Final boss has to be careful in that top lane. And speaking of being careful, Northeastern.
And here we see Phantom wrapping around, using the ultimate onto Hiccup, trying to find a kill. So much CC from this Nautilus from the depths. Bliss going to flash the hook, but meanwhile the Spiraling Despair and Evil Lobster are all going to go in, and that is just going to blow up the Misfortune. That is a double kill for Lord Bonk Bonk, and nothing in return for the side of the Huskies.
Yeah, and I love the play coming out from Miami. Again, Hiccup down flash, everything onto the Karma early on, guaranteed play. Now it's time for the cross map. Grubs have spawned, but this dive could be up. Oh,
The dive setting up. Bokuto is able to find the suppression onto Final Boss of Ohio. Final Boss doing whatever he can to take down or trade what he can with this Renekton, but won't find anything. I believe that is going to be 3 grubs, or at least the grubs being started up by the Husky team.
Yeah, no attempted contest coming out from Miami. We'll say giving away 6 grubs would have been nice. They were able to trade back any dragons, but that first dragon did go over to Northeastern. So good start of the game from Northeastern. Like how they put this Ambessa behind. Chance for final boss to be down and out of this game. If they are able to get any more focus really towards him. Worth noting, Jisung going for that Eclipse does match the first item of Ambessa, but a bit of extra aggression on the Renekton early on. Used to seeing Cleavers or Sterax where Renekton gets a little bit more mileage out of those unique passives than he does the Eclipse. But that early power trying to, again, match and contest the Ambessa.
Evil Lobster here again with Phantom just putting more pressure into the bot lane of the Huskies. I wonder if the Miami University team is talking about getting Lord Bonk Bonk really accelerated in this game. It seems like the Huskies want to get Jisung accelerated, but Miami is looking to get their AP carry in the Hui accelerated here in this game. Already 2-0, already has the Blackfire Torch. That is one scary champion with a paintbrush.
Yeah, I like the idea that they were trying to play around it. You can see the Aurora actually dropping some waves mid to at least posture for a move. Bot wasn't the case, skirmishing over the Raptor camp at the moment. Anivia has been able to kill a couple waves under the turret and actually has gotten 2 plates for her own name, so well played, Quigert.
Jisung putting a lot of damage into Final Boss of Ohio under tower. I wonder if, I mean, we know that Final Boss is a really skilled player, really high-tier player in this game of League of Legends. So I wonder if the Red Hawk team isn't too worried about Eli getting set back a little bit and are looking to, like I said, get that Hui a little bit more comfortable in this game.
Potentially, I think it's just good direction from Northeastern to try and help aid this matchup, set that Ambessa behind. Did see what Jisung was able to do on this pick in game 1, if you bring your minds back to that moment. As finally now, I mean, Evil Lobster was here up top, but that didn't complete. And another lockdown coming in. Final Boss.
Skarner getting the suppression onto Final Boss. Final Boss trying to use the public execution to get out of there, but Lord Bonk Bonk TPing to the top lane. This might look a little bit dire for him. There are 3 members of this team. Evil Lobster trying to do what he can. Lord Bonk Bonk forced to flash, good flash to get out of there, but that was honestly not a great TP by the team. I think Evil Lobster is going to go down here too and won't be able to find anything. Bokuto forced to flash. Utopia taking a tower shot, shutting them down to almost half HP. Evil Lobster trying to find something onto Utopia's soldier. Doesn't have the damage just quite yet, and Bokuto will find another kill. That is 5 kills total for the side of Northeastern, and they pick up the feats of warfare as well. Bliss getting a good dodge onto the Anivia stun, but
really
Phantom
well
is right
played.
there to point blank root. Quigger popping the ultimate, doing so much damage to Bliss, and my screen has frozen, but I believe they have picked up the kill onto Misfortune. Yes, they have. And here is Hiccup getting stunned up too as well. Quigger providing so much damage, but it's just not there to take down this Karma.
Still have to credit the topside play as we go all the way back. I love how Northeastern playing around this Renekton. He's strong, and Miami not doing well with it. They're trying to play into the pick. I think you have to play around it at this point of the game. It's been really nice focus coming out from Northeastern to, again, set this Ambessa behind, and the Renekton being ahead at that strong item point we talked about, that early Eclipse. He's a big boy right now, and it's going to be really tough for Miami to move him.
Yeah, and that teleport coming out from Lord Bonk Bonk's play was a little bit dicey there, a little bit too late, and Lord Bonk Bonk himself was just able to be bursted down by the members of the Husky team. But it looks like the Redhawks are positioning themselves, trying to get some vision possibly for this Chemtech Drake. They are spotted on that ward that Evil Lobster is trying to clear out. They will get it out of there, but they have full control of this river as we see it.
Would be a little bit concerned about a fight here for Miami. As, again, the Skarner at 3-0-1 and the Renekton, I don't think they have the tools to deal with either of these picks, and Aurora's going to have a big flank lining up as Jisung TP'd in, trying to join the fight now. Dragon getting low.
Jisung TP'd into the mid lane. The members of Miami are a little bit caught out. Phantom trying to get a hook in, forced to flash out.
Well played,
but
Phantom.
I think MU is just trying to back out of this fight. They know that they can't really win this. They're a little bit disjointed too. Jisung on the back line, but Aurora was able to find a kill onto Evil Lobster. Quaker going to get flashed upon. Bombadillo Crocodile. That is a strong Renekton, dealing so much damage to the team of Miami University. Meanwhile, Lord Bonk Bonk was able to wrap around. They still have a lot of damage. The health bars of Northeastern are low. Phantom is still here. Lord Bonk Bonk picking up a kill onto the jungler of the Husky team. Meanwhile, Bliss picking up a kill onto Final Boss of Ohio. Utopia Soldier and Hiccup half health each. Meanwhile, the members of MU, Phantom and Quaker are also at half health, excuse me. But Phantom not looking for something, and both teams are just going to back out of that one. I believe it was a 2-for-2 or a 2-for-3, but no dragon being taken just yet.
Yeah, it was advantage Northeastern, but in the forever fight, a chance for Miami to take it back. I will say in the back half of that play, Utopia Soldier did burn the flash to get away from a Quagert-Anivia combo. As now Dragon being spotted, it's going to net the TP from the Aurora and the TP from the Ambessa. Evil Lobster yet again has to pull off a Dragon. Feels like he's done that for the entire game, teasing these Dragons and then having to pull off thanks to Northeastern being able to rotate.
Yeah, the Huskies are not letting this Xin Zhao take anything from this jungle. But meanwhile, MU is 4-man strong here in the mid lane, possibly looking for a look onto Ji-Sung.
yeah.
Phantom threatening the hook. Final boss of Ohio doesn't have the public execution just yet, but I don't know if that's the member of NU that you want to engage on. Ji-Sung popping the Dominus. Meanwhile, on the back end, Evil Lobster is going to get stunned up by the Skarner. Skarner's going to find a 3-man suppression. Quaker doing whatever he can. Agnivia is going to be popped. Evil Lobster going down. Meanwhile, final boss of Ohio able to pick up the kill onto Utopia Soldier. Quaker doing whatever he can, but Lord Bonk Bonk is here. Quaker is still, no, the Ambessa is healing up. That is a triple kill, I believe, for Ambessa. Lord Bonk Bonk doing whatever he can. That is a triple kill for the Bliss as well. But Lord Bonk Bonk, the only remaining member of the Red Hawks, as Hiccup and Bliss are the only remaining members of the Huskies. Does Lord Bonk Bonk see Hiccup? Yes, he does. But Hiccup is just able to run out of that one. A little bit of a disjointed fight, but we see the power of this Skarner pick coming through.
Yeah, it was a really nice ult from the Skarner, and frankly, a great follow-up from Utopia Soldier, too. Use the Between Worlds to get to the other side of the portal and support the suppress that Bakudo was able to find on the Skarner pick. Pleasantly surprised about what Final Boss was able to do on the Ambessa in that fight. Was actually able to get in the backline, be effective. I still think that if you were Miami, get Ambessa some farm. Final Boss cannot be level 11. He's spending a lot of time grouped up. There was a wave top that he could have been farming. I know he's down TP, so if Miami wants to fight, he kind of has to be grouped, but you can't afford to starve out this pick. Ambessa can take over later on if you do get resources, and I think it's really important that Final Boss continues to absorb what he can on this map.
Yeah, Quaker was also just providing a lot of utility for that Red Hawk team, and with the Glacial Storm, the ultimate was providing a lot of damage. Quaker did have the passive popped in that last fight, so won't have it going into this next one. But it looks like Final Boss and Evil Lobster were pushing the top lane tower. Final Boss might just try to take this tower and turn for the Drake, as Evil Lobster might look to this Herald. Ji-Sung and Bokuto are here just taking this dragon, and that's going to be the dragon for the Huskies.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you kind of have to give this dragon over, though. It's okay if you are Miami. Again, it's just what can you get on the other side of the map. Quakert's doing a nice job of stalling here, and Phantom might be able to support a potential dive onto an Anivia, as Quagert was able to sneak his way back. It's just going to be a split map scenario with Miami at least evening things up in terms of turrets. The outer turret of bot lane will fall too. Just kind of a trade of map as things go vertical. No rift taken is going to hurt.
Bokuto does see Anivia, will use the Ixtal impact, won't get the impact part of it, but will find the impale to suppress that Anivia, and Ji-Sung just running over the MU team.
I think as long as Quagert was there, Phantom probably should have stuck around too, but oh, Bonk Bonk took a 1v2 and won. He's going to go down, but nice play. Oh.
Wei finding a kill onto Misfortune.
That's big.
Does have to flash out, unfortunate, but Ji-Sung is down. That's a lot of tempo for this Red Hawk team, as we have Final Boss, Phantom, and Evil Lobster all here. Phantom using the ult onto Hiccup. Hiccup forced to flash out of it to avoid death, but that is a huge pickup kill for Lord Bonk Bonk and for the team of Miami University.
Actually, a really early Serpent's Fang picked up here by Final Boss. Again, we talked about it last game into the Karma. Get some extra value mileage this game going into a Skarner too. Sterex Shield likely coming in later on for Renekton, so not a bad game to be a Serpent's Fang enjoyer on the Ambessa. Will delay some of the other big items on this champion, like the Shojin, which I think is really important for the success of this champ.
Yeah, and this way is really far ahead too. 6-2, 20 minutes into the game. Does have the Liandries and the Blackfire Torch completed already. Yep. Quagert getting the completed Serifs too, as well as the Rod of Ages stacking. I mean, Miami's hitting their power spikes right now, so a fight, a good engage could be favorable for this Red Hawk team.
Final Boss, still, I think this matchup's going to be a little bit better for Final Boss, but he's still going to be behind the Renekton, so still a small chance for concern there, as Skarner wasn't spotted until now. It's an all-in of the TP coming in.
Bonabas Ohio uses the public execution to find something onto Jisung, but that is another huge impale from Bokuto, finding both members of MU that were right there. They're going to be deleted by Jisung Bliss and Bokuto, and there's nothing that the Redhawks can do in response. Quagger is in the bot lane, just pushing in, trying to get that first tower in the bot lane. Jisung does have TP and could match if he feels so fit, but the Huskies are just going to start up this Phantom. Phantom getting taken down by Bliss. We didn't get to see the action that happened there, but was possibly just caught out. But Quagger still pushing down this bot lane.
Things going a bit from bad to worse. Still love the tanky identity of this Skarner. I think that as the series has progressed, the fact that Northeastern just realized that Miami is not playing those traditional marksman bot, leading towards some of these tanks and picks that do really well in the mages, like the Gwen, like the Skarner, has been big for them as the series has continued to evolve.
And yeah, this is a really tough position to be in for the Redhawks. You know, you just saw the Husky team take a game off of you, which gives the Huskies, you know, a big swing in mental momentum. But now you're behind in game 4, and you're thinking, could we possibly go to game 5? Could we possibly, you know, lose our chance at making the CLOL playoffs? Miami has to find something here to really boost their mental and to get back into this game.
Yeah, again, this would be a really big win for trying to get them a bid, an at-large spot, as they're calling it in CLOL. That pretty much you got to get voted in by the committee as Miami, setting their sights on this dragon. Do we have a Mountain Soul that has spawned on the map? If Miami is they're behind in the game, if they're able to stack up Mountain Souls, could be really big for their team. As we did talk about some of the lack of damage for Northeastern. Right now, it doesn't matter given the lead that they have. A lot of it in the hands of their top laner in Jisung.
Yeah, and Miami just forced to send some members to the top lane to match Jisung right now. They're kind of, Miami doesn't really have a lot going for them right now, but they still have the Rift Herald. Rift Herald is going to be used on the top lane inhibitor tower. Quagger is the only one here. And Bessa, all 3 members that are on the map of Miami are being forced to back here, and that is going to be a charge onto that inhibitor tower of the top lane. That is getting so low, but Evil Lobster catching out Jisung and Hiccup here. 4 members strong for the Huskies. Meanwhile, the rest of Miami is here. Utopia Soldier coming up from the red buff.
It was honestly a great rotation from Northeastern. They catch that mid wave really high with numbers, and now they get control of the rivers. So, again, you're not walking into Anivia, walking into Hui. These champions have to walk into you. Big difference in terms of the power level when that's the case. Well played by Northeastern as they've taken decent control, and Miami's fighting an uphill battle to get into this dragon.
Yeah, Phantom trying to threaten anything here, but Bokuto is going to go in, uses the Impale onto 2 members. That is going to be a lot of damage, like I mentioned earlier, stacked upon with the bullet time.
Final boss?
On the back end of the team, Final Boss of Ohio was able to take down Hiccup, but Quagger and Lord Bongbong still have full health bars. Bliss is getting really low, as well as Jisung. Utopia Soldier is going to be the next target for this MU team, but I think the 2 carries are able to just swing the Husky team off of this dragon. Jisung, Bliss, and Utopia all about at a 3rd HP. We'll see if MU has any vision. They catch out Bliss. Bliss forced to flash, but Utopia Soldier is still keeping up on this Drake. We'll see if they want more.
TP coming in.
Acroing on to MF. Jisung TPing into the mid lane, and that signals that Quagger and Lord Bongbong are just going to back out of there. But this Skarner pick, the Impales, are huge in this game.
Yeah, again, Miami trying to fix their waves. I'm a little bit concerned for Miami. They're falling behind in the side lanes, too, as that gold lead starting to grow for Northeastern. It's been a lot of grouping that's gone on in the game. Northeastern, they've been the team that's been up, so they've gotten the waves in. When Miami overgroups, they've been dropping those waves in order to try and match. It's really hurt the economy as the game has gone on.
It's a 4v5 here in the river. Final Boss of Ohio on the right side of your screen is coming in. I do not know if Northeastern knows the location of this Ambessa, but Hiccup trying to find some cues from behind the wall. But Jisung looking maybe to wrap around, is on the back end.
They don't know where the Renekton is.
No, they do not have vision of the Renekton. MU knows that they do not see the crocodile and are just going to back out, thinking
it's a good pinch.
That Jisung is back there. Meanwhile, the Skarner is going to go in. Final Boss of Ohio uses the public execution to get out of there, but a huge 3-man impale from Skarner finds them all. Bullet time stacked on top of that will just eliminate members of the Red Hawk team. Mbessa trying to find anything onto Bliss. It's a double kill
MF
for
lived.
the Crocodile. Quaker hasn't gone down just yet. Lord Bonk Bonk and Evil Lobster still here. The final boss and Phantom just getting obliterated by the bullet time impale combo.
Beautiful play from the Skarner. Great setup to cash in the bullet time, and Bliss was even able to walk out of that one after getting so low. As now that soul point secure, a 5K gold lead secured, and Northeastern continued to make the right plays, set the right marks to try and push us to a game 5.
Northeastern has a 10-kill lead in this game. They have about a 5K gold lead as well. It is getting harder and harder for this Miami University team to claw their way back into this game. Baron and Otacon are both up on opposite ends of this map, but it is so hard to match this Crocodile, who is 8, 3, and 11 with 3 completed items and the upgraded tier 3 boots. This is a really tough Crocodile to take down. And Skarner, the Scorpion, almost 3 items, and the impales have been coming up huge from Bokuto. He's saying, guys, I'm not a Xin Zhao merchant. I can play other things too.
Yeah, and again, I think that change up of the matchup, like getting these tanks get so big in the games where you do lack that traditional marksman, real beefy topside for Northeastern that Miami's had trouble getting through, especially given the lead that, you know, Jisung and Bakudo were able to open up in this game.
Yeah, it is getting harder and harder. Final boss of Ohio still on 2 items, down 3.6k gold. Honestly, the entire gold lead from this game is on that Renekton, but you still, like, the Renekton is powerful, but I mean, it's not the only carry that Northeastern has. They still has this Misfortune, which is doing so much, and they still have Aurora, which is, it's providing so much utility and damage for that Husky team.
Yeah, IE was just completed by the MF. That's big. Aurora almost has a death cap too. Would be another really big break point. Hui, Lord Bonk Bonk is the one that is really the strong point for Miami. So Miami, if they can continue to be disciplined about how they play out these fights and lean on their double mage setup, it's going to be important because they have to take up space and kite backwards, or else, you know, if they overcommit, MF can be really scary with the state of the game and the state of Bliss that he's in right now in terms of being able to carry. As that ward was spotted by the sweeper, but actually wasn't killed. As I know that Northeastern knows that they're spotted. It's just, do they want to rip it or not? No control ward has gone down yet. Okay, they're going to pop a second sweeper and use that to kill out all the wards.
Quaker pushing in the bot lane is recalling right now, but like you mentioned, Lord Bonk Bonk, the strong point for Miami University, but is really can only do a lot of damage if there are people to back him up and provide some takiness. Hiccup, meanwhile, finding a huge monster Q onto Lord Bonk Bonk and Phantom, and they are forced to back off. Aurora is in the bot lane. It is 5 members of the Red Hawks here, 4 for the Huskies, and they're tempting the Red Hawks to make an engaged play, while Aurora and Renekton are just going to try to split push here a little bit and create some pressure that the Red Hawks are going to have to match.
It's been really tough for Miami to walk in as Phantom finally got access to that sweeper. Is going to make his way in to clear out some of the vision that Northeastern laid down. As I think if you're Northeastern, no point to do anything crazy here when you have IE finished on MF and a death cap coming in on Aurora a minute 30 before this dragon spawns. Aurora has gotten bot all the way in. Have to imagine next base, she has access to that hat that is in her character portrait. She can buy it in the shop next, as Rabadons will be quite tempting on this champion. And it might be tough for Miami. I will say Baron has been spotted. A little bit surprised that we're going to take a risk like this before Mountain Soul is up, as Utopia Soldier does hop out of the combo from Quagert, but this is still being tickled. This does grant Miami, though, control over mid. They can use this to get control over bot river. I'd like that a lot if Miami's able to get there first.
Final boss of Ohio forced to use the TP in to help create some pressure, but it is 5v5. Some backs coming out from the team of the Huskies, but it looks like Miami might try to set up for the Drake that's spawning here in 1 minute. They're trying to get some vision down in the river, but Jisung is just going to continue on this split pushing Crocodile and will go to the top lane to create even more pressure. I don't know how Miami is going to be able to match this, especially with the TP from Final Boss being expended there. Quigger and Lord Bonk Bonk both have theirs, but I don't know if they can match this Crocodile.
I think Quagert's got to go back and fix this, and then you just keep the Hui in to try and find the poke. So I do like how Miami, they are being decently disciplined about how they're sitting in their vision. Nautilus will be spotted here. They might actually bait Utopia Soldier in.
Yeah,
They're going to check. They're face checking.
Pick up in the mid lane. They are hiding in the bush. It is 4 members of Miami University going to get spotted out. And there's going to be no engage here just yet. Bokuto, you know, just threatening the Ishtal impact right now. And he is going to activate it. Final boss seems to be the target. Will not get stunned into the wall, but the Impale is active for the Skarner. Bokuto taken down to half health. Meanwhile, Evil Lobster on Jisung trying to do whatever
he got
can.
his ult.
But Jisung gets Jisung just healing up so much, and that's Crescent Guard coming out from Evil Lobster as well. Book going down onto Skarner. Skarner trying to get bursted down before the ultimate come out. The Impale will find nothing. Meanwhile, on the backline, Bliss finds the bullet time to take out and deal so much damage, but this Renekton is just running over everything. This Crocodile does so much damage. Quaker getting sectioned off from everyone else, trying to find anything. Does get a kill onto Hiccup. The Agnivia will be popped, but there is no support to help with the Resurrect, and Evil Lobster is just forced to back out of that one.
And that's going to be Mountain Soul, and frankly, that's the first solid step towards a Game 5 as Northeastern securing this. That's going to be power for the rest of the game, and I gotta say, the double mage setup into a squishier team, a squishier profile, I think was a lot better. Like, letting the Xin through and playing double mage into that a lot easier than the Skarner, because you saw pretty much 2 entire spell rotations that Bakudo was able to eat up on his own on the Skarner. Miami was left with nothing to deal with the Renekton in the backline, which ran them.
Yeah, this Renekton is doing such a great job on getting onto the backline carries like Lord Bonk and Quaker, and is able to do so much damage. And Bokuto was able to just soak up so much damage. Even though they missed the Ishtal impact and the Impale, they just provided so much, a threatening aura, if you will, in that last skirmish. Baron going to be the objective for Northeastern. Final boss of Ohio doing what he can to section off Jisung. Evil Lobster in the back of the pit. Does have a control ward, does not have flash to look for a steal, but Jisung still running them and corralling them to the rest of this Husky team. Aurora popping the Between Worlds, dealing so much damage. Evil Lobster is just going to try to get the Baron. He signals his team to back up, and Evil Lobster steals the Baron. This is the 3rd time he's stolen an objective in this game. Meanwhile, Aurora does find the kill back onto Evil Lobster, and Jisung getting really low. Final boss of Ohio will be taken out here, but that is 3 members of Miami University with the Baron. Great steal by Evil Lobster, but that is 2 members without it for the Red Hawks.
E1 HP, the Baron, they weren't able to keep him out. Again, it stalls out the game for Miami. I still don't think it makes a difference for me. Mountain Soul is what breaks things, and Quaker now under siege, no flash.
Ishtal impact going to catch up. Quaker doesn't get stunned, but will be forced to use the Hourglass going into that stasis mode. Hiccup getting a little bit low, but these Baron empowered minions, just can't really stop the push of this Husky team. Meanwhile, Jisung in the picture-in-picture is taking the top lane inhibitor turret, and it's a hard task for this Red Hawk team to come back if they're able to do anything here.
Yeah, waiting for the Ambessa. Still 30 seconds on the Navia. We'll say Skarner's out of mana. Gonna do a decent job of at least tagging him up a little bit. Way also out of mana. I think this game is gonna come down to, I mean, maybe a potential Elder fight, but I just think that the strength that Northeastern has with the DPS marksman, with the Mountain Soul, it's not enough damage from the Miami comp to try and get through the Baron, or I should say the power that Northeastern has.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough feat for the Red Hawks to get back into this game. The top lane inhibitor was taken by Jisung, so that the super minions will be pushing permanently this lane, but it's going to be really tough. I believe 3 minutes on that Elder Dragon, and if a fight breaks out here, I think it's still kind of a coin flip, Cubby. I think if Miami is able to pick up this Elder Drake after hopefully a good fight for their team, then maybe for the next fight, they've gotten the health bars low enough that I think they might be able to hit those Elder Dragon executes. But again, they have to get and secure that Elder first. But the Huskies just going to burst down this Otacon.
I mean, just no room on the map for Miami to really play. Again, it is a massive lead here for Northeastern, is looking to put together the pieces of what would be a reverse sweep in the series. I gotta say, there is a world where this could have been a 3-1 victory for Northeastern, was how that game 1 was going.
Yeah, and just shout out to Jisung having the mental resilience that they've had in this series so
Yeah.
far. Was put really far behind in that first game and a little bit in game 2 too, but they have come up huge in games 3 and 4 on the Gwen and the Renekton.
No, I think that's a great shout. And, I mean, this game, the Renekton, that Shojin coming in, still being worked upon by Final Boss. As 2 minutes away from the final boss of Summoner's Rift spawning. Of course, that would be the Elder Dragon. As Northeastern, knowing that any mistakes from them would spell the demise of their tournament, backs up against the wall, down 1-2. Gonna play this one out slow, cautious, make sure they check all the boxes that they need to make sure that they put us into a Game 5 scenario.
Yeah, Lord Bonk Bonk building the Blighted Jewel, trying to get a little bit of magic penetration. Is Utopia Soldier just messing up that blast cone a little bit, but we see the members of Northeastern just pushing in that mid lane still. Miami University, they don't have any vision really, and they don't have any flank angles, and Quaker is being forced to clear the super minion waves.
They don't, and it still is tough to end into this Anivia Hui duo. Again, the wave clear that both these champs pack, it's crazy. On its own, it can hold a game together sometimes, prevent it from ending together. It's a nigh impossible task for Northeastern to actually break the base while these two champs stand. So, gonna look to use this Elder Dragon to get them out of the base, create some angles, and do what they need to do to win this game. At the moment, catching these mid waves as high as they can. 45 seconds till Elder spawns, and absolutely no vision for Miami to be seen in their blue side jungle.
Yeah, Miami University doing what they can to just keep themselves in this game. The Elder Dragon is coming up in 30 seconds. There are 4 members of Northeastern in the jungle right here, but that Skarner has the Heartsteel, infinitely stacking, and just gets healthier and tankier as this game goes on.
Oh,
and
boy.
Jisung too has so much health. Miami University does spot out Bokuto and Hiccup here.
Watch
But they're
Aurora.
in kind of a bad situation. Utopia finds a great flank with the Between Worlds. Pops the Zonius to protect themselves a little bit. Evil Lobster caught out by Bokuto Uchiha. Lord Bonk Bonk trying to do whatever he can to pop some damage. Jisung taking incredibly low by the spiraling despair. Meanwhile, Bliss is caught up by the members of Miami University, but the health bars for the Redhawks are already so low. Northeastern is just running them over under the radar. Bliss went 11-3 and is so strong on this misfortune. Quaker cannot do anything, and I think that might be the game, Cubby.
That's going to be it. That's going to be a Game 5. Well played from Bliss. I know Jisung was the point of strength for the vast majority of that game, but Bliss on the MF ended up being really big in that one. Able to drain tank a lot of the fights as that MF rushing BT in the game and going up against these mages. MF stood tall, and Northeastern pushing us to the max number of games. Game 5 coming up.
Northeastern in full control of this game. Jisung being the key to success, with Bliss providing a lot of damage too, and going 12-3 in this game. But the Huskies are going to take Game 4, sending the semifinals match for a chance at the championship to Game 5.
Yeah, I gotta say, as this series has gone on and evolved, I think that the changes of strategy there from Miami, it enabled some picks that are really good into mages. That Skarner was immobile later on in the game with no marksman to really get through that. Same with Renekton, who was so big early on. So, yes, denying the Xin, it feels good against someone like Bogota, who's had 3 good games as Xin Zhao, right? But then you get the Xin yourself. He ends up going for the Skarner, the Renekton. And if you don't want to run a true marksman in that, you have to play so well, so early to really have the gold, the economy to overcome those picks. And that was not the case for Miami. Really tough game for them to win. And a really nice draft and gameplay from Northeastern as they even up the series.
Yeah, it was kind of a flip-flop of Game 2, where Final Boss of Ohio was on the Mundo, soaking up so much damage from the mages on the side of Northeastern. But then in this game, Bokuto on that Skarner just was honestly unkillable with the dual mage setup from Miami. So I wonder if they're going to lean towards a true marksman for this next game, or if the Redhawks are still going to say, let's play Hui.
I still think the double mage, it's playable. We've seen Miami win games with it. The big thing for me is just you have to be able to respect what Northeastern's throwing at you. You just can't be like, I'm picking this way. It's going bot, no marksman. Someone has to, make the shift or be willing to play the Hui mid, play an AD bot if you're going to play into this. Because again, I look at Renekton, I look at Skarner. you can't go double mage setup into those champs. And we'll see if Northeastern can realize and find more setups, or maybe they can have drafts that do prevent the double mage. Because if Miami's not willing to adapt, well, we saw how hard it was to win that game once the Skarner Renekton got going.
Yeah, and this series has been an absolute treat to cast with you, Cubby. And I'm so excited for this Game 5 coming up. Silver Scrapes during the break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Game 5 for the semifinals between Northeastern and Miami University. We are here, game 5 between Northeastern University
Dude.
and Miami University in the semifinal matchup of the ESC Conference Playoffs for a chance at the championship game.
Yeah, I mean, we're hopping right into the draft. No time wasted. We've seen a lot of games, a lot of different ideas, strategies, and Miami looking at that last game being like, you know what? We are going to get rid of that Aurora. If we need to get rid of the Gwen, we can always do so later on in the draft, as we'll say Carmen locked in. I would give away the Zin. Do not play Zin. Just don't worry about it. Again, I think that a big key to this game, if you want to play the double mage setup, make sure that those big tanks are not in the game, and make sure that you can actually execute your double mage. So Skarner being taken. We'll see if it is the flip side of the matchup for Northeastern, as they are going to take the Xin Zhao. And then that Gwen, that has been also big, also important. That's picked, but it's picked early. So if Final Boss wants his Jax, wants or Renekton into it, wants an Aatrox into it again, he can take that choice of pick now. Or they can grab the Nautilus that Phantom's been on all series and go from there.
Yeah, the Xerath Open 2 was really prevalent in the previous game, so we'll see. I've yet to see Evil Lobster on a tankier pick like this. We've seen the Wukong, we see the Xin Zhao. I don't know if Skarner's one of those big picks that Evil Lobster has in his back pocket, but it will be a double mage team again for the side of Miami. I am nervous to see this Gwen again too. Just, I don't want it to run over this game.
I am too, and you're showing double mage so early in the draft. Opportunity for Northeastern to be able to adapt and make plans into this. So, honestly, kind of a risky strat here from Miami for me. MF going to get banned out. Curious if they get rid of the Jhin or the Syndra coming up here, as, of course, that Karma Flexible has been played by both Hiccup and Utopia Soldier in this series, as did see some of the opportunity champs you can play into Gwen. Of course, they went for the Xerath instead, so no Jax on the table. Maybe an Ambessa ban thrown out towards Final Boss as well.
Yeah, I'm seeing that the Jax is banned out here. Final Boss of Ohio's champion pool getting, I mean, really reduced here. And it's going to be a tough matchup for him into this Gwen, because we saw Jisung just, you know, run up that game that they were able to play on the Gwen. But Syndra is going to be the final ban for the side of Miami, paying great respect to Utopia Soldier.
Yeah, I think see GP taken here. Again, curious what kind of blind, or I guess the Gwen's showing. So curious what response we want to see from Miami. I gotta imagine that an opportunity to take a top laner right here, right now, if not, could get your hands on that trusty dusty Nautilus for Phantom, which has been the pick of the series. But oh boy, that's a Trundle top into the Gwen. Isaac, I see that you're quite surprised.
I am quite surprised. We do know that Final Boss does like this Trundle. He's played it to great success in the regular season, but to see it being bust out here in Game 5 with a potential bid to the championship on the line, this is a heat check, I feel, from Eli. He's calling a shot right now.
Ooh. Heat check. I like that phrase. You know, we'll see if Eli can take this one, as that's a three-pointer from a little bit of extended range, or who knows, maybe he's just trying to rock the torpedo bat as Trundle. Opportunity to grab that later on. You're really excited about this one. It could be a potential Amumu coming in for Phantom, I gotta say. I still think Nautilus probably the pick here. A lot of value for Nautilus in this game. Would actually really, really like this one. Phantom's gonna grab it.
Yeah, I think Nautilus is the better pickup here, but I do know the team is a big fan of this Amumu support. We like to joke that it's just Freelo in our League of Legends games. That's what I've been using to climb lately. But yeah,
I like
Nautilus.
that. I usually, when I see Amumu support, I pick Braum and feel really good about my life as the Braum. So not the case this time around, though. Going to be the Nautilus in Game 5 draft. Isaac, gotta say, once again, traditional marksman in the Jhin available for Northeastern, and that Gwen means that late game, those are going to be two pretty big picks. It's going to be about the Xin Ahri kind of getting them there. Whereas Miami, we'll just see if they can execute their comp. They do have a true split push potential for the Final Boss later on. Any grubs and any free time with turrets, Trundle will melt those turrets away later on.
Yeah, Final Boss, a great split pushing player. But one pick we haven't really talked about is that Ahri, a new pick in this series from Utopia Soldier. Played it in, I believe, at least one game yesterday against Kent State. Played it to great success, but I'm interested to see because they're kind of showing me with the Xin, the Gwen, and the Ahri, hey, we want to dive onto Quaggart, we want to dive onto Lord Bonk Bonk in the back line. So we'll see how Miami can respond to that sort of pressure from these champions.
Yeah, and again, we have seen Miami 5 games committed to this double mage strategy. Really on them. You have to be disciplined about executing this comp. I think the big thing for me, Trundle is a dedicated split pusher, trying to utilize that to at least have a winning lane and buy space, and then be able to then hopefully set up early on. Because we've seen the Hui Xerath, or like the Hui Anidia, Hui Ziggs, whatever setup they've had, when they've had control of the space and then forced the enemy team to walk into it, that's where it's tough for Northeastern. Whereas if they're the ones that have to take the space away from Northeastern, that's where their comp can really be stronger than what Miami has.
Yeah, I really want to see Evil Lobster doing whatever he can to shut down Jisung early in this game to give Final Boss a little bit of a lead where he can then snowball it into this really strong split push, and to try to provide a lead for this Miami University team. But this is game 5. This is everything on the line. The seasons for both Northeastern and Miami University comes to this. The loser is, they're not playing League of Legends until next year, but the winner gets to play Ball State tomorrow. The winner of the Eastern Michigan Ball State matchup tomorrow in the Grand Finals Championship for the ESC Conference.
Yeah, Ball State did find that 3-0 victory in order to move forward on that side of the bracket, as Quaggart getting some extra moves in here before he hopefully puts the moves on the Rift. And gotta say, it's been quite the series. This could be a Northeastern 3-1 right now, but it was some heroics from Final Boss on a split pusher with the help of Quaggart in that game 1 on the Ziggs and Jacks as they backdoored to win the game through an Elder Drake pretty much. And at least if you are Miami this time around, again, Trundle, that dedicated split pusher, they do have a way to play their way out of this game if things get weird early on, or they don't find themselves able to win the groupings.
Yeah, and a key thing for Quaggart here in this mid lane is just going to try to avoid the charm wherever he can. But Final Boss already getting really aggressive, trying to zone off Jisung, and gets a really nice trade, bringing Jisung down to half health. But Cubby, I just want to say this is my first best of 5 I've ever cast, and it's a pleasure and an honor to be able to do it alongside you.
Oh, it's been fun today. I've had a good time, Isaac. So I'm glad that you get the first best of 5 cast and the first game 5 banger. Experience some silver scrapes for yourself. Jealous I couldn't see what that looked like in the lobby and in Armstrong over there at Miami, a campus that I love dearly. So hopefully it's been a good time for everyone at home or in the lobby, and excited to see what the conclusion is for what has been a very fun best of 5 against 2 teams that's been pretty back and forth all day.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to check out the lobby while we were in that break, and it is, let me tell you, it is packed and they are loud. In that top lane train, I could hear everybody just screaming about Final Boss of Ohio getting Jisung down, to half health. So the scenes here in Oxford, Ohio, it's electric over here, and I'm so excited for this game.
This is quite curious. Trundle is fogging. They're trying to see if Zin's going to check, and wow, really disciplined call here by Bakudo. To actually hide this one. He's going to jump over the wall now. Trundle's here. Trundle wins this.
Yeah, this is going to get a little bit dicey. Evil Lobster getting really low, but Final Boss is going to pop the
Trundle
ghost.
wins.
Is going to try to get the first blood onto Bokuto. Final Boss, does get the first blood, but Utopia is here, gets the charm, and gets a pickup kill. Quaggart providing some more help, but Jisung does have the damage reduction. Final Boss of Ohio gets 2 kills, getting an early lead in this game, but that is a kill over to Utopia Soldier as well. Great pathing from Quaggart to get over there, but great move by Jisung on the Gwen to make it untargetable by, or undamageable, from that Xerath Q.
Yeah, enough time was burned where I will say Quaggart gets a big wave, but Utopia Soldier left that wave first, was first to the play, was involved. Quaggart had the follow, tricky for him, not able to do it as that play was a little bit extended. Still to give a lot of props over to Bakudo. I know that he went down, but the fact that he didn't hop directly onto that blue buff, bought some time, actually was enough for both Jisung and Utopia Soldier to rotate, help Mount, make sure that was a 2 for 2 as they trade even despite the strength that Trundle presents early.
Yeah, and we are 2 for 2 in the kills, which means the next one will be feats of strength. But it looks like Bokuto and the Northeastern team really want to get this feat of strength early in this game. They are going for a dive. Jisung aggro's tower, which just kind of ruins everything there. They're forced to back off. That was a huge misplay by the Gwen.
Yeah, and really important that Trundle's able to live that. Again, if Trundle goes down, he would have missed a giant wave. Instead, able to actually force Gwen to cancel the recall and going to keep Jisung in this lane. So, a pretty big, I'd say, win for Final Boss. The fact that he doesn't get dove again. A dive onto the Trundle there, that takes away the power, the split pushing potential, and really is a big advantage for Northeastern. So, good that Final Boss, if you're a Miami fan, was able to sneak out on that one.
Yeah, meanwhile, trades in the bot lane. Lord Bonk Bonk putting some damage into Hiccup, but doesn't have much mana left himself. Meanwhile, Bliss prepping that 4th shot. Could possibly look for a little burst with a Mantra Q onto Lord Bonk Bonk as well. But we'll see what this bot lane decides to do. Evil Lobster is again in the blue side jungle for Northeastern, and they want to set up to dive onto Jisung. Evil Lobster is going to flash, get the Ishtal impact, and they are going to go onto Jisung. Meanwhile, Utopia Soldier on the Ahri is here, but can they get the feats of strength? Miami University
what can
does.
Trundle
Evil Lobster
do?
going into the bush, getting untargetable. Meanwhile, the Final Boss is taking really low. It's another kill picked up for Bokuto, another kill for Uchiha, and that is 4-3 for Miami, or sorry, excuse me, for the side of Northeastern, but feats of strength for the Red Hawks.
Yeah, and these charms have been so clutch from Utopia Soldier as each have connected onto the Trundle and taken him down before he's able to auto and ramp his way through a fight. Really clutch from Utopia Soldier, as that's going to get him pretty far accelerated into this new Ahri build, which features the Roa into the mask items. So a little bit extra health, a little bit extra tanking. It's going to be really nice to take into this mage-centric comp for Miami, and this Ahri off to the races.
Yeah, but Final Boss too, already 3 kills in this game, has the Tiamat. The split pushing power from Final Boss is online now, and it's going to be hard for Jisung, because at this point, the Gwen's not winning the 1v1. Meanwhile, Bokuto engages onto Evil Lobster. Evil Lobster forced to back out of that, but Lord Bonk Bonk has to take a recall as they are getting real low. Final Boss of Ohio already has 1 turret plating down, is pushing in more, and is possibly looking toward the grubs here? Yeah, Final Boss of Ohio.
He can solo take one for sure.
He's starting up the grubs, at least trying to get one, preventing Bokuto from taking it. But also, the Red Hawks are taking this dragon. They have full control over the neutral objectives as we speak.
Yeah, really big from Miami, the fact they're able to get this. So that gold deficit, I mean, pretty null and void if they're able to get at least the first dragon off the table. Already got a grub to their name, too. Again, any grub taken, Trundle gets a lot of mileage off of, as Final Boss likely to be pretty much a dedicated split pusher in this game.
Miami able to pick up the first scrub of the game and the first Drake Cloudsoul, which helps Final Boss even more just get around the map faster while split pushing. That is going to be one scary troll the farther we get into this game. Meanwhile, Hiccup and Utopia Soldier are trying to find a look onto Quegger. Hiccup in vision, or sorry, not in vision, doesn't know, Quegger doesn't know that they're there, but they are just going to back off of a look. Meanwhile, Lord Bonk Bonk has back, got the lost chapter, and is going to continue farming here in this bot lane.
Yeah, actually not committing to the grubs, too. This is one of the few games where we have seen Bokuto actually be behind, thanks to the focus that Evil Lobster and Final Boss have had towards the top side of the map, playing towards the strengths of the Trundle in those skirmishes. So not able to really throw his weight around on the Rift, dictate the pace of the game. Has to get a little bit more info before they make decisions, and going to get the bad info that a grub was indeed snuck away by the Trundle. Final Boss not going to try and contest anything else. Instead, going to take his recall after getting that wave all the way in. And it's not going to be the Titanic Hydra Trundle. It's indeed going to be the Ravenous Hydra Trundle. So a little bit of extra life steal on. I will say I do prefer Titanic, but Ravenous, that it really is a lot of sustain that's going to be in the kit for Final Boss and this pick.
Yeah, this troll is getting big, but also Northeastern getting the remaining 2 grubs of the first set is kind of big, and I really like that play from the Red Hawks because they know that Northeastern likes these early grub plays. But hold on, Lord Bonk Bonk getting a nice trade onto Bliss, but that sets them up a little bit later in the game. They have now the time to set up around this 3-minute timer to try to get themselves to 4 grubs to
top.
get the
We
bomb.
have a fight top. Good cancel.
Bokuto finding Evil Lobster. Evil Lobster just by himself is dead to rights. Final Boss doesn't see anything he can do. Utopia Soldier also pathing up top. Evil Lobster is just going to go down here to the one character you don't want to give the kill to on the Husky team.
Yeah, I think the big thing about Miami this early game plan, they haven't really respected the fact that Ahri can move out of mid. Push has been in the hands of the Ahri in this matchup, and Utopia Soldier has been able to really have an impact here. As
Final boss of Ohio
Jisung
looking onto Jisung. Jisung did not see it, but is just able to walk on out, especially with such a big wave that the Huskies have built up. This is an incredible sight here in Oxford. It's game 5. The adrenaline, you can feel it in the building. You can feel the pressure. You can feel the tenseness. And you know, this is what I really wanted to see coming out from the ESC playoffs.
Oh, top lane, final
Ohio
boss, pop the R.
On by Bokudo and by Jisung, and final boss is going to get picked off by the Gwen and the Xin Zhao. That's going to give Gwen some time to free farm on this tower.
Yeah, TP available for final boss when he gets back. Won't have the ult. Nice combo coming out from the Xin Gwen as the 3 Talon strikes. Really the only way that Trundle's getting out of there is if able to flash, which is not the case. As Phantom finds Hiccup. Not going to cast the depth charge, though.
Doing what he can to put some pressure into Hiccup, forcing it off the tower. Just going to help push the wave here a little bit with the Hui and the Nautilus. I can't see, I believe there are 3 plates left on that top turret, which means that was a nice injection of gold going into Gwen and that Xin Zhao. But this mid lane kind of been a stalemate so far.
It has been in terms of CS, but again, Utopia Soldier has been the one who's had push and has been able to actually get out of the lane and have an impact on the map, which has been significant for Northeastern.
Yeah, the 2 roams from Ahri getting kills onto Evil Lobster and persuading or dissuading Trundle and Skarner from pursuing more were really key. And you really don't want to give more kills over to this Ahri. Already 2-0, already has the Rod of Ages. I think this one's going to go the distance, Cubby.
Oh, Jisung did just dash. There's no pillar that comes out until now.
Another Ishtal impact, trying to find the Trundle pillar. Won't get it just yet, but final boss taking incredibly low, but does have a lot of sustain with the completed Ravenous Hydra here. But they are 4 members strong in the bot lane of Miami. Hui is going to get charmed up and just burst it down. Quaker doing what he can with the artillery to put some damage in, but Phantom, the curtain call will just go down to Utopia Soldier 2. This Ahri play, this is a dangerous fox.
I mean, another fantastic walk from Utopia Soldier, and this game's starting to get a little bit out of control and away from Miami as the top lane plays have been flipped, and now bot lane, a huge win coming out off a great roam from Utopia Soldier. Bonk Bonk had flash available, did not flash away from the charm, and was chain CC'd from start to finish. Good play from Northeastern.
Yeah, and final boss looks like he's trying to set up some sort of a proxy.
They should contest this. Miami needs to contest this. This is very greedy going for it. Yeah, they should walk in and see if they can find anything.
Yeah, Quaker and Evil Lobster are here. Evil Lobster flashing in, does get the stun onto Utopia Soldier, but isn't able to steal away. Utopia Soldier does not die just yet, but Xin Zhao is able to get a kill onto Evil Lobster. Final boss of Ohio, meanwhile, is taking that top tower. It's 2 kills and a Drake for Northeastern, but the Redhawks might get a tower off the back end of this.
That contest, it was a little bit split. I think Evil Lobster played that one a little bit too fast. Also, Bonk Bonk not synced up with the team. So Northeastern, again, stronger team at the moment. They have a 3K gold lead. That's relatively significant with the Dragon being taken. Should be first brick for Trundle on the top side is, of course, any free time Trundle gets with the turret, that turret's in trouble. Final boss, make sure that he takes care of that. First brick and an aspect of feet secure, but shouldn't matter as going to be more grubs going over, and Northeastern still in a really nice game state here.
Yeah, Miami University with that tower take does get the feats of strength. Phantom spotting out the Xin Zhao taking the grubs. I believe Northeastern is going to pick both of these up. They only need one for the grubs, and they are going to get it. Now, we've mentioned this a lot, Cubby. We've mentioned Game 3 in their regular season matchup, and I'm kind of seeing the same thing that I saw in that game. Northeastern had a really great early lead, but the pressure that final boss was able to put on the map, it created so much leeway for Hui and for Quaker to be able to do what they do best. So I wouldn't count Miami out of this game yet, but it's going to go down to the wire.
They're not out. I don't like the rotation we saw from Miami here. They put the Trundle in the lane where the turret's already taken. That Trundle needs to be bought and needs to be working on that next outer turret. Instead, final boss He can't clear the wave where Northeastern overloaded, and we were able to brute force down that top outer turret. Nice play and recognition from Northeastern to take that one.
Yeah, things have settled down a little bit here in Game 5. Lord Bonk Bonk, both AD carry players, just clearing out mid-wave. Evil Lobster and Phantom are here. Evil Lobster will step on the trap and will be spotted out, but Quaker pushing down that bot lane while Final Boss is just going to go back to his duties in the top.
Yeah, and I still really want to see Final Boss make his way bot, especially like right after that dragon was taken. You have some time where the next monster objective spawning is Herald. You can be that split pusher playing away from the rest of the map in a lane where you can actually take something in that outer turret. And so really want to see Miami try and get Trundle in that winning position for me in the bot lane. That's where Trundle would be happiest on this map. As reset comes in, we'll see if Quagert and him are able to sync up.
Yeah, Trundle needs to be able to do what Trundle does best and just, you know, side lane farm and try to create more pressure for the Redhawks. Because during this time that you're not doing anything, this Gwen is scaling up. This Jhin is doing a lot of damage. And this Ahri is just a permanent looming threat for the side of the Redhawks.
He has to be a menace in that side lane. And where he's in the side lane, where again, no objectives can be taken, can't really be that menace. Is there just... you know, playing defense, playing catch and go, getting the farm. That's a-okay if you are Quagert, but you want to be in the position where as Trundle, you're able to put pressure on the map, and there's just no way that you can be in that position right now in top lane as this Trundle, again, forced off, relegated to respecting Northeastern, not where you want to be in the game as a Trundle.
Yeah, Rift Herald is up. 3 members of Northeastern, 4 in the top side of the jungle. Meanwhile, Miami University, Trundle had to stop the recall once again. It is going to clear out this wave.
Okay.
But the Huskies are going to start up this Rift Herald, and I don't know if Miami can really contest this without Quagert.
I think they're fine giving this one over. It's just how the cookie crumbles, sadly, in this one. So, again, pressure from Northeastern. Been really sound from them in this game. It's been some good looks. Props to Northeastern. Like, this is a reverse sweep for them if they're able to pull this off. That takes a lot of mental fortitude to go down 0-2 in the fashion that they did and be able to dig this series out. I mean, if I was the Northeastern coach, I'd be like, guys, we lost to a backdoor where Elder was 2 ticks away from getting the kill. That's an oops. We gave away Mundo in a draft where Mundo was invincible. That's an oops. We just have to pull it together and we're okay from there. It really feels like that has been what Northeastern has been doing since they went down early on in this series.
Yeah, like you said, Game 1 was a little bit of an unlucky game for the Huskies, and Game 2 was just a straight-up draft diff. But these last 2 games have really seemed to be in full control by the Huskies. Meanwhile, Jisung getting really aggressive here on Final Boss. I think he has nowhere to go. Bokuto going to pick up a kill onto Final Boss. And this Troll, I mean, he can't really do anything in this game. Rift Herald going to be popped on the top side of the map too, creating some pressure, and will make its way towards that top inner turret.
Yeah, those knockups for the Xin are really big against the Trundle just to lock him in place, make sure that the Gwen can wrap it up. And again, that aggression towards the top side, those plays being cast towards the Trundle early on. It was all went even because Utopia Soldier was able to get involved. And now you don't see that lead on the split pusher. They don't have Trundle in the right lane, in that bot lane where he's able to actually continue to take objectives. Gwen's getting bigger and bigger in this game, Isaac. And we saw what a problem Jisung's Gwen can be earlier on in this series.
Yeah, this Gwen already 3-2-6, does have the Gnasher's Tooth, does have the pressure of the Rift Herald in the top lane. This Gwen, I think, is going to be a run back of what we saw in Game 3, where it just started to dominate and take over the game. Final Boss of Ohio is in the top lane, clearing out some waves, does have the TP. Meanwhile, Jisung, did TP to the mid, but we do have a little bit of a pause.
Well, got to get resituated here. As I was in locked-in game mode, you know.
I was locked in too.
My monitor's here, where the game is. The camera's here, you know. I was in CS:GO mode, where I'm saying CS:GO. I'm showing my age once again. CS2 mode, you know, where it's eyes, monitor, you know.
Yeah, I'm down here. I have the camera right here, desk below me, but I'm just like, I'm leaning over. At some point, I'll probably
I saw you had a
too.
laptop with some notes earlier too. I like that. You know, doing some prep before. It was good. It was good.
And here we go, back into game. Don't know what the pause was, but thankfully it was at a time where nothing was really going on the map. But the Huskies are able to pick up another dragon. They are starting this, and it will be a Chemtech Soul, I believe, this game. And they have two dragons, the Drake and the Chemtech.
I mean, Chem Soul going to be really nice. Of course, more shields coming in from the Karma on top of a little bit of bonus tenacity. So each one of those dragons, I feel like, pretty valuable here for Northeastern. A good draw for them. Of course, if Miami were able to pick it up, Skarner Shield, not Shield, would be buff. Tenacity, never a bad stat to pick up, but definitely more valuable to have inside of Northeastern as compared to Miami. So 4.5K gold deficit. No traditional marksman to save them, and this Trundle has really been slowed down in the side lane. They do have Final Boss in the bot lane where he might be able to target that outer turret, but the Leandre is now for Ahri quite big against the Trundle. Should be able to sustain up through it, and the swap coming in a little bit late. I had to say, even with one grub, I think that before Gwen hits the turret, that thing's dead.
Yeah, but that Gwen did just back and has completed the Rift Maker, so that's going to be so much damage coming from that Gwen too. I think that Gwen can start taking over the game now if the Huskies are able to find a good fight. It's also 11-3 in terms of kills with a 3K gold lead for the Huskies. So Miami's really playing off the back foot. But here we go, Utopia Soldier looking for an engage onto Lord Bonk Bonk. Misses the charm, but Bonk Bonk able to escape with half of his health. And Jisung on the Gwen and the Xin Zhao. They're just kind of duo queuing right now and just traveling the map together. They're travel buddies.
Yeah, this time around, Final Boss was able to get back to base and dodge out on the potential gank in play. That would be a fifth death, really, at the hands of this duo. As Final Boss still going to have a little bit of trouble forcing the Gwen away. Zin's here, too, and dangerous approach here for him. He's going to have to sack this, and that's 5 grubs, and Gwen getting to work. And that tower, a lot of gold, as those enter is worth a good chunk, especially for those in the area. Now the collapse coming down in the mid.
Yeah, spotted out on a ward. 3 members of Miami were getting collapsed upon, but it's 3 members of the Husky team just threatening the Trundle in that bot side, and Final Boss just had to back out of it. Now, we saw both teams here play Skarner. Well, hold on, Curtain Call coming out, early engage, trying to slow some members from Bliss. Meanwhile, they're just going to siege this tower. But we saw that Bokuto on the Skarner when they played it in Game 4 was really diving deep and getting some really good impales. And I haven't seen that yet from Evil Lobster.
Oof. Yeah, I mean, he did fall behind quite early in this one, thanks to those failed plays on the top side. As Miami, they're going to give up that mid-outer to try and see if they can take down this bot inner on the flip side. Again, Trundle is going to wrap this one up and then run away. We'll see if he can get out.
I think Trundle's going to try to trade what he can, but he's doing so much damage, but there's so much health coming from Jisung with the Riftmaker and the Nash's Tooth, and both of them are just going to back off. That was a great trade for Final Boss, being able to pick up that tower, but Miami trying to start the Otacon will be spotted out, and Utopia Soldier is here to dissuade them. But great macro vision from Trundle right there.
Yeah, I mean, again, any free time with the turret, Trundle can delete them as he actually gets back to full off the Hydra too. So if he's able to take a trade like that against the Gwen and get out, it is favor Trundle. More sustain is in his kit. Just the problem and what's been really hurting them in the back half is Bakudo on this Xin Zhao was able to, find the 3 Talon Strike, the knockup that prevented the Trundle from escaping, resetting, and leaning on all the sustain he has in his kit is, hey, what's a little bit more sustain for the Trundle? Looks like it's going to be a Bork coming in third. So again, the dedicated split push build continues.
Yeah, Final Boss just building up his split pushing armory, so to speak. But yeah, Gwen getting really strong. Xin Zhao opting for the Spirit Visage item too, providing a little bit of MR and extra healing from the Sundered Sky as well. But crucially, Phantom does have the locket completed. As we see, Evil Lobster and Final Boss of Ohio
there's a
trying
wave
to melt
here.
down this Otacon. Yeah, Utopia
They saw
Soldier
3
is here
bot. They know
too.
Dragon spawning. It would be Soul Point coming up as they are going to get Ahri's ult off. Trundle should be able to heal off this wave. Yep, look at that. He's back to full. Nothing really to take on the bot side here for Northeastern. So I honestly kind of favor what Miami was doing in that sequence of plays. I mean, at least they were threatening the Otacon or something. Whereas Northeastern, nothing else to take for them on the bot side of the map is they've already gotten it all.
Yeah, it looked like Northeastern was trying to put some pressure on the bot side of the map, possibly that inhibitor turret, but with Utopian Soldiers spotting them out, they all started to transition towards that mid lane and towards Final Boss of Ohio. But here we go. Is trying to get a little bit more pressure in the top lane. Will be spotted out by the Gwen. Final Boss knows that the Gwen is here, but it seems like everyone else is grouped here around the Dragon. Quaggart, Phantom, Lord Bongbong, and Evil Lobster. Bokuto going in, trying to find something onto Quaggart. Meanwhile, Hiccup gets the root onto that Skarner. Can Skarner look for an impale? He does. He finds the Jin. Bliss is just going to get absolutely blown up here. So much damage going in. The kill going over to Phantom. Phantom finding a great hook onto one of the members of Northeastern University. Utopia forced to flash out of that, and that is a great trade if you're a Miami University fan. Meanwhile, Trundle on the top side of the map is taking Jisung very low, but Jisung able to heal up so much. And Trundle getting a great trade, still doesn't have a wave to back him up, but is eliminating the wave for the Husky team. Evil Lobster trying to get some vision, trying to get some speed buffs from that Scuttle Crab, but the members of the Husky are still here, and they're still hunting.
It needs to be a continued stall for Miami, and if Final Boss can at least keep Gwen out of the fights, that is a win, right? Trundle is the dedicated split pusher, whereas Gwen going to be so much
Trundle
more...
went out division. Trundle has so much time to take this tower. That is going to be the inner top tower taken out by this Trundle, and Gwen is still not here for the fight. The members of Miami have grouped up. Lord Bongbong still here in the mid lane, and the Husky team is still here too as well. Bokuto trying to start up this Dragon. Meanwhile, Final Boss is going to take it back, or is at least trying to hide in the fog of war a little bit. But I think Miami University has to contest this pick here, with Final Boss is going to TP, not letting Gwen get into this fight if they decide to do so.
I mean, this is going to be Soul Point again. We're in a... Oh, hold on. Bliss. Oh, great flash.
Flashing in aggressively. Gets the Ishtal impact onto the carry of Northeastern University, and they will pick up the kill. Crucially, too, Lord Bongbong, or excuse me, Final Boss of Ohio was able to teleport, keep Gwen out of the fight, and they're going to look to Baron as well.
Great flash engage from Phantom. Bliss didn't have the flash up. I believe it came up post-mortem in the gray screen. As the Nautilus catches him, they knock down the mid-outer, and if Trundle were to help out, could threaten an Otacon, but not going to be the case. They took the bot side objective, so guess who goes bot lane now? It's going to be Trundle with that third item complete, and Isaac, I got to say, if it's a straight-up 5v5 fight, I still don't really favor Miami. But if they're able to poke and prod their way around, find picks the way they have, and keep Trundle going to work in the side lanes, Miami's not out of this game yet.
Cubby, I fully agree. I believe that Miami is able to win, I think, a 4v4 if they're able to keep Gwen out of this fight. And even if Gwen does go for a 5v4 kind of fight, Final Boss of Ohio just has so much turret-taking power that he could just rush to take the base, kind of what we saw in game one, where it came down to a base race, or a backdoor rather, at the end of the game. But it looks like the Redhawks are posturing.
Quite obnoxious.
Yeah, they're threatening this Otacon here while Final Boss is there taking. Jisung getting really low in that picture-in-picture, taken down to half health. Final Boss of Ohio pausing the ult, but Hiccup too had to back to provide more support. And the members of Miami are still up in that top side. I am on my feet, Cubby. I am excited. And so are the people here in Oxford.
Again, everything on the map that Trundle sees, it's going to go over to him. The key is just, can you survive the 4-stack as Miami, poking and prodding their way around the Otacon, have yet to hit it. They're playing this one cautiously, just realizing that, hey, as a stack, as a team, we got to chill, because look at what our top laner is doing. And if he groups, the other top laner groups too, and we can't win that. So really have to be disciplined. This is a pretty hard game for Miami to execute, but again, if they lean on this Trundle potential to do so, as he is where the power lies with Miami's comp, and it's not in the 5v5, it's in the side lane.
Yeah, all members of Northeastern are up here around this Baron, getting some vision, trying to get some control over anything. Meanwhile, it's still like a game of chess between these two top laners, where if you could just start punch, it's like punch chess or boxing chess boxing in the bot lane there, where they're like playing strategy games while throwing hands every so often.
Yeah, I actually like the idea of Utopia Soldier to at least try and rotate in. We're gonna have a play out of the Trundle.
Final Boss of Ohio getting caught out by Jisung, but that gives Miami the opportunity to start burning down
There's no marksman.
But there's no marksman, and Bokuto, excuse me, is here as well. Gwen is also going to use the TP up to the top. Final boss TP almost off cooldown, but is dead. And Northeastern is just going to start up this Baron.
Need another
Does
miracle
Miami
steal.
have what it takes to contest? Evil Lobster is around. We've seen him steal things 3 times already, 2, excuse me, but he is going to get charged up and stunned. The Crescent Guard going to come out from the side of Bokuto. It is going to be a huge fight here. But meanwhile, on the back end, Jisung is wrapping around. Does find Evil Lobster, eats the Lobster with the Ishtal impact. Does stun up the Jisung and gets the suppression. But they just don't have the damage right now. The carries for Miami are taken down real low. Bokuto finding Phantom on the re-engage, but Quaker able to take Jin down. Quaker able to take down the Gwen. It is 2 members taking down the team of Northeastern. This is going to distance, Cubby. Trundle is up.
Trundle has TP. He has TP in 5.
Trundle can go wherever he wants. It is only the Ari remaining. Death counters. Hiccup is up in 7. Meanwhile, it's over 20 seconds for all the other members of Northeastern. Cubby, I am so excited for this game.
I don't know exactly what happened in that fight that prompted a Miami win, but in the end, it was really Quaker and Lord Bonk Bonk kiting back again the Zerath way. You kite back into these champs, that's a lot of damage you have to get through. Northeastern didn't calculate that one well enough. They're going to lose out of the fight, lose out on this Otacon. Miami, though, that's a soul available in 30 seconds, and Chemsoul, pretty valuable this game for Northeastern. I know that they don't want to, win this game in the 5v5, but giving that away, those buffed up shields, the extra tenacity, and the soul itself, where you get the damage reduction and increased damage when you're low, could really hurt. So I think it's big that Miami's able to deny this one. That said, I'm pretty scared that they can. They will have a potential numbers advantage as Gwen doesn't have TP. We'll see what they want to do, but everyone's rotating onto the Trundle. If they recognize this, that's going to be the soul denied for free, and Trundle might just walk his way out.
4 members of Northeastern are chasing down this Trundle. He is using the TP to escape back to base and will get out of there. Meanwhile, the other members of the Red Hawk team are able to start and deny this soul from the team of Northeastern. Miami is playing a really smart macro game, but Northeastern is going to burst down the Baron. Let's see if Miami can get here.
Quaker.
They have the damage. They're bursting it down a little bit, but I don't know. I think Miami might be able to get here in time.
But Quaker's got to press
Evil
R.
Lobster doesn't have Smite. He doesn't have Smite. Smite is up now. Quaker providing some more damage, but I believe Bokuto's the only one on the Baron. There's no way for Garner to get in there. But it's a great pickup on the Jisung. The Gwen is down. The rest of Miami University is here. Northeastern does pick up the Baron, but Bokuto is getting really low from final boss.
Zin's down.
It is a 2-for-1 trade, 2-for-0 trade for Miami University, but Northeastern does have the Baron. Miami University threatening the second tier mid tower.
And Miami backs up against the wall, playing for really any chance to make Seaball top 32. They're scaling. They're starting to deliver. The Otacon withdrawal was big. Trundle has side lane pressure again. It's going to be Baron empowered waves they got to cut through, but that's at least an inner turret falling. Only inhibitor turrets left on the map for Northeastern, and Trundle making progress in the side lane. I think this is the last wave they can realistically play. They're a little bit too low, but Bliss got caught out by a root. Might go down.
Gwen is up in 5, but a huge spiraling despair.
Okay, that's withdrawal. That's 2 withdrawals.
Withdrawal is popped by Evil Lobster, but meanwhile, final boss of Ohio still has his Otacon buff and will take down the inhibitor tower. Is forced to back up. Bliss using the curtain call to dissuade any pressure, but that was a great play from Miami University. They lost the Baron, but they were able to pick up so much in return.
Yeah, and even the deaths, I mean, it doesn't matter, right? It's an Otacon withdrawal. They just picked up a few hundred gold. Who cares? You're going to take that inhibitor on the top side, because guess what? That Trundle, he's living bot lane for the rest of the game, Isaac. There's no chance we're going to see him anywhere else for the next 5 minutes. He's going to try and get to another inhibitor, and you can see, again, any free time with the Trundle, it's big. My eyes also left over TP wards. Trundle, he needs a wave, but there is a potential for him to backdoor and find that side lane win. There is a TP ward in the middle of the base here, as Northeastern playing really hard towards the super lane. I will say Trundle is not exactly in the bot lane. It's Zerath right there. I don't know if I love that. Potential for Northeastern to at least knock down a top inner turret that's likely to fall.
Final boss of Ohio here is in the top lane, trying to dissuade Jisung and Bokuto from taking anything more, but I just want to shout out Evil Lobster. He is finding great impacts in this fight, stunning up the Gwen, which means that Redhawks can just get onto that Gwen and take it down early in the fight, which gives so much more agency for Lord Bongbong on this way. And Quagger on this Xerath is coming up huge. He is providing so much damage on this artillery mage, and it doesn't seem that the Huskies have an answer to it so far.
No, I think that's a great shout, Isaac. I know it doesn't show in the scoreline for Evil Lobster. It doesn't look pretty, but he's been so impactful in these fights, just locking up the Gwen with Phantom. And again, that Gwen has to die in these fights if they want a chance. So really important that they've been able to pick up the Gwen in these fights. It's that dredge line. That hitbox, you know, sometimes can be quite cheesy. Not cheesy enough there. I will say the only other fear I have for Miami this game, I think Trundle's going to get to a spot where he may not die, or it's going to take a lot for him to die. My fear, though, it's still a traditional marksman for Northeastern. Jin sitting at 3 items. If they don't continue to punish him and this game goes super late, Jin can take over on, 5, 6 items. So I still feel like Miami, again, they don't want to fight the 5v5. A lot of the strength's going to lie in this Trundle. We're just going to have to see if they can make this split push work.
Yeah, if it goes to a 50-minute banger like we had for game 1, I can see Bliss on this Jin really taking over.
Yeah.
But as this game progresses too, Evil Lobster's just going to build up more health and more resistances, and it's just going to be more of a nuisance alongside Phantom on this Nautilus. All it takes is one good engage from Miami University to delete this team.
Yeah, but also a Chem Soul could be really big for Northeastern at the moment. Trundle's top, and everyone is top for Northeastern. As again, Northeastern is sitting on Chem Soul point. They have a 3rd dragon to their name that is not visible on the scoreboard, but they're putting all their eggs in, at least delaying the Trundle basket, not actually setting up for this objective. So if Miami can take control, again, getting through, hey, it could be a lot, but
and the picture
down.
Final boss of Ohio was taken down. Jisung and Utopia were able to pick up the kill. That is so much pressure from the Redhawks. That is a minute that the Trundle is not on the map, that the Huskies have full control over all the objectives. We'll have to wait and see how the Redhawks respond, but that Gwen is just going to be free farming in the top lane, and you see the members of the Redhawks rotating up as the Huskies are going to try to take this Chemtech Soul, which I don't know how they will contest this.
Yeah, that's just Chem Soul down. They're giving that one up to slow down the Gwen. Game plan here, I really feel like for Miami, again, they can't win the 5v5, and we've seen how dangerous it is for the Trundle if a Jax or a Xin Zhao, or not a Jax, a Xin Zhao or an Ori gets sent to that lane. As the Trundle in the 1v1 is fine, but any CC that goes down towards him and the raw damage that Gwen can pack has been too much for Final Boss to handle.
I cannot imagine how the players on both of these teams are feeling as they sit at their PCs right now. Because I know for myself, I'm up on my feet, my heart's racing, the adrenaline's pumping, and I'm having such a great time here, Cubby.
I mean, this game is banging. Again, the stakes for this one, whoever wins, that's the team that has a chance to make it with an at-large bid. A lot on the line, and Bakudo looking for Trundle yet again. Got to look at Trundle in the bot lane. He's been engaged upon.
Final boss of Ohio getting Bokuto really low, but he is healing up. Pops the ultimate and the ghost. Going to take down in the 2v1 and is going to try to heal up onto Jisung. Final boss of Ohio doing so much damage, but Jisung in the end is able to pick up the kill. That is another minute. That Trundle is off of the map, but Miami University Redhawks have to force something. Bliss is getting really low by the hands of Lord Bongbong, but that Gwen is left alone in the bot lane. Northeastern is going to look to stop some backs
working overtime. Yeah, the Chem Soul is really working overtime against Jisung and against Final Boss. Is now Jisung going to work. He's trying to stop the recalls here. Phantom going to try and cancel. He's probably going to pick up the kill.
Miami University gets 1 kill in return.
They got a TP back.
Bliss. But this Gwen is able to pick up so much in the base. Gwen has picked up one of the Nexus turrets and the TP in response, but Wei gets in there in the picture-in-picture. The Gwen goes into stasis and will be taken down, hopefully, by the side of Miami University.
They're pinging the base.
Up a kill onto Gwen.
They're pinging the base.
They have the minions. Lord, Final Boss of Ohio is up in 9.
He's not going.
He does have to teleport. Xin Zhao is the up in time to take the minions out. Oh, wow.
They should do Baron.
What a series of events here.
No, they should do Baron. If anything, Trundle should TP to Baron. They might be able to melt it down. Bonk going to be a little bit low as those waves being defended. Yep, Miami, their sights are set on that Baron. Trundle going to try and get in here, and they can see if they can melt this down.
Yeah, Jisung's down for another 30 seconds. Bliss just getting up. Will take some time to get to the base, but with Final Boss there, that Baron is going to get absolutely melted. Northeastern doesn't have any vision on this, but they do know that the members are here. We'll see if they can secure. There's a flash in from Utopia Soldier, trying to find something onto Quagger.
So low.
Doesn't find it, but Bokuto going in. gets the Ishtal impact onto it, but Evil Lobster secures the Baron for the side of the Redhawks. Meanwhile, Final Boss of Wow putting more damage into Bokuto Uchiha. That is a win for the Redhawks.
Gwen has spawned back out on the map, but if you're Miami again, you took Baron off the map. It's in your own pockets, and it's an even gold game going into an Elder Drake spawning in 2 minutes here, Isaac. This game, the entire series, again, the chance to have an at-large bid in the CLOL top 32 might just come down to an Elder flip.
Both of these teams playing their hearts out on this stage.
Yeah,
and
it's been fun.
These games have been really exciting, really fun, and I think this is going to be another situation where it's a game one where it's going to come down to the very end. You have two of these super strong split-pushing champions that honestly are really even with each other, and it just depends on what happens with the rest of the team. I believe that Jisung and Final Boss are the keys to success right now, at least Final Boss is for the Redhawks, but they are going to have to find a way to get Gwen out of these fights and to shut down this Ahri and this Jhin.
I mean, frankly, like right now, if I'm Miami, how deep can I get a ward for this Trundle? Because that topside inhibitor, it's open. You still got super creeps spawning in. If you can get Trundle just kind of close to the base with the wave, he could draw 2 TPs where like maybe you're fighting a 4v3 without Gwen for Miami. Or, you know, maybe he's able to, like, you can buy time, stop the base. We can see another backdoor victory again. Final Boss is that dedicated side laner at the moment, manicuring the waves that have super spawnings. 1 minute until the Elder. Important. Miami already has control over this terrain. Baron helping with that, but fighting through the Xerath, through the way. Not an easy task for Northeastern, so good control from Miami here.
Yeah, and this Elder Dragon is spawning in the next 40 seconds. Recalls coming out from Northeastern. They have all reset and are strong as can be for this fight. Miami University has set up some vision, but Final Boss is on the bottom of your screen, as you can see in the tri-brush. Seeing if you can find some sort of flank angle, but Jisung has to get out of the fight to provide a little bit of push for that bot lane right there.
I mean, again, too, like, Ahri has to keep on responding to these super waves in the top side. If they let those waves get to the Nexus turrets, a TP from Final Boss could legitimately end the game within 5-10 seconds with how fast Trundle can melt those turrets with that attack speed buff and that Q chomp down.
Things are getting really tense here in Oxford, Cubby. I can hear the fans outside. They are screaming. They are on their feet. They are excited. But it looks like both teams are going to be posturing here for this Elder Dragon, which might be the defining moment in this series.
I mean, again, that top wave, you can see the pings going down from Northeastern. They have their eyes on that super wave. Again, if it gets too close to the base, Final Boss could end from there. The timer we had for Elder, you know, might have been a little bit off. Still gray on our screens, 10 seconds away. So Baron has now expired for Miami, making it a lot easier for Northeastern to try and get in here and contest this ground.
Some damage being put onto Bokuto Uchiha, but it feels like we're kind of in a stalemate, kind of a Cold War situation here, where one misstep could cost your team the game, the series, even the season. But Bokuto stepping up, getting feared by Lord Bongbong, taking some heavy damage, but won't go down just yet. Final Boss and Jisung still there in the bot side of the river, but they're going to engage. Utopia Soldier trying to find something onto Quaker, misses everything. Phantom trying to find the hook, but doesn't land it. Bokuto is here. Evil Lobster trying to do what he can. Ishtar impact catches it. The suppression catches the Dugger for Northeastern, but Lord Bongbong doesn't have the damage to do it just yet. Evil Lobster doing what he can, but no
TPs!
Have died. A huge snipe.
TPs in the base.
Will take Nautilus out. Final Boss of Ohio is in the base. He's taking the Nexus turn, but he will go down himself.
Nexus at half HP. Quagert has a TP, but there's no more inhibitors to even threaten. As that inhibitor, it respawned, and Final Boss could end. Elder now on the table. Northeastern, the health bar advantage is in their favor.
That was such unfortunate timing with the inhibitor, and what a crucial curtain call shot by Jhin to be able to pick up Phantom, but Northeastern University is going to be able to pick up this Elder Drake uncontested, and I think Miami just has to stall this out. They can't take a fight while they have this Elder Dragon buff.
That is so massive. Elder being taken. Keep on. Nexus turrets do respawn now in the new season. That could be a factor later on as well. But this Elder, check that Baron timer. I don't see, if Baron's 1 minute out here in a couple seconds. I know the Elder timer is a little bit off, but with Elder being up, again, as you called out, Isaac, No fight possible for Miami. Could be a free Baron for Northeastern, which does spawn in 1 minute. So gotta imagine it's going to be so hard for Miami to get anything on the map as long as this Elder buff is active. But still, against the double mage, it's so hard for Northeastern to get a chance to end unless they wipe a fight. And as long as the game continues, Trundle will always have the threat of a backdoor.
Yeah, and in that fight, we really saw the power of the Chemtech Drake really keeping Bokuto alive.
Yeah.
And that really helped.
Oh, it's so clutch.
Kind of, yeah, it was crazy. It was the defining factor of that fight, I think. But at 4 members strong, they're going to try to pressure the Miami University base. Final boss of Ohio was pushing that bot lane tower, will take a back, but Gwen's still in the base, and that's just going to be the tower for Northeastern University.
I mean, Gwen and, oh my gosh, Quaker again. Late game Zerath did get some buffs. Those AP ratios are nice, but the Gwen understands that if Trundle shows up anywhere, like that inhibitor and that Nexus turret could go down within 10 seconds for free. So once Trundle shows bot, I think that we're going to have a lot more confidence in terms of taking this Baron. And again, Miami has to see this objective. They cannot fight the Elder empowered team. So well played by Northeastern to secure this for themselves.
Yeah, good macro play by Northeastern. But if I'm Northeastern, I have the Elder Dragon buff. I'm kind of looking to see if I can force a fight here, because I know that in the end, we have the health bar advantage, we have the soul, we have the Drake. A flat out 5v5, and Northeastern could win this, but Miami's doing a great job of just not engaging and waiting out this great boon from the Elder Dragon.
I mean, this series has been so fun. Only appropriate that we can end the game with, or end the series with a game like this. And what a bookend finish it would be for Miami if it ended in a backdoor game 1 or the backdoor game 5. As again, Trundle in the lane where the inhibitor is down. Gwen going to meet him. No TP available for final boss, and Miami's been very much stuck on their side of the map. No deep wards in sight for final boss to even threaten the end.
They have the Baron. They no longer have the Elder Dragon buff. I believe it's expiring here soon. So Miami University could potentially force a fight, but they do have to match Jisung up there on the Gwen in the top lane. But things are getting really dicey. It is a nice edge here in this game 5 between Northeastern and Miami University.
I mean, I just think that we're in a state, like, as long as Zerath and Hui can clear waves, I don't care if there's a Baron, I don't care if there's a Chemtech Soul, I don't think that they can lose. So Quager, we'll see if he ends up popping that R, could get out of range. As
Jisung takes down final boss of Ohio in the picture. They're just going to storm the base. Northeastern finds the crucial pick.
That's it. That's probably it.
They take the inhibitor, and they are just going to storm the base of the Red Ox. Northeastern, they fell in game 1 to a backdoor, but now 46 minutes into game 5, they're going to do what they can. The first Nexus tower is going to drop. The second one will be the next target. Meanwhile, Quaker's doing whatever he can. And the Gwen is on the tower, and that is going to be Northeastern going to the ESC Championships against Ball State tomorrow.
Banger game and a banger series. Congrats to Northeastern. Congrats to Miami for giving it their all in what was a fun one. And a giant win for Northeastern. Again, get to face Ball State in the finals. They've been the team to beat in the conference all year, and it really has felt like they haven't really gotten that big swing at them. A chance to do so at LAN tomorrow.
Yeah, Northeastern pulling off the reverse sweep in this series. The mental fortitude that it took, the picks that it took, the strategy that it took. Northeastern played their hearts out today. And shout out to Miami University as well. They were doing a great job. I can hear all the sounds outside the door. The NU players are popping off. They are screaming. They are yelling. But congratulations to Northeastern on their win in the semifinals. And congratulations to Miami University on this historic season that we have had as an organization.
Yeah, I know that was a fun one. Sucks to have the season come to an end like that. I don't know when the inhibitor spawned during the Evil Lobster backdoor at the end. I mean, it could have come down to that truly, but that timer, it didn't hit for Miami. Ended up hitting, and congrats to Northeastern, a reverse sweep. Massive, earned their ticket against Ball State in the finals, and should be a really fun series to cast tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow we will be hosting the grand finals here in person in Armstrong Student Center at Miami University, the Wilkes Theater. We hope to see you there. It's going to be a great match between Ball State and Northeastern. But let's take a look at how the tournament has played out. Ball State 3-0ing EMU after they got a bye, but they are going to see NEU after this absolute baller series tomorrow morning.
Yeah, 3-2 for Northeastern over Miami, booking that ticket against Ball State. Excited to see that one later on. I know Hiccup versus Quaka, going to be a hell of a support matchup. A lot of respect towards each player in our final tomorrow, and excited to see what else Ball State can bring to the table. Is they got a lot of extra tape against Northeastern today, thanks to Miami, and that series going to 5. So really curious to see if Northeastern it's again, give away the karma and play into those types of strats that they have, or if Ball State has something different up their sleeve. And I'm going to have to do some homework to see how Ball State beat Eastern Michigan earlier on, and how they played in that series to prep for tomorrow.
You couldn't have dreamt for a better series to send a team to the championships. Excuse me. GG's to both teams, but we're not done yet for the day. After this, we're going to go to a little bit of a break as we get our Overwatch series and our Overwatch players set up for the rest of their tournament later today. But Cubby, I just want to say thank you for joining us here today. Thank you. I know it's been a long morning for you with your LPL broadcast going right into this. So thank you for taking the time to be here with us today.
It's all good. Shout out to everyone that was playing in that series. That was quite the banger. So pretty easy to stay awake during that one, even if had a pretty long night. So had a good time. Thanks so much, Isaac, for joining me. Excited to see you again tomorrow.
Yeah, both teams played their hearts out, but in the end, Northeastern was able to triumph in Game 5 tomorrow. They will take on Ball State in the championships at 10 a.m. here on the ESC Conference Twitch channel. But right now, we're going to go, production is telling me a different time, 11 a.m., I believe.
Eastern, too,
Yes,
time
Eastern
zones
too.
as well. Yeah.
Yes, 11 a.m. Eastern. Sorry for my little mix-up there. A lot of adrenaline going through the veins here. But we're not done for
I can't blame you. That was a fun one.
We're not done for the day. Like I mentioned, Overwatch is going to be happening right after this break to see who goes to the Overwatch Grands tomorrow as well. Thank you so much for tuning in. I've been Isaac Rhythm Arredondo, joined by Cubby. Thank you so much, and we'll see you next time.